My name is Tyler Clark. You know me by 6. I play for the Yeet Squad. I hate the idea of trying to play for second or play for third. I'm almost always going to be playing for the win. I think the summer circuit was a really nice addition where it gives us something to compete for consistently. I feel like it's going to propel the competitive community forward, which is what we needed right now when everything is so stale.
Knocked one. Knocked the other.
This is the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit. We're the best Apex Legends competitors in the world, battle in their region to take their shot at playing for glory, bragging rights, and their share of a $500,000 prize pool. When we met for the first Summer Circuit Super Regional, the day seemed to be shaping up as a slugfest between Rogue Esports and TSM.
Let's go! Go, baby!
Rogue looked like a strong candidate to take first place with 2 top champion finishes and 24 kills for a final score of 52 points. But TSM kept the pace with 4 top 5 placements, tying Rogue with 52 points of their own. However, those efforts weren't enough to top Yeet Squad. The unsigned team of fan favorites won the day with 3 top 5 finishes, including 1 champion squad win and by putting 39 legends in the dirt for an impressive 70-point total. By winning, Nicewig and the rest of Yeet Squad also claimed the first spot to the America's Regional Summer Circuit Finals in September.
Let's go!
Despite being tied for point total, Rogue officially took second place by scoring the highest point total in a single match, when they notched 23 points in round 4. The remainder of the top 10 finishing teams also secured their spot in today's Super Regional. But today, the dropships are loading up with more Super Regional challengers, all vying to knock the crown off of Yeet Squad's heads. With players like Crust from Sentinels and Monsoon from Complexity all looking to wipe the champion squad and grab that first place trophy, prize money, and a spot in the September finals. It's time to find out which regions are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outthink, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with R99 and Mastiffs? And who's sitting back with a triple tape? Hit the jets, we're dropping hot. Welcome to the ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regionals.
Good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to a truly global event. It's the Apex Legends Summer Circuit Super Regional number 2. I'm Kate, and along with my colleagues at the ALGS that you're seeing right now, we've been working from our homes to bring you all the Apex action into yours, and we couldn't be more excited and proud to be doing that again today for our Super Regional number 2 from the Americas. And in order to help me do that, well, I got to introduce the man of the hour, T-Squared. Thank you so much for being here once again in that analyst desk.
I appreciate it. I'm so stoked. That intro gets me so hyped to see some Apex.
Right? Exactly. Well, let's talk about Apex. Let's talk about our tournament schedule right off the bat. And that is how you guys are going to be watching this today. We've actually started off earlier in the EMEA region. That started earlier this morning. But guess what? We're here in the Americas. 3:45 if you're on the Pacific Coast. Thanks for sharing the last few hours of your weekend with us. And if you're joining us from Stockholm, thanks so much for burning that midnight oil. Speaking of, let's talk about the different regions and how we're going to see the teams that we have made it to today's finals, because there's a bit of a change here. The way that our Super Regional format works, the top 10 teams from our first Super Regional will automatically make it here to talk and be a part of our lovely faces. But then we've also got another 10 teams to make up our top 20. Is that right, Tom?
That's right. And don't forget that not only have these players been grinding for thousands of hours to get to this point, they played yesterday, they played earlier today to go and advance to this point.
Absolutely. Now, those players include 122 NA teams and 43 South American teams that they came out, they fielded, and from those, we have whittled it down to 10 teams that get to compete against 8 NA teams that just qualified and 2 of those South American teams that have qualified as well. That is quite the grind. Speaking of grinds, let's talk about today's Super Regional. It's only down to 5 matches, Tom. Just 5. 5 chances to rule this region. 5 chances to bypass that qualifier grind. 5 chances to share in on the $500,000 prize pool. And as we mentioned in our EMEA talk, it all comes down to the math, right? We can talk about placement points, we talk about kill points. Of course, we'll be talking more about that in a later portion of our show. But let's talk about what we're all fighting for. Battle for the playoffs. And this is what's important with this format. Our Super Regionals, our top 10 teams begin that next Super Regional online stage, because really what we're going for and what these teams are going for is the top 3. Why are they going for that top 3? I'm so glad you asked, because they qualify for the Summer Circuit playoffs in September. And they also, well, they take a fair amount of change with them too. Is that right, Tom? Indeed.
A decent amount of cash indeed. That is a nice day's work for these guys, all leading up to the playoffs, which is just a substantial amount of money overall. And keep in mind, TSM, Rogue, Geek Squad, the top 3 from the previous one, they're still in this one as well. They're looking for more cash. They're looking for more points. They're not slowing down. They're trying to get another win under their belt.
And I will also say, a nice little moment for Complexity. They are just 1 point away. Complexity was 1 point away from this top 3, from this prize pool, from going forward into the playoffs without needing to qualify. So Complexity, I got to imagine they have an axe to grind. Let's take a look at what teams we've got competing. I'm hoping that you guys are going to be as excited as we are. As we mentioned, the top 10 teams you'll already have recognized from our Super Regional number 1. But this is our overall stance. And again, this is going to look a lot more similar to what we had last tournament. Isn't that lovely? Tom, and are you excited about this overall team circuit workout?
Oh, no doubt. And the thing that you're going to notice here is when we go to the next graphic that there's a lot of teams that didn't make it into this round. So unfortunately, they may have fell short in the semifinals or even on Saturday. So the teams that we see here are the teams that have made it and that we're going to be seeing playing today. And that's why you see number 20 Millions Gaming with 0 points, because now they will have points after today. Yeet Squad sitting pretty. That top 3 hasn't changed. Like you said, Complexity was so close to pushing into that top 3. They're going to be one of the hungriest teams here.
Absolutely. Now this is going to give us a chance to talk a little bit about what you want to see. Particularly, we always have a problem with this, Tom. It's hard to whittle it down to our top 5, but you've done a great job. And then you've also got some additional teams to watch. Every team, as you mentioned, is deadly. But let's talk about those 5 teams that you want to make sure we got a laser focus on, because those are important.
No doubt about it. You have to watch out for Rogue, TSM, and Yeet Squad because of the fact that they got top 3. I'm looking at Liquid, former tournament winner as well. And then Aim Assist, who actually hasn't won an ALGS, but they do extremely well in scrims, extremely well in tournaments up until the finals. This is their time to go and prove themselves. But Complexity, NRG, Silver Fox, Sentinels, Godsent, the former Noble teams. There's so many good teams here, and we had to only pick 5 to narrow it down here. But again, anybody's tournament, we're going to see who starts off hot. GSD, now, they won earlier because of the fact that they had a great game 1 and a great game 5. I can't reiterate enough how important it is to have that hot start.
Absolutely, and I will say Yeet Squad coming into this with some momentum here, of course. And is it possible, could we see 2 unsigned teams being at the top of the leaderboards at the end of today, is my question, with Nasky Strafendale from the EMEA region already taking that top spot. Yeet Squad, could it be a 2 for today?
You never know, because these guys are extremely determined to go and get signed, go and get that monthly salary, go and have that support system to grow their content and grow their streams, and really just have that team unity solidified. You get the contracts, you know that you're going to be together for quite some time. So a lot of these guys have been fighting for so long to get to that point, and I'm really proud of these guys, Bowser, Six, and Nicewig, for them winning that last tournament. We've had so many different teams winning compared to the TSM dynasty that was built in the beginning of competitive Apex Legends.
Absolutely. And TSM still a team to watch for sure, but definitely is nice when we see that mix up, that chaos that can come from this kind of competitive Apex. So let's talk a little bit about, we were, as I mentioned, EMEA was this morning. Now we're here in the Americas. You've been a player, you've been a caster, you're a caster, you've been a coach. Like, tell me your perspective globally. What could be the difference culturally here in the Americas versus what we saw for gameplay with Europeans and Middle East and Africa?
I don't think there's going to be much of a change in terms of the way that the game's played. When you're looking at this, meta, or just in general, the way that everything's played at the highest level, a lot of teams kind of copycatting and mimicking strategies because that is the best way to go about it. That is the strongest way to play these scenarios. So I'm not expecting anything crazy. I know we're going to see some crypto comps in here. We may see the Bloodhound being busted out by Complexity on a consistent basis. So we're going to see a lot of fun stuff. TSM during the weekly tournaments, they've gone to the crypto Revenant change as well when they needed to go and rack up a lot of points. So we may see in-game, in-tournament adjustments, maybe after Kings Canyon, and maybe a team runs Kings Canyon specifically because it's going to be 2 Kings Canyon and 3 World's Edge. That's how we start this off. So maybe you see some teams running different compositions based on the map. I'm not sure.
Absolutely. Well, we've got quite a bit to go over, quite a bit to see. We mentioned Yeet Squad. It's on the voice. It's on the mouth of so many of our fans here in social and all over the world. But actually, we caught up with Six from Yeet Squad to get a bit of a closer look on this player.
I love to take a very aggressive playstyle. I prefer to take the fight to you and make you feel that pressure.
What HP on this Jimmy? Dead.
My name is Tyler Clark. You know me by Six. I play for the Yeet Squad.
The other kid's almost dead too.
The very first day Apex Legends came out, Odsik texted me and he goes, "Bro, you'll be a god at this game." And I was literally sitting at work and I was like, what the hell is Apex Legends? And I got home and I was hooked, literally day one. I have grown a reputation of being just incredibly intelligent. That feels really pompous and I hate saying it. Everybody just comes to my chat constantly telling me that I am the most intelligent IGL out there. I prefer to be aggressive, in all honesty. I believe if we have a position that we want to take and somebody else is already there, I prefer that we find a way to bully them out of that place and take it for ourselves. you're mostly going to see me on Wraith. I do love it. I love frontlining. I love being able to be aggressive and be able to queue out of situations. That frees me up to be very aggressive with minimal consequence. And I like also being able to get my team where I need them to be and not have to point them in the direction. I can just take control of the situation.
Knocked one. Knocked the other.
I feel like with the team we have right now with Wig and Bowser, we are just on point, man. We're on the same wavelength. I feel so lucky to have the team that I have right now. A few years ago, my father was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. After a long fight of 8 months, we lost him, which just really made Father's Day a huge struggle for me. I woke up that morning getting ready for the finals. I couldn't do anything. I didn't eat before the tournament. I felt like I was going to let my team down. We played the first game, and Wig and Bowser were just insane. I didn't do anything in those fights. My eyes were so swollen, puffy. I felt so guilty because I felt like I just ruined our first round, and they just showed up. That energy off of that really swung my mental a lot.
Trying to push onto that new portal, and it is Rebel 6 pushing in.
Then game 3 hit. We were just like riding such a high at this point. We felt like we could fight anybody. We got a dominant position that we've been practicing a lot, and then from that we were able to just constantly call rotation from Bowser's zone knowledge. We were dead on right about every single call that he made, and then when it came down to it, man, we just slayed team after team.
Let's go!
After that game, when we realized that we were on a 21-point lead, I just knew at that point that we were winning the tournament.
And it is Yeet Squad. There we have it. They still have that 18-point lead.
When it was all over, man, I just couldn't hold it anymore, and that's when I just broke down crying.
I love you guys, dude. Thank you all so much.
So being able to turn around and win the first summer circuit was just the best feeling. It went from one of the worst days that I've had in a very long time to easily one of the best days I've had in the last year.
Thank you for all the support, dude. Thank you for all the love, man.
I'll tell you what, it is hard not to get choked up watching that. And Tom, I know that you used to play with Six. Talk to me a little bit about him as a player, what you can tell us. I mean, you're a fan.
Yeah, I'm smiling, so I'm just so I don't cry. Honestly, to be honest with you, Kate. And Six is a great person. There's so many great people within this community, but Six definitely stands out as one. He's doing mental health training and coaching every week on his stream. I believe he's always mentoring people in terms of into the game, out of the game. Former boxer as well. Had opportunity to run and team with these guys for about a month before they picked up Nicewig, and Nicewig just fits in perfectly. He's got the energy that they need. Bowser's really good with the calls when it comes to circles, so they're going to be, again, a very tough team to beat. I would not take them lightly at all. Yes, they haven't been playing as much as they were going up into that, but it's tournament day. When they go and bring that energy and they bring those positive vibes, they have what it takes to win.
Absolutely. So let me ask this question, and I know this is going to be a hard one, and I'm just calling it as I say it off the cuff. Who do you think Yeet Squad's biggest competitor is in this lobby today? And it could be 15 people. It could be the other 19 teams. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
I think it's Rogue. It really is. TSM and Rogue, they really stand out to me. Complexity is very solid aim assist. That's why we had those guys in the top 5 teams on what to watch. But it could be anybody's game. It could be NRG. Silver Fox could come up big. But I'm really looking at Rogue just based on the consistency that they have in scrims and also the weekly tournaments that they're posting up. You have Snipe Downs really starting to come into form, get really comfortable. I actually think that he's improving greatly over the last couple of weeks. So he's one of the deadliest players in the game. You have to watch out for him consistently on where he is. And he's only playing Watson. You normally see a lot of Slayers that are playing like a Wraith or a Pathfinder. He's one of the most deadly Watsons out there. So if I had to pick, I would definitely say Rogue would be the team to watch out for in terms of this whole battle.
Absolutely. So something else to watch out for, and that is your tweets. Guess what? We've got a couple more because apparently there's a lot of setups that are happening to watch this very show. And I want to say thank you so much to Christian Booknotes here. I don't know what everyone else is doing, but my family is looking to cheer on Sola Fide for the Play Apex hashtag ALGS tonight. I'm also becoming more intrigued by doing this professionally. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for watching.
What a mustache.
And of course, oh my God, that mustache game is on point. Absolutely. And something else, coffee. You talked to me about this earlier today, Tom. Coffee is how we make the world go round. NASCAR Plus, Play Apex, perfect Sunday afternoon. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Emily, I hope that's just for the picture and not actually where you put your coffee on your laptop. That's dangerous.
You're giving Tom actual anxiety watching that. Let's see. Liko, he says, seeing how the ALGS Pros play is so damn intriguing. Hopefully I can say that word. I didn't just leave it out. I'm considering trying to become more of a patient player. Use them weapons I don't usually use. Hey, and I love that. Tom, you've done such a great job of taking us through some of those different comps, some of those different weaponry. And I love that this is something that has been felt in the community, and this is something that, you know, some of these amateur players can look at and say, you know what, I'm going to take that pro player's tip and I'm going to go and find my way up a leaderboard.
Yeah, let's touch base on some of these players' specialties and maybe some orthodox guns that they would be using. I would say complexity with some sort of hammer points, or sentinels with some sort of hammer points could come out, even a Mozam hammer points, but P20 definitely. Look out for Nox R9, Hal's R9. Got to watch out for Noko with the Hemlock. He's a very strong Hemlock player. Talk about Snipe Down earlier. His scout's absolutely ridiculous. He loves the Prowler. You got to watch out for Nice Wig shots with the R9. Got to watch out for a lot of these guys. Everybody, it doesn't really come down to your shots as much as it comes down to the way that you play what your cards are dealt with. You can't really force your hand in this game. You have to really take what's coming towards you, and then maybe you could go and capitalize on someone else's mistakes. But I'm really looking forward to seeing Noko with the Hemlock personally. He's really exciting to watch. And again, that's one of those guns that is extremely underrated. Expect to see more flatlines come out. Maybe you see some of these guys rocking a blue or purple mag on that just to go and have some sort of auto weapon as well.
I'll tell you something. Every time you use the word unrated, I get excited, or underrated, I should say. I get excited because it always means that chaos is soon to ensue. And speaking of chaos, well, actually, I'm going to try his transition and remind you that if you want to be a part of our social that we've put on our screen today, go over to @PlayApex. Make sure you tag it #ALGS. If you want to follow us on YouTube, it's @PlayApexCompete. But now, more importantly, we're going to see the competition begin just after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of the America's Finals. This is Fallout, joined alongside Girl for the very first time. Girl's joining us on broadcast. Incredibly excited to have you, Girl. Girl, for those that don't know you out in the stream and everyone watching online, quick introduction. Who are you? What do you do?
Hi, everyone. I'm Girl. I'm new to broadcasting, but I'm trying to learn as much as I can. I'm excited. I'm loving it. I am a streamer on Twitch. I've been playing Apex since release. I love it. I have competed in the past before, but my journey with competing is unfortunately over. Thanks for having me.
Hey, well, your journey with competing is over, which means we're lucky to have you on broadcast. And by lucky, I mean former competitive player. You play the game nonstop. You put hours and hours and hours into the game. As you can see by your stats here, the reason for everyone that's watching at home, we unfortunately don't have Girl's camera. Her camera's still in the mail on the way over, as she's going to be gearing up for a future broadcast with us, hopefully, as well. But for now, Girl will be joining us, and we'll get her beautiful brain and voice to join us on broadcast as well. And you guys, and basically, Girl, you just get to brag about your stats for the next 3 games, which is pretty impressive. Those stats, if I do say so myself.
The game will be starting here shortly. We're going to be starting in Kings Canyon for the first 2 games, as Tom mentioned earlier, and then we're going to be finishing up in World's Edge with the last 3 games. Are you excited in particular about any other team?
I am, yeah. There's too many storylines to count here. Of course, we have Rogue and TSM, how equally matched they were and how neck and neck they were in the last summer circuit. But then there's a team like Complexity, who has yet to win an online tournament. Can this be the first time they win? Sola Fide, another team that's gotten second place so many times and has yet to take a championship. Team Liquid and NRG looking to regain and return top 2, which I'm excited to see if that can happen as well. So we're going to be getting ready and gearing in for game number 1 here in just a moment. But for those that are not aware, let's take a look at how the points work and the scoring system is going to work for today. today. First place will take it home 12 points, so placement is crucial. You want to survive to late game, and of course, after that, 3-point differential between first and second to 9 points, all the way down to 11th through 15th, getting just 1 point. And of course, 1 point will be awarded for each and every kill as well. Girl, you've competed in these tournaments, you've qualified for a finals before. In your eyes, what's the better way to play? Is it for placement, or is it high kills, or a combination of both?
I love thinking about this because in the North Americas, or the Americas in general, they have so many different play styles, they have so many different competitive metas. I think there are going to be some teams, they're all going to start, I think, by going for placement, and then if they seem to be falling behind, they'll probably try and pick it up with kills. But there are some teams that we know of that have always been aggressive. I think Complexity would be one of those teams for sure to look at.
Undoubtedly, the team that literally just flies at everyone they see. And the cool thing is now, we saw it in the last tournament of Summer Circuit. We have this kind of new meta where, depending on your play style, to your point, in the Americas, we see a variety of play styles. You can run a different composition. We see Complexity running Bloodhound last time around in Summer Circuit 1. With their aggressive play, it just made a lot more sense for them. So I'm excited to see what we're going to see here. As obviously there's been quite a shakeup in meta. Girl, as we're loading into game number 1, talk to me a little bit about some of the changes that we've seen over the last few weeks with some changes to Legends and changes in meta.
Well, with Revenant coming in, it's been awesome to see like how they can pair him up with other characters. Some people pair him up with Crypto. Some people keep it simple and go Wraith, Gibraltar. That is really nice to see.
Yep, that's exactly right. You see a little bit of Revenant thrown into the mix. Of course, in our EMEA's final, we saw one team representing Revenant, as that was the first time we've seen Revenant in competitive play, given some of the recent changes. That was Alliance. However, they did not secure the top 2 or top 3 finish they would have liked to have seen. So you got to wonder if people in the Americas are taking notes and if we're going to see any Revenant being played. We did not see any Crypto played in the EMEA's as well. And we know Crypto has kind of increased in play rate over the last few weeks and some of the changes as well. So I'm interested to see what comps we're going to see. Is it going to be kind of the common Wraith Watson Pathfinder composition that we're used to seeing competitive Apex? That's kind of the bread and butter, the tried and true. Of course, Gibraltar got thrown into the mix as of season 3, or will we see the addition of Revenant, more Bloodhound, since Complexity has kind of made that a thing, and maybe some Crypto thrown in? That is a question we will find out in just a moment, because I'm looking over to my left here, and it looks like game number 1 is loading and about to be underway on Kings Canyon to kick things off. For those that are also curious at home, we will be playing Kings Canyon on map number 1 and 2. Maps 3, 4, and 5 will be on World's Edge, so we get a little bit of diversity in maps, diversity in gameplay. Girl, I gotta ask you, between Kings Canyon and World's Edge, which one's your favorite?
Personally, for competitive, I like World's Edge because I find that it's much easier to get all the loot you need to take those 3-on-3s, go to those end zones. I think there's a lot more space in that map. Kings Canyon, it's a little bit iffy for me, but I like to see how the players will adapt to the map and work their way to winning these next 2 games.
Well said. Yeah, for competitive play especially, I think World's Edge, for a variety of reasons as a map, is in my eyes more fun to play on, more fun to cast. Kings Canyon, however, a lot of fun for online play and also great for competitive play for a variety of reasons. One, to me, Kings Canyon, there's a lot more verticality. You're going to see a lot of players, whether you're setting up on top of a building in artillery or in repulsor, or you're setting up or on top of a mountain with high ground. A lot more verticality that comes through on Kings Canyon, which we'll see come to fruition here, as it looks like game number 1 is underway. We are kicking off with Kings Canyon and the updated map. Of course, a few changes. The map room, as it looks like only one team will be dropping towards map room. An opportunity for teams in that area to figure out where everyone else on the map is. As I say that, looks like an early kill going to come through. It's going to be the Yeet Squad starting strong with a kill over Zenile, a player that is no stranger to the grand finals.
It's nice to see Nicewig picking up that finish. He's playing Pathfinder, so he can easily get away if he was ever in trouble. And here we go. They're already finding great armors, purple, blue, and white.
Enemy over there.
Yeah, so not only some kill points to their name, but they're also going to get some great loot as well. So a good start so far, as meanwhile, the former Flying Saucer squad of Saucer, Zenile, and Teen currently down a member as it currently stands. They are playing as the Wraith One Tricks this time around, so you like to see the team name from the Wraith One Tricks, but they're going to be fighting against a absolutely loaded in terms of armor and resources Yeet squad, and a team that's coming off a championship win. We know Nicewig won his first tournament last time around. We all saw the player profile of 6, by the way, one of the best player profiles I think I've seen. It's hard not to get emotional, and can you just imagine on Father's Day the story of 6 winning. The first year he lost on Father's Day, he lost his father, and coming out with the first place finish. Big shout out to 6, one of the most intelligent and standout pro players we have in our scene, as it looks like Saucer and Teen are just going to back out and reset here.
I'm curious to see where they're going to revive their teammate, because right now I think anyone would be pushing that revive. So really curious to see where they're going to revive him.
That's a good question, especially if they're center map. That might call just for a third party off the beginning. And meanwhile, on board with North and Co, as they currently are rotating through. North Yo-Yo here with decent loot to their name, 2 blue shields, a white shield. They're just going to be able to loot for free, and they are also in the next ring. They have Pathfinder. Courtesy of that Pathfinder, we're able to see where the second ring is going to be. It looks like it's going to be center map, as we just saw on screen a moment ago. So a very central ring and a very central finish to start things off, which makes you think on the rotation is some of the teams that play maybe map room or the outer edge of the map, like the rig, etc. They'll be forced to fight on their rotation. We'll see if any fights ensue.
Let's explore this way.
Team NRG have themselves in a really good position, and they're playing Gibraltar, so I don't even think that they know that they're in such a good position. But unfortunately, they have 2 whites and an Evo. Evo's pretty good, though. Hopefully they can rack up some damage and get that to red.
Meanwhile, we all know my man Rain Day loves himself a charge rifle. We're going to see some charge rifle gameplay from Cross Map as Gentrifying trying to get some shots. I believe that is of Aim Assist. And by the way, Aim Assist won the NA Finals lobby this morning. They took home 59 points over Team Liquid, over NRG, some great names. As they got second and third place. So we'll see what Aim Assist can do, some of our controller players representing. Meanwhile, Petty Boss, Smile, and Only One Mini, a team that's played consistently as Team Smile in our online tournament, currently in some danger as Petty Boss is down.
NRG is applying a lot of pressure to Team Smile. I wonder if they'll be able to get out of this. They just got the revive off. They're looking forward to healing. I think they got the building secured. They'll be able to reset.
Yeah, great reset by Team Smile as they're able to survive and fight another day. Good pressure from NRG. It looked like it was an Arc Star kind of cross map, Kobe type of Arc Star that got the kill, that got the down for them, but they're not able to follow up with the kill. I think it's a smart decision on NRG not to push that, not to try and finish that kill, because next thing you know, you're going to have 2 or 3 third parties right at your feet. So I think a wise decision for NRG. Whether they know it or not, they are very well positioned here. Maybe they're witnessing some Pathfinders rotating early, and we joke about it often, but follow the Pathfinder is kind of the rule of thumb. If you want to know where the second ring is going to be, as chances are those Pathfinders hit a beacon and know something that you don't know. So NRG maybe got that intel early on.
Team Silver Fox are getting pressured. They're not looking to fight, they're looking to run away, try and heal up, and find a spot. I think perhaps take this area around the tree, portal out, try and get to some kind of safety.
Yeah, in a rough position as they're trying to rotate and claim a real estate in center circle if they can. However, a lot of that real estate is already claimed by Watson, as we see a lot of teams set up early. NRG, even without their Watson, already set up. Meanwhile, we're going to jump on as Silver Fox is able to find some real estate of their own, and they're going to be able to post up towards center map. And inside the second ring as well, they also don't have that intel representing a Gibraltar comp with Zach Mazer playing Gibraltar. Meanwhile, back on board with Aim Assist. Looks like they're going to find a team of their own. Aim Assist is going to take it like close quarters. What you'd like to see is there a team called Aim Assist. That's for sure. Gentrifying can take out one. It's Brazuca's team coming from Brazil. That's going to be 3 kills picked up with quite ease from Team Aim Assist. A very strong 3-player wipe. That's 3 kill points to their name. And they have themselves a in-ring setup. Well done from Aim Assist.
Yeah, very well done. I really like the Prowler right now, especially on Burst Fire. It does so much damage.
Yep, so we've known that Prowler has been in meta and strong for quite some time now, a few months, I believe since around Season 4 is kind of when it entered the competitive meta with a bit of a buff that it received. Meanwhile, on board now, a couple shots put in with the Wingman cross range. High ground, this is the verticality we kind of referenced earlier of Kings Canyon. that you don't have as much of in World's Edge. As you know, if you have high ground is crucial. We saw it as Nasky, Strafe, and Dell were able to win game number 1 with high ground to close things out. So high ground cannot be understated. Meanwhile, some good shots put in. Got to be careful though, because the third party is certainly going to ensue, and that's why I think you're going to see Phony Head and Co. back out, opt not to chase this fight, not to chase for kills, and instead just survive.
Yeah, they were putting in a lot of damage. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get any enough.
Yep, great damage indeed across map.
They're still putting a lot of pressure on this team. This team has to get into the next zone somehow, but it is still first zone, so they'll be able to make it around another way.
That's exactly right. I think sometimes you don't want to force a square peg in a round hole and forcing a rotation. That's just not there. You have so many other options, especially in Kings Canyon. There's less choke points, more of an open map, and more opportunity to rotate early on. As finally, we're going to jump on board with one of the fan favorites. It is Complexity, one of the most aggressive and fast-paced teams. Here comes the Bloodhound scan. They're going to spot all 3 of their opponents. However, a Watson fence is going to slow them down quite a bit. So for the first time in a long time, Complexity is going to back out, reset, and choose not to push. One key storyline coming into this tournament, which I could hardly believe when I heard it. Blue is actually playing on controller. He made the swap from keyboard and mouse to controller for this tournament, and only a couple days on controller. I believe he, of course, played a lot of controller when he was younger on various titles, but I'm interested to see how this fares for him playing on controller for the first time, offering some diversity to this Complexity squad. 2 keyboard and mouse players, 1 controller player, and he'll enjoy himself some R99, slight aim assist.
Yeah, he's been practicing a lot the last week, and I think a lot of people are excited to see what they can do with that. But unfortunately, they could not push there. They were just in a tight spot, a little choke, and they'll look for another fight to come.
Yeah, back on board with the expensive agents. 303 Phony Head, formerly of 303 Esports, putting some shots long range. Again, we talk about high ground and the good positioning that they have. Now we're going to see where the next range location is, and they're not going to get it. They're going to have to rotate. Meanwhile, Silver Fox, in the same real estate we mentioned earlier, is going to take out E-Boy Ronnie of Anime Girls Yu Woo. Great kill comes through, and again, the comedy in Apex Legends names also coming through.
Yeah, I think they're looking for his teammates now, wondering where they are. I don't think he knew that this team was in the building. And that's a nice thing about not running a Watson and not showing presence, is that you can get an easy kill if someone's trying to rotate into your building.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, a lot of the times you want Watson because you want to look big, you want to show presence, you don't want people to rotate. However, if you, on the flip side, if you're at Gibraltar not showing presence, you can easily get a surprise pick or a surprise opportunity for a team. Maybe catch them with their pants down, not necessarily recognizing that you're set up in position. So great call out there. Meanwhile, back on board with the expensive agents, as it looks like 303 Phony Head did get taken out already. All eyes on Huge Gorilla as well as Shiny to see if they can make something happen in this one. They're going to be down a player. Looks like they haven't got the banner recovered just yet either.
I hear a crypto drone coming up, but they're able to pretty much kill both players before the drone even pops. There's a good wipe from LTP.
Yeah, and there you have it. LTP, who placed, I believe, top 5, top 6 in our last tournament. They are one of our teams that auto-qualified this time around. They're going to pick up a nice 2-kill flank. Great flank coming through. And for the very first time in competitive Apex, we have Crypto being played in competitive meta. That is by LTP. So we can expect to hear a lot more of the Crypto drone flying around, especially with some of the recent changes and recent buffs to Crypto. A lot more viable. And again, offers a different playstyle for these teams. You could play more of a recon playstyle. So now we have an aggressive playstyle comp or meta with Bloodhound. We have more of a recon-based playstyle with Crypto. And then, of course, we have our early rotation playstyle with Pathfinder that we're used to seeing in competitive Apex. Meanwhile, Silver Fox, I believe this is the same exact house that they were located in moments ago. Same exact thing is going to happen. They're going to catch MSG off guard, as Millions Gaming, coming from the South America region, currently in a rough spot. They're going to lose one. That's the Pathfinder who's going to get taken out. I think it was by the hands of Silver Fox. Yes, it was. Another kill picked up thanks to the positioning from Silver Fox.
That's 2 kill points racked up for Team Silver Fox. The Wraith looks like he's going to rat it out, try and grab those banners later on.
Exactly right. So no Watson, but guess what? You have a Caustic, and you have some gas to be able to set up and still maintain control, maintain setups. You don't necessarily, it goes to show, you don't necessarily need that Watson to stay big, and to stay a little bit intimidating in position. Because now we have seen a Caustic meta as well. We haven't talked about that yet. But, you know, four or five different team comps that we've seen so far in this one. So perhaps some of the changes that came through from some of the devs actually showing a little bit more variety. I know as a caster, I know as viewers, it's good to see a little bit more variety and some different play styles, some different team comps in competitive Apex.
Yeah, Caustic's really, really good for defending buildings. And like we said earlier, the fact that they're not playing Watson, they're not showing presence, they were able to catch 2 teams off guard this game.
Meanwhile, big fight's going to go down. It looks like it's going to be a clean sweep again for Team Silver Fox. They are not done yet, as they are just flying at people right now, picking up kills, showing, hey, we don't need a Bloodhound to play aggressive. We can do it with a Caustic as well. Of course, you still have Wraith on your team, so there's always the opportunity to rotate early, to get into position early, and of course to back out of positioning earlier, despite some of the recent changes in Wraith's kit. Of course, it's harder for that to get out of jail free card. You got to be a little bit smarter with how you position yourself.
Team AMEA on screen right now. They have the charge rifle. They've gotten the red Evo shield. Now I believe they're going to try and look for a kill so they can swap out that charge rifle into a better gun, because they don't need it for poking damage anymore. They're going to need better guns going into the late game so they can get into those 3v3s.
16 squads remain in this one. On board now with Sentinels also running a Caustic on their team comp. Sentinels a team that's known to play pretty aggressive as well. Aim assist. In a good position, though, getting some good shots off. High ground stays true. More tags on blue shields. They recognize, hey, they only have blue shields. You might have an opportunity here to take advantage. They're going to try and do exactly that. Designful gets himself in a bad spot, trying to rotate, barely going to survive by the hair on his chinny chin. 1 HP for him. Meanwhile, his team's going to have to pick up slack, getting some good shots in cross map, and it is going to be Aim Assist who does it. 3 kills picked up on a Sentinels roster that we all know is so incredibly dominant as well. So this Aim Assist squad with momentum on their side, a strong start to the day in the North America Finals, is going to continue where they left off here at 6 kills for Aim Assist.
They did play that perfectly. They had the Pathfinder playing aggressive. He did as much damage as he could. He got away with 1 HP, and then his teammates cleaned up the fight. Got to switch their guns, took out the charge rifle for an R9. They played it perfectly.
Well said and well played for Team Aim Assist. Meanwhile, jumping on board with iShiny Muffins Protectful, which is different than Shiny Muffins BCJ, the team name that we're used to staying. No longer playing with BCJ, slight roster change. They're now playing with Protectful. Might be because, you know, BCJ was playing multiple genres, multiple games. Maybe they weren't getting the practice in that they wanted to get. And of course, picking up Protectful as a full-time third might have been the wiser decision. We will see if that pays off here. They're now in a bad spot. Protectful, last member alive. Your time to shine, bud. He's going to connect for 1, but finally does get taken out. Just like that, Protectful, Shiny, and Muffins eliminated. The McCarthy brothers of Shiny and Muffins taken out early on in this one. Meanwhile, Complexity is in a world of hurt right now. Here come the third parties. We know they just got out of a fight recently. Team Liquid is going to be their enemy, as it looks like Complexity, bar something insane from Reptar, some way, somehow alive, trying to hide. He's going to get taken out. Team Liquid with the team wipe over Complexity. Unfortunate for COL, as they had just finished the fight against Shiny Muffins.
Team Liquid took advantage of that third party, cleaned up a really good team. They did a great job there.
Currently watching Saucer and Co, aka the Wraith 1 Tricks, still in a solid position here. And high ground, again, we talked about the importance of high ground. They're currently not in ring, they're not in circle, so they're going to have to hit a rotation. They also don't have a Pathfinder to leverage some type of high ground zip line, so they're going to have to rotate the good old-fashioned way. Luckily, they do have a Gibraltar to lay down some artificial cover for them when they are maybe pushing through the river or through, you know, some areas that are not open or available. Meanwhile, taking a quick look, it looks like Solafide still alive in this one. TSM alive as well, so some of our top teams that we're used to seeing still surviving.
Yeah, some spots to get right now would be inside of bunker, the big building outside of bunker. You could even hide right outside those bunker doors on the little high ground. And I believe a couple houses. Oh, and on top of the hill would be a really good spot right now. Have that high ground advantage.
call where to rotate. Meanwhile, Team getting some great wingman shots, not missing a shot on his opponents in front of him, and they recognize, hey, if they're weak, they're damaged, let's take advantage of this fight while we can. We also have some grenades. However, they got to be careful because some third parties are going to come through. It looks like Saucer, the last member alive, he is in a world of hurt right now, getting tagged up, and that's going to be it officially for the Wraith 1 Tricks. They were able to get Zenial back up and revived, but it's not going to matter as they get eliminated now. NRG, Nathan and Frex's last 2 alive of this NRG squad. NRG, a former champion in online tournament number 5 or 6, I believe, looking to return into a top 3 finish and a top 3 spot. It's going to be tough to do so, and only 2 people left. Now, still with TSM, Reps is going to get taken out as well. So we've had some of our top teams for heavy hitters eliminated already. Complexity, TSM out of this one. Aim Assist, who's been performing incredibly well, still alive in this scenario. They're going to get a revive off as well. They're going to pick up some kills over Godsent. It's Kubsky who gets taken out already. Speaking of top teams, Rogue in a very good position here. Perfectly plays Zipline, and just like that, Rogue now in a solid spot with 10 squads remaining.
Rogue is going to take a look into the cracks of this building and try and pick up all the kills on the inside. They have a really good spot, really good angles to pick up through, and no one will be in their back to shoot at them.
Exactly right. That's very, very well positioned here from Rogue. And they want to fight with inside this house. Question. Looks like they're going to body block right now. They're just going to survive. They recognize, hey, there's an ult from Gibraltar somewhere. We just got to survive this as long as we can. Meanwhile, Solafide in a world of hurt in a tough position, still alive in this one as well. Solafide, a squad that has earned the respect of many. We saw the tweet come through of the family that is watching and supporting Solafide right now. You love to see it as they're getting some great shots in. It's Pride cross map. Going to wraith his way and phase his way out. Back to protection. Perfectly played from Solafide. Rogue going to get eliminated from this one. Solafide still alive and in a perfect spot to potentially win this one.
Yeah, they're still inside the zone, in the next zone, in that building. They definitely have a really good spot to win the game, actually. If they could defend that building right, they potentially can win this game. Exactly
right. Meanwhile, it was Aim Assist, I believe, that took out Rogue. Wow. Aim Assist with just complete aggression, complete domination in a great showing from the Aim Assist squad. Another team that is very well positioned to win this based on their positioning is Solafide. I want to listen at how they're going to play this one out exactly. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen with Solafide.
I'm watching top team. I'm watching top team.
We really, our only focus is we just need a hard focus top team.
Yep. They're going to be coming down now. Get ready. Crypto's coming.
Crypto drone.
I'm going to place bubble right here.
Crypto's on the right. Or the drone's on the right. Can we shoot the drone?
I'm looking for it.
Bubble's downstairs. Bubble's downstairs.
I'm batting.
In!
Yeah, yep. Wraith flash on gold, right to your right, Claire.
Oh my.
Back Crypto.
Crypto down.
Bro, how do we lose that?
Back. You don't bubble right there.
Wow, an unfortunate elimination for Solafide. You heard the frustration in their voice. How did we lose that? They were so well positioned, and it was LTP that just decided to play with aggression, push the fight, and they came out on top. Kind of caught Solafide unexpected, as one member of Solafide was still, I think it was Pride, was using a bat to try and survive, try and get his health back. Instead, it is our Crypto squad in position here. And guess what? With the small ring, you have the ability to use that Crypto drone EMP to do some absolute work here. I'm interested to see how LTP plays this one out, as now it is their game to lose in my eyes, given their positioning. However, one team that might stop that is Aim Assist.
Yeah, unfortunately for Solafide, that they had an EVA 8 against a Mastiff, and it's really hard to play those bubbles with an EVA 8 when you're playing against a Mastiff and also having 50 armor, 50 health, damage down.
It's a great call out. Of course, it's easier kind of get in a rhythm of that bubble fight with the Mastiff shot 1 by 1 versus the A of 8. Obviously, it's not hit for as hard when you're able to strafe inside and outside of the bubble. So great call out. That's why we're glad to have you on, girl. Good to have your insights as a competitive player. Currently on board now with Aim Assist, a team that's been on fire. 4 kills right now in the hands of Designful, and he's not done yet. See how they play this one. Currently in an interesting and rough spot. Meanwhile, Smile, one of our other 3 squads remaining. So in the end, it is LTP Smile, and Aim Assist, our last 3 teams, as all 3 members of each team, I believe, are alive. It is a 3v3 fight to see how this one's going to finish. Here comes the push. It is LTP. Here comes the EMP from the drone. It's going to put in work, making it difficult for everyone else alive. However, Lion's going to go down. Petty Boss going to go down as well. It is an absolute bloodbath, and guess what? It is gentrifying, Designful, and Resulta in the perfect position to third party. The perfect position to close this one out. And with the scout, they're going to do exactly that. A strong finish from Aim Assist, and what a game, number 1. Much like Nasky, Strafe, and Dell on the European side of things, after winning the EU finals, they win the tournament. Well, after winning the NA finals, it is Aim Assist that does incredibly well to start things off in game number 1. Girl, your thoughts on how that last late game played out?
Well, late game when there's 3 squads left, you just have to pray that the other 2 teams fight. If the other 2 teams fight, you have the biggest advantage to win. And because one of those 2 teams were running crypto, all they wanted to do was EMP, try and get second place. That was all that was on their mind. And then Aim Assist took advantage of that, won the game beautifully.
Well said. I believe they were able to do that. Obviously playing for second. We'll, of course, get the results here in a moment when we toss back to the analyst to break down the action. Let's go ahead and throw it back over to Kate and the legend himself, Tom T-Squared Taylor. Good to have you on the desk, buddy.
Yeah. It is good to have you on the desk, Tom. Man, and I will say right off the bat, we need to acknowledge your top 5 teams to watch were exactly the top 5 we should have been looking at. Tell us what we just saw with Aim Assist.
I mean, Aim Assist just came out hot. You know, John hit the nail right on the head. That's exactly how GST looked when they ended up winning earlier with that hot game number 1. They came out, got the first 3 kills, dropping it down to 19 squads. They continued to snowball, and at the end, the positioning was absolutely perfect. They had the high ground, and then they dropped down to that rock, forced the other 2 teams into each other. That's why you saw the EMP coming out from the former Noble squad, and there's nothing you could do if you're Smiles' team right there. You just end up getting charged from the other team inside the building. Everybody lined up perfectly right in front of Aim Assist, and they just got so many points from that first game.
So many points. And while we wait for that final moment and those points to be tabulated, I want to talk real quick about these different comps. In our EMEA version earlier this morning in that region, we saw some picking and choosing of Revenant. That's some great stuff. Game number 1, the Americas, we had Caustics, we had Revenants, we had Bloodhounds. My gosh, where on earth did this come from? Is this the kind of Apex that we're looking to see? And does this change up our entire gameplay?
It's really exciting because, again, the casters talked about this perfectly. There's multiple team compositions and there's multiple play styles that go with these compositions. If you're running a Pathfinder squad, just like we saw the Aim Assist squad do and a lot of other teams, you're going and scanning that beacon. You're going to drop somewhere where you're going to get a guaranteed beacon almost every single time. You hit that thing, try to find out where the zone is, and then you rotate in towards the middle and hold teams out. On the other hand, we saw Gibraltar and Caustic together, which I feel like is one of the strongest teams as well. So when you go and play the edge, you really start to push in. Then we saw the Recon team that the former Noble squad is running. It's very, very deadly when you have that crypto in a pro player's hands going and just charging. I believe you saw TSM get taken out by the crypto drone. Numerous teams got taken out. There were so many kills being thrown back and forth that a lot of teams ended up getting suffocated in terms of kills and points. So when we go and look at this on the top 20 here and to see what the overall points are, I wouldn't be surprised to see a big discrepancy right now.
Absolutely. I love that listen live with Solafide. Where's the drone? Where's the drone? Crypto, I'll tell you what. Let's talk about that final moment, though, because I think it's very important and enigmatic of what we've seen here today. Here we go. Tom, take us through.
Yeah, so again, just keep in mind their positioning right here. You see this giant rock where they can just head glitch. They also net the portals right there, so you just sit there with the Prowler. It's on burst fire. You're going to absolutely destroy. You have the Scout in your back pocket, which is the perfect range for here. Just amazing shots, leading a shots across the map right there, taking down that gold armor. And it's just a sight to behold. It's a thing of beauty when your whole team's not even getting shot at. And it's the final 2 teams fighting in front of you in a tournament in the finals. It doesn't get any easier than this.
I'll tell you what, like shooting fish in a barrel coming out of that portal. That's got to feel good. Now, while we still wait for it, we actually do have game results ready. Yahoo! Let's take a look. We already know who the Aim Assist were on top, but let's take a look at who we came in next to them. Smile came in at number 2. 11 kills, though, for LTP. LTP fielding a crypto here, which, as John mentioned, first in competitive Apex. So that's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, LTP, the initials for Lion, Panda, and Tech. So that's no longer going to call them the former Noble Squad. We'll get the names right this time, boys. LTP, I got you guys. 11 kills, you're right. A lot of teams getting suffocated, though. Silver Fox, they had a really strong early game, but ended up falling short. They couldn't really push past those buildings. As we take a look at the overall points, again, a big discrepancy in that top area because of the fact that Aim Assist with 29 overall from their first game. Phenomenal start for them.
Absolutely phenomenal. We'll see if they can keep that same strat going all the way through this entire day. Again, this is just game 1. I love that they came out swinging. I love the chaos from these different comps, and I love to see that drone just kind of finding its way around the map, which is fantastic. So I will say at this point that, and I sound like a broken record, but it seems like anybody's game. And with these different comps, who's to know what is tried and true and who's to know what works and doesn't. So this is going to be a really interesting games 2, 3, and 4, as well as 5. So.
Oh, no doubt about it. And keep in mind, we have one more King's Canyon, and then we start to switch on over to World's Edge. So if you're a TSM fan or whatever it is, know that they're coming out hot when it comes to World's Edge. Maybe they're still working on their King's Canyon. Maybe they're going to bust out a Revenant or a Crypto because they see the fact that it's working so well for the LTP squad. But again, Aim Assist with 29 points, that's scary. If they're playing that well, that's a team that you have to watch out for. 1 or 2 more good games, and they may not be able to be caught, just like Yeet Squad was in the previous tournament.
Now, one thing I wanted to real quick touch on, and the casters did this earlier, Lou from Complexity. Complexity, of course, 1 point away from making top 3 in our last Super Regional. But Complexity's, Lou, they are a controller player. What kind of, I mean, at this point, what does that mean for Complexity? What does that mean? How many other controller players do we have? I mean, this is a game dominated by mouse and keyboard.
There's a lot of them. Keep in mind that we have cross-platform that's coming out in the fall, so we're going to see a lot more controller players that are coming out here and potentially competing in the tournaments as well. And it does give you a slight advantage when it comes to the aim assist, but everyone will tell you when you play mouse and keyboard that there's really no cap to how you're going to be able to play. You're a little bit limited when you play on controller in terms of the way that you loot. Also, if you play on a lower sensitivity, you're not able to play off do as many of the flashy plays that you would like to, but it's not just that, it's the angles that you need to take and how fast you need to watch your back. So it's just a comfort thing. It's not like I'm going to go and play this because I think it's overpowered. Maybe Lou's trying to, find something here, like a little bit of an X factor to go and push himself over. But I've always played, controller. I've played a little bit of mouse and keyboard as well. And it's always just been a comfort thing for me. It's been a muscle memory thing. And it's just great to see. I like seeing the mixture of people coming in, and I like seeing, again, a team like Aim Assist going out and really proving themselves now in the finals, which we haven't seen before. So it's a scary thing when these guys are on fire. It really is. And I'm very impressed the way that they're able to come out so hot with so many points to start this one. But it's just game 1, Kate. We still got 4 more amazing games to go. Everybody in this lobby is capable of dropping 30 points in one game, just like we saw.
It is all deadly, and everybody, to your point, is just a little scary. But let's talk a little bit about the game 1 highlights, because we have some beautiful masterclass in Apex Competitive. Tom, let's talk through exactly what we are seeing on our screen.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a finisher early, coming in from Nicewig, saying, hey, don't land over here. This is my spot. We're going to take control of this. So that was a Swamps fight to start everything off. And then you saw a lot of action going on over towards this building, which was a rotation, a key rotation on over towards where the circle was going to end. We saw a lot of action over here. We saw a lot of action over towards 82, which is the sniper tower over here. This is where the EMP play came eventually from LTP, where they took over the top. And they just get taken out so fast, as they were saying during the cast, before the EMP even pops off. Great grapple there from Lion. And a heads-up play to punch your teammate to even more safety while he's on the ground. That wasn't just, hey, man, you got knocked. We're going to go and BM you because you're my teammate and we're making fun of you. That was a strategical punch to try to get him further away so he's a little bit safer. But this is what's scary. When you go and you watch these perfect shots right there from Gentrifying and the rest of the squad, as Girl was saying, they played that perfectly. Not only that, but their positioning is just so ideal here for this final fight, and that's why they were able to milk so many points.
That is where the W comes from in win for sure. I'll tell you something, and I'm going to try and segue my way from some incredible gameplay to the fact that you guys have put together some incredible setups to watch us here today. And apparently that's a theme in our social. So let's take a look. We've got some tweets that show us exactly what the way that you guys are watching us today, which is so much fun. Join some ALGS while playing Apex. Oh, it's so meta. It's just Apex on Apex on Apex, Tom.
It really is. If you don't watch this, if you watch this and it doesn't make you want to play, I don't know if you're really an Apex fan, honestly, because watching these guys just makes you fired up. You really learn a lot from these types of things, and shout out to all the fans that are submitting all these tweets. I really appreciate you guys. Dual setups, look at that. I mean, just absolutely amazing.
Absolutely, and a very good point, guys. Thanks so much indeed for being a part of our show. And of course, hashtag ALGS if you'd like to be a part. And listen, we're going to send you a hug from our homes to you as well in Mexico. Thank you so much for watching. And I think we got one more that just warms my heart. John and girl, guess what? You got one big fan there with 4 legs, ready for Super Regional number 2. Can't wait to see what happens. That dog looks
with the comfiest
entrenched.
blanket. Just the comfiest blanket as well.
It's just an adorable thing that I can't even handle. I just can't. But guess what? If you want to be a part of our show, and apparently lots of people do, which is so great. We're thanking you so much for being a part and for watching us, more importantly. Hashtag ALGS. And if you want to go for @PlayApex, you can tweet us. We might even show you on the show here. And quite frankly, your setups are giving us life today. So if you have any more pet pics, setup pics, if you want to show us how you're watching today, it's all gravy. It's all good. And if you want to follow us on YouTube, @PlayApexCompete is our YouTube channel. And as well, twitch.tv/PlayApex. So just so many ways to toss, so many ways to see. I just read like I was Ron Burgundy. That's funny. At any rate, I want to make sure that it is all for us right now. But we are going to be right around the corner with some terrific gameplay with Rain Day and Onset right after this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
And welcome to Game 2, ladies and gentlemen. The beautiful Rain Day is alongside me for our second voyage into Kings Canyon. But we need to just quickly touch on what happened in that first game, Evan, because, I mean, it wasn't just a win for Aim Assist. We've been looking at the stats behind the scenes, and I think you've got some stats which kind of back up how big a win that was, right?
Unbelievable Onset as well. And, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't return the beautiful comment right there. I mean, I know that there's just so much clarity coming from the way that you've been presenting the info and casting alongside me these last couple of weeks. So, you know, I just want to say, hopefully everyone has their glasses out so you can see the beauty that this man is bringing, not just the audition of his voice, which we all love to hear alongside myself right now. And you're right. The stats were not just exciting and interesting. They were impressive to a degree we haven't seen. Not only a 17 kill game, but you're talking about the damage of really being almost 3,000 damage outside of even second place. And when you look at second place, they're 2,000 damage outside of third place. And you talk about the comparative dominance that we saw happen, especially speaking of Aim Assist. It's a level of play that if they can continue, even for another game, Mark, they're putting themselves in a position to not only qualify for September, but absolutely win this lobby.
And the thing that kind of excites me as well, the fact that we've got these 2 games on Kings Canyon before we head over to World's Edge, and the fact that a lot of teams are still learning how to replay this new Kings Canyon. Obviously, we talk about new POIs, which means new rotations, which means, you know, new end circles, and all of these factors that have to be mixed together for these teams to be successful. It's giving us some results that maybe we didn't expect if we were just playing across World's Edge. I mean, you look at the leaderboards here, we have the likes of TSM and Rogue. Placement point-wise, outside of the top 10, Rogue got some good KP on the board, sort of push them up a little bit. But again, you got Yeet Squad down at the bottom of the table. And again, I think it is that Kings Canyon meta that really is shaking things up for us.
Yeah, you do have to, you know, be mindful that these prior tournaments were World's Edge based, and the fact that Kings Canyon is now in the rotation, it's another layer to adapt. And Yeet Squad, who are already qualified for September, finishing first in that last SC1, I think are still in a good spot to continue to have some good games here as they relax, as they get into the rhythm. But you got to remember, they're playing against teams not only who could win this lobby, as was mentioned by T Squared so aptly, but they also have something to play for that they haven't gotten yet, Mark. And I think that's going to be the sign. You know, you look at teams that have come in and very, very close, like Solafide, who are almost a few points away. And you look at Complexity, 1 point away from guaranteeing their spot in September behind Rogue, behind TSM. So they've got a lot to play for. I'd look for them to have a big game too, and hopefully carry that through the rest of the tournament.
I'm keeping my eyes on Complexity as well, because we saw how they've kind of shaken things up a little bit in the way that they approach competitive Apex Legends. They're heavily relying on those kill points. They're heavily relying on those slays and winning those straight up team fights. And I just wonder if Kings Canyon is actually going to lend itself to that playstyle. It works pretty well on World's Edge, where they have a little bit more space to isolate those fights. But on Kings Canyon, you've got so many third-party opportunities. Do you think Complexity's playstyle is going to be as successful here on Kings Canyon as to what it was on World's Edge?
It's a great point you bring up, and I actually would agree that it's not going to be as successful here. Now, we don't know what will happen in game 2, and it might have just been a flub in game 1 where they didn't really get rolling. But your idea is absolutely not only correct from an ideological standpoint, from a statistical standpoint. And that's why, you know, when Jason McCord was talking about how their maps and the way they design these maps actually bridge into fights happening in different areas, or hot points, so to speak, where they see players dying again and again and again, the closer some of these chokes are, the limited options to take, you're going to see these hot points be almost bigger, where, you know, you don't have the ability to take a fight 30 yards away and not have someone show up at the tail end of it, especially when they see Complexity getting kills and they know you're a threat in the lobby. So it's another hoop for Complexity to come, you know, and try to get over. We know last tournament they had that unfortunate DC, and it seemed to rattle a lot of the momentum after their first big wins with Bloodhound. But like me, and I think we're hoping to see maybe a comeback here, maybe a way to adapt that obviously shows not only their ability to play well, but to play under different circumstances and still be considered a very, very high level team.
And a slow game 1 isn't necessarily the worst thing for Complexity, right? Because we've seen them previously. No. They had this amazing first game in a tournament where they blow everyone away, and we're like, wow, like, this Complexity lineup is scary. But then they kind of tail off a little bit. So maybe this is the opportunity for them to refocus. But now it's the opportunity for some of, you know, the bigger names in this lobby to refocus as well. And just to give everyone an update, we're just trying to get into this lobby as quickly as we can to get back into Kings Canyon for game number 2. But as I said, the likes of Rogue, the likes of TSM, not the strongest game here, but interesting thing for me as well is how TSM have reverted from what they were trying a little bit with that Crypto Revenant lineup to going back to what has brought them so much success. They've got Albreleli back on the Pathfinder. They've got Reps back on the Watson as well. I mean, what are your thoughts on that change? Do you think it's a positive thing for them?
You know, I think when you go back to comfort, especially in moments where you have so many other things to focus, you're being reintroduced to Kings Canyon. You have teams like Rogue, and you have teams like Complexity, and you have teams like Liquid, and you have teams that have consistently been, even Yeet Squad as well. And now you have Aim Assist. You have teams that are almost coming out of the space that's been left by TSM, stopping their five tournament win streak. You know, I think it's better for them to drop into something that they feel completely comfortable with rather than taking a risk in this SC2. And, you know, they may be qualified for September, but I think this is going to be a test. Can this lineup work for us just throughout the rest of the month so we just get better at this? Or I think they're also learning, does this lineup help counter what we're seeing teams run? We're seeing a lot of Caustic Gibby. We're seeing some Crypto Revenant, but not a lot. And they're going to see, how does this really fare against that, especially since, you know, we have decided to go back to our more comfortable, our more tried and true, you know, traditional style of play. And I think that works for them, and I think it's a smart decision.
We'll be keeping our eyes on TSM, of course, as the games roll on. But, of course, the Apex Legends community isn't just the players, of course. A lot of people behind the scenes who put in a lot of amazing work to keep us up to date with all the statistics, all the tournaments, and everything that goes in the competitive scene. And we love this little man quite a lot, so we put this together for him.
My name is Jasper Jacobs. I'm also known as Keno, and I've essentially been around on Apex since the beginning of launch. Wikipedia is essentially what I would call an esports wiki, where people can find information about players, organizations, teams in whatever game. They can also find information about tournaments and find the latest results. When Apex launched, I sort of got the chance to work on the first wiki, like, from the very start. I personally set a goal for me, like, I want to make one of the best sources for competitive Apex. I think my favorite part about Wikipedia is the community around it. The game is easily like a high energy, battle royale with lots of movement. I think the community and the game in that regard like fit very well together. So what inspires me is mostly seeing the other people in the competitive community work to reach their goals. I think being around those sort of people also helps me motivate myself to reach my own goals as well. I think one of the most useful skills I've learned is mostly not being afraid to ask people questions. Quite a lot of first times I was like, oh, this guy is a pro, maybe he doesn't look up to me or doesn't want to answer me, he has too much things going on. But I just sort of realized that you can always just ask a question, and most of the times they're actually rather positive in answering. Having worked on the League for so long, and the appreciation from the community to me is always one of the greatest things, which makes it super fun to do. I think regarding Liquipedia for the future, I think mostly what I'm expecting to do is just keep following the Apex scene as competitive develops. To stay updated on competitive Apex, you should follow @Liquipedia Apex, which is our main Apex account.
Amazing stuff from Kano. Shout out to you again and everyone involved with Liquipedia for the work that you put in behind the scenes, because Evan, without that, we'd be lost, right?
We'd be absolutely lost. I would have no idea what to say whatsoever. But, you know, even in most situations where, you know, we have some semblance of an idea of who these teams are and what to do, there's always these little things that we sometimes, you know, have to learn last minute, or we have to actually get more clarity on. We want to know a player's history, and Liquipedia does something that, you know, it's one of those services that you don't realize when you have it how important it is. But if it went away, you would go, what is going on? Where is it now? It's like your whole ecosystem would fall flat. So we know it's a huge resource for a lot of people, including us, and we're definitely very thankful that it's being run so well.
Of course, if you're one of those people who are just getting into competitive Apex and you're watching for the first time, you want to know what's a little bit of history. You want to go back and see who's won some of these tournaments that we've had previously. Head over, of course, to Liquipedia and you can find all of that information. But good news, ladies and gentlemen, is that Game 2 is ready to roll. We're heading back onto Kings Canyon, the final game that we will have on Kings Canyon here before we transfer the players and the lobby over to World's Edge. What are your thoughts on this second game here, Evan? Who do you think needs to step up from their Game 1 performance?
We have to see a lot from a lot of different teams here. You're looking at Rogue taking 3 points, and despite the fact that they've already qualified, you expect them, you expect TSM, you expect Yeet Squad to be in these top parts of the lobby. But so far, it's been Solo Fide and Complexity that have caught my eye. Two teams that are so close and have been so close to actually qualifying already for the big tournament. And I think at this point in time, finding themselves around 8th and 9th, I want to see big games from them and really put themselves in a position to be competitive for that top 3. Another big story is will aim assist. After 6,000 plus damage with almost 2,000 damage per player in that first game and 17 kills. Can they keep it up, Mark? That's the real question.
Yeah, that is the real question. Can you do it game after game after game? Because we all know one big game doesn't win you a tournament. However, it does go a long way to help you potentially secure a first place finish. So for aim assist, they're going to be looking to do exactly that here. Add a little bit of consistency to that major game that they had in our first game here on Kings Canyon. But you can see the teams all spread out now on that drop and just chilling here. But we are actually going to see a little bit of an early battle going down here. And it's Rogue who are involved with it. And they're going to be taking down North Gobble here. Snipe down with the scout in hand. Manages to finish that fight pretty cleanly, pretty quickly. And that's going to be the first KP on the board for him.
And that is important because it is going to throw Rogue off just a little bit, force them to regroup, force them to take a little bit of a different path as far as just delay, knowing that Snipe Down could need a bit of a rotation. But they do find a kill, and that kill is on GYK Gobble. And that actually is a team that did extremely well last game. 7 points, but they found themselves in the top 5. And so this is somebody who doesn't want to start game 2 with the fight going the wrong side of basically the death box against Rogue. And now it seems like finding Yeet Squad over here. Nice wig, and Six and Bowser, these guys, we mentioned Bowser, the dungeon boss. They definitely really, I think, made such a great entrance into these SC1s and now SC2 with their win last tournament. It's just so much promise for this team that seems to be keeping on getting better and better.
Yeah, just nothing but plus vibes in this squad as well. If we get the chance to listen to some of their communication, it's always positivity. It's always positive reinforcement on each other's decision-making and complimenting on those shots that they hit as well. So definitely squad to listen to if you want to learn how to communicate with your teammates here in Apex Legends. But we are going to see that second circle popping up thanks to that Pathfinder beacon. And you can see it over the rig there. And it looks like it's going to be pulling hard towards the northeast of Kings Canyon. So for aim assist here, the team who won our first game, they're going to have a pretty comfortable rotation across the east side of this map.
And this is one of the interesting things when we talk about rotating on maps, you know, and I look at how these maps lend themselves to creating battles. You know, near Repulsor, near this map room, which is one of the most contested areas on Kings Canyon to land because it provides such good information, you're also looking at a place around the map that's relatively high ground. And so the idea of high ground being something valuable for players to utilize, it's something to keep track of, because noticing the paths of rotation from a place like Repulsor versus a place like Gauntlet, there's a lot of uphill climbing and choke points that you have to get through to rotate to something like this. Repulsor's going to have a relatively safe, relatively from high to low ground push there. So I do expect aim assist to continue really not having too much trouble, especially till the late rounds and things get a little bit more congested.
We're going to see expensive agents picking up a couple of knocks here and picking up a couple of KP along the way. And now we're going to have a bird's eye view of a Pathfinder punching someone in the face. And that's going to be North YOLO, unfortunately, going to be on the receiving end of that one, as Rogan going to pick up some more KP. And I think they're just finishing off the battle that they started a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, and Stomps, he's still alive, so they still have one that's kind of ratting around or made their escape. They sacrificed two to keep the last man alive, and we've seen that tactic before in many different genre, many different era, many different competition. But it seems to be working out so far, at least for GYK, to stay in and maybe fight for placement points. And actually looking at this map here, you might be able to see one of them. And now a big fight starting out with the EVA 8. He's trying to hit a couple of shots. He's got the purple bolt. Things look good from here.
Expensive agents then, a little bit caught off guard there by this team hold up in the building. And sometimes when you don't have those Watson fences up, it means that you don't know who's inside. But when you're hitting beautiful shots like that with the EVA 8, it doesn't really matter. They managed to clean this team out, and they will get all the revives, all the loot. They'll get themselves back into a position to fight another day. But I mean, that looked a little bit scary for a moment there for them, a little bit hairy, but they came out of it on the right side of that battle.
You know, Mark, I think the idea is that I didn't understand why they were expensive agents, but now seeing how clinical that was, how he went up, down, and around, and then, of course, the mess that he made, it seems like the expensive part is the cleanup, as they definitely finished that squad off. They're going to leave those boxes for someone else to pick up and deal with as well after they've looted and made their way towards the rest of the scene. NRG, though, losing Rocker, have this high ground really locked down here with Frex, and this is one of the most interesting spots. That if it does start to veer towards this way, my goodness, I mean, this high ground can be one of the most impactful places in an endgame.
You're on Liquid. Casper desperately trying to stay alive here. He's wiggling his worming his way through underneath. NRG are holding down at the moment. He's just about going to be able to get away. So Team Liquid do manage to stay up to a full complement of 3 players. But 19 squads still remaining here, as we still have around 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on this first ring. But so many teams already made that rotation. And I'm just looking at the kill feed, and it looks like Complexity are hunting down.
And Complexity, a team that we so much wanted to see show up a little bit today. And that's Yeet Squad that actually has got the bad end of a Mastiff. It's Bowser who seems to have been knocked down there, but not quite Alice. Still 19 squads remaining, and Nathan, as well as Frex, doing the best that they can to hold this high ground, as it is going to be more and more contested. But there's really not a lot of vantage points to where you can poke them from. Only along that kind of southwestern ridge that you're seeing them face just momentarily there before turning back around. But if they play this area right here, they're just safe. They can reach in any shield. The only way to get up there is a Pathfinder zip or a balloon. That is very well in sight. So I think that they should be in a good spot here heading towards the other part of the game as we transition now towards a little bit of Rogue as they take Snipe down, and they go in with the Mastiffs as well and say, let's finish off this team. GYK finally down, as Stomps is the last one remaining, and he will.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of this team, unfortunately, and Rogue will pick up some more KP, and looking at Snipe down right now, 4 kills to his name. Sweet had, Dropped had 1 to his name as well, so big start here from Team Rogue. Another team that obviously are loving to slay out heavy here. They had to make that big rotation across from Gauntlet. Pretty much the entirety of the area of Kings Canyon is in front of them. The scary thing for all the teams who might unfortunately fall in their way as they do make that rotation is that Rogue are one of the heaviest slay heavy teams, I should say, that we have in the Apex Legends Global Series, and you can see exactly why with the kills they picked up so far.
Sentinels here as well. Gold Prowler on Crust. That's not a bad feeling any time of the day when you're playing Apex Legends. It's going to do a ton of damage with that option for the automatic, as well as, of course, the heavy extended mag. Level 3, but that gold plating is just a little bit of styling on anybody who wants to check any close detail. But Complexity here, finding themselves in a little building towards that outside. You see in front of them, that's where NRG is, up at the top. Complexity trying to make sure they move into the building. Oh, but there is someone there, and this time the Prowler is going to do some work. He brings the Havoc out, and that's going to be Nicewig, who falls down, and that's going to finish off Yeet Squad. And so now 17 squads remaining, and you can see Lou picks up his third, and so far so good for Complexity.
Well, no better team to jump into for a listening than Complexity after that big win in that fight. Let's see how the comms are with the Cole boys.
Yeah, no, then
Like,
don't try to do anything by yourself. That should be like the rule.
Nah, I could have died there, but
I'm the only one that needs to open.
okay, yeah, you're right. I gotta get used to that. It's just it's just hard. I'm putting way more energy into playing. It doesn't end here,
It's
bro.
a white armor fucking Watson up there. I
Yes,
just
yes,
girl.
it is,
Do you have an
it is.
ult? Do you have ult? Do you have ult, Lou?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, I'm gonna try to
Force bubble?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Literally just farm them.
117 on one.
Just don't die.
Blue. I mean, they're giving me free red at worst.
Yeah.
I can only see like their head speaking is the issue.
I'm gonna go on balloon and land up there, maybe.
I wouldn't do anything to your wrist. Oh, up there. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I thought you were talking about on their head.
I couldn't land on it.
I think it's like see, like you can't do it.
Do you think this choke is better to go to right now, Lou, or do you think we have that for free later?
We have that for free, 100%.
Okay.
All right, man, don't try it again.
I have Gen in 4%, but I have 0 ult excels. So.
I don't think there's any way we kill them.
Here, come on, I'm
What
gonna
about, is this team still up here, bro? Or did they move? It looks like they moved.
No, they were up there. That's who shot me. Come on.
Okay, yeah, I see him.
Oh, that team up there.
No, the team on the.
Sorry, wrong mark.
We
But
can
they're
always,
up there.
Yeah. We can always.
This zone we can play edge absolutely. And I'm just gonna have to call them, and we have to figure it out based on the zone and the edge of the zone. But we can play edge here. This is one of those zones where there's not a ton of buildings, so we can play something.
This is some
100%.
cash money type shit right here.
This is a good game. We're off to a really good start.
Dude, honestly, give me a kissy. I love you so much.
I love you too. I love you guys.
Oh.
I wouldn't want any other team. Except 2 snipe downs and myself.
And honestly, I think I can say the same thing. If I could have 2 snipe downs and one team, be the
I'd
coach.
be a billionaire if I had 2 snipe downs, bro.
If I could just have a team, if my team could just be 3 snipe downs, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you just coach it. Yep.
And just like all 3 of them on Watson.
That's literally what I
fucking
just
pushing
that's
Jenny
what I
stuff.
just imagine a triple Watson just running at you, bro.
Bruh,
Yeah.
I just want
Holy
want fucking a double snipe down Monsoon team, and I just want to be the coach. That's my life goal.
Bro.
Yeah, dude. Imagine.
Well, we have a free zip up to the top, depending on where they're.
We never know what's going to come out of Monsoon's mouth, Evan, but that's a new one for me. Give me a little kissy. Give me a little kissy, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I'm asking
It's
for.
inspired me. I think I think that's what I was just thinking there. Plus the 2 snipe down comment had me cracking up. Oh my goodness gracious. Complexity having a good time alongside that mark. But you know, hey, don't get any ideas, man. We're still on broadcast, all right? It's professional.
Keeping this
here. I love
professional. We're keeping this
gasoline, but not that
professional.
much.
If you don't love Monsoon, then you have to love Monsoon, and that is exactly why he's got, you know, the character. He's got the personality to go along with the skill as well. And interesting for Complexity, I just wanted to ask you a little bit of a change in comp already from them. The Bloodhound has been put away, and they've got the Watson in their lineup.
And I think that's a smarter move. And I think, you know, when you look at Kings Canyon, it doesn't lend itself not only to the aggression of being able to space it out, but it also, you don't have any stopping power with the Bloodhound. And you're giving a lot up from the Watson, who, if you bubble, if you gen, you can really almost create your own little building for a second and force teams to rethink whether they want to push you. And that is a better decision for this map. It doesn't mean that this is what we're going to see in World's Edge, but I think for them and their playstyle and what they try to do, Kings Canyon just doesn't lend itself to that level of creativity of composition because of just the size. It's significantly smaller, but I love the adaptation because to me that's competitive. That is what this is about. Teams making the best decisions for the moment, getting out of sticky situations to set themselves up for success. That's what I love to see from Complexity.
Crypto drone being brought into play here, but we're also seeing another battle go down, and no surprise, once again, to see Rogue just mopping the team that they get in front of, and that's going to be Bazookas, I believe, that they've managed to take down. Complexity also in a fight in the kill feed, but Rogue at the moment, KP for days for the Rogue boys. They just seem to be picking up kill after kill after kill.
Only 3 points in game 1, so they've got something to prove here, and it seems like they're already proving it. That is for sure. Sentinels sitting up on this high ridge. They'll have a little bit to rotate too, but so far they are safe. With 1 minute and 21 seconds still in round 3 before the zone starts to move. And you can see here, just Silver Foxes just hanging out, chilling. But on the outside, might be someone hanging out as well.
Listen to that sound as well. You can hear Crypto. Oh, they wanted to use that. They wanted to use that drone, but I think it just got shot out of the air at the last second. So unfortunately for LTP and for TEQ Tech, that is not going to be the effective push that they would have wanted. Now it looks like it might be a straight up 3v3 gunfight to move towards this zone.
But I'm sure that they know they are really close to this team in this building, but I'm not sure if that's who they're focusing on. You can see the Crypto trying to set up, but there it is. There's the fight, and who's going to make the first move? We can see it. Pander's trying to fall back with the gold shield, and he's just going to go into his jutsu and get out of there in time, and it seems like Into the Void might have just saved him for a moment, but Zach, he will fall on set, and this is looking like a bloodbath.
Yeah, they absolutely mopped their Q to get out of that particular sticky position that he found himself in, but his teammates just came around the corner and hit some huge shots to win that fight. So big moment in the game as their opponents there, Silver Foxes, are going to be taken down. But over to Rogue again, and these guys have got to be feeling the adrenaline now, and you can see that from the way that they're trying to play here, getting aggressive once again on this team that's holed up inside this building.
And this is a good building to have right now, but they know they're going to have to rotate as well, and I think we're looking at Complexity versus Rogue in this fight. So Complexity have a lot, but they've got everything fenced up, and Sweet does not drop the gold shield. And you can imagine that Snipe Down and them are making a call to try to make this a more efficient play, and they're just going to disengage. They know that they can't take that. They know they don't need to take that because they can just hold zone, and then that is limiting where Complexity can rotate to, but they don't have to do too much at this point in time. So it will probably just be another building for now and then figure out their plan from there. But they seem to have survived that initial engagement, and both teams decided it's better if we just wait and we find a little later.
And great patience and discipline coming in from Complexity there. I would say like a couple of weeks ago, a couple of tournaments ago even, they might have been even more aggressive on that play to try and get those KPs secured. However, recognizing the situation, recognizing that that ring was closing behind them, and that they wouldn't have to worry about Rogue re-rotating into that position. So good play there from Complexity, weighing up all of the different decisions they had to make on that push. And in my opinion, making the right one, making the correct one, and living to move in towards this next circle.
It seems like both teams actually might have made the best decision there, because just after that, we did see Rogue, I believe, lose 1 to Sentinels. And this became contested due to the fact that they were not able to push Complexity out of that building and then take their path, and that is it. It looks like Rogue will go down. And so it seems like Complexity, not only the patience to hold that and also to not chase, but now it looks like it's paid dividends as one of their primary opponents here in this lobby has just gone down to another one.
Yeah, and this is going to be Team Smile, who are taking down TSM as well. I believe Albrelli will be the last player to fall. So 13 squads remaining in that last few minutes of action, last few seconds of action, I should say. We've lost some of our biggest hitters here as we see a big hit here from the Kraber. That's going to be Resulta with it in his hands, and that's going to be a knock, and that's going to be Monsoon who goes down as well.
Oh my goodness, the Kraber action going on as well. And I just want to say, Mark, there it is. There's the 12 in his TSM Imperial Hal. I said I didn't see his name, but it seems like he fell to fall damage. So it clearly didn't want to go out on their terms. He wanted to do it his own way, and he definitely did. The road less traveled by, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, TSM is out, like you had mentioned. So that is what it is. And Pander's now with the Prowler doing so much work. I feel like we've seen this weapon coming to light a lot more in this lobby, and maybe this is a sign of things to come here. A little bit of Prowler, I think, viability, as it's always been viable, but maybe more prioritization Mark, is the better way to say it.
I'm seeing it used more and more and more. I think people are starting to realize the power of not just the fully auto Prowler, but also the burst fire that it can provide at short to medium range. And it really is a devastating weapon in the right hands. But LTP, I mean, how good have these guys been as well? Third place in that first game here on Kings Canyon and living into the top 10 in our second as well. But Sentinels, another powerhouse lineup that we have here in the Americas region, picking up kills along the way. You can see one here in the hands of Senox, and they're just working on the edge of circle here, and I think they recognize this might be a duo below them, trying to do as much damage as they can to hold that team out, as they're going to be forced to push here onto Sentinels.
And they, again, another team using the Prowler and showing off what it's like to be golden, because that golden Prowler is doing the damage, but no, they go overcommit. Wow. And that ends up dropping them in the zone, and Smile was able to pick up all of the leftovers from that huge Thanksgiving meal that they set up on the table. So that is unfortunate, but Sentinels now out and only 7 squads remaining.
Team Smile, one of those squads who are in that top 7, however, as now we're going to see Team Liquid coming under fire, as well as Protectful for iShiny Muffins, and Protectful land some big massive shots, but now we're going to see those rings closing. We're going to see third-party opportunities coming in. However, a big win for them means they might be able to get that revive off and live to fight towards this next circle.
Smile, top 3 already in that first lobby, looking to potentially get another top 3 and possibly a win. You see Godsent as well holding it down, as well as Millions Gaming, Smile, and there's just so many options for this way to go. But Godsent, a team we haven't followed enough, I think, in this final circle, setting up on a pretty good spot. But they've got to get up top to Smile, who've beaten them there and over the ledge.
Smile deciding to back down, maybe just trying to hold that team out. However, I think they were kind of helped out incredibly by that Watson Gen being there and being able to eat up those grenades that were thrown down by Smile, because without that, that is easy KP on the board, having that height over that team who were holding that platform. But now we're going to go over to Godsent again, and I just wonder if they're going to hold this position just inside this circle. Are they going to get a little bit greedy here? Maybe poke back up over that wall and try and take that battle themselves. But it's just a few moments of calm here, Evan, before we're going to see that circle move once again. It's starting to move in, and this is where we're going to see the engagements kick off once more.
Godsent and Smile, both looking for their opportunity to qualify towards that final tournament in September. But not only that, just the next one around. Sentinels, they had found themselves qualified for this, but they went out just a little earlier, and so now we're going to follow along. Only one mini. He has the opportunity here, obviously with the zip line, to get some immediate relocation, but the slow ground seems to be working for them, and the R99 sprays are hitting just well enough. So they don't have to do much here. Still the ring closing in and round 6 approaching. But this has gotten very tense. A lot of teams in one area, and honestly, I like the low ground here quite a bit on set.
I agree with you, low ground. Let the other teams fight it out as they move in. You can kind of watch the action unfold and then pick off those kills as those teams do engage. But a minute or so now, until we're going to see these teams forced to move. A big thermite here is going to burn away at the red Evo shield behind that loot pill just in front of them. And you can see the pings coming in desperately as well, that there's a team just above them that they have to be aware of. So Godsent here have got some big decisions to make in these next few seconds. How do they rotate in? And it looks like at the moment they, as you can see, changing that gold helmet over into the hands of the Pathfinder is going to make that ult come up a little bit quicker, and it looks like they might be trying to make a little zipline play.
And it is NRG as well, Mark, who is hiding over in that corner. You saw Frex getting burned by that thermite, but I believe it was Nathan who is still alive as well. The McCarthys, as well as Protectful, holding down the top of this building. They will have to move just a little bit. The edge will not be in zone. If they try to take it, they'll most likely get shot down. Low ground looking pretty good so far as well. They've got one rat involved in this 5-team skirmish. And there's Godsent over on the other side, who have the farthest to travel potentially, but they also might have the clearest route there.
Slower side of the circle for them. They can take their time. Other teams will be forced to move before them, I believe, if they are not already inside that circle. But Millions Gaming, one of our players in the South American region, are still involved in this fight. However, they need to be super careful here and time this perfectly. Looks like they might try and heal up. Instead, they're going to bide their time, but now they're going to fall into the sights of this Prowler up top from Yubin of Godsent. Landed some beautiful shots onto these players fighting below, and this is like shooting fish in a barrel. We use this expression quite a lot, but if you wanted to know exactly what it means, well, Yubin is showing you exactly what fish in a barrel get shot like.
And Smile as well. Got a smile on their face also as you see Protect full fall. So that's going to put Smile probably in direct relation to Godsent as those two look to start fighting. You've been still on top as well. Mini trying his best with the wingman to find the shot as he falls down. And there's still one more. Euban might be up there. And no, he's down. And this is big time. A big smile on the faces of Smile, Mark, as they take game number 2 here in SC2 and go ahead and claim victory, which was much needed for them to stay in contest at winning this lobby.
Once again, timing is everything, right, in those final circles, and Smile had the timing down to a T. That's now a second-place finish in our game number 1 on Kings Canyon, and a first-place finish for Team Smile in game number 2. Evan, I mean, that's pretty much as good as you could possibly want, right?
And we talked about Smile. I mean, you know, aim assist and then Smile. We talked about how well they did in game 2, despite, you know, not really keeping up with aim assist, which had maybe one of those, you know, phenomenal games you don't get every now and then. They were still 2,000 damage across the board as a team, better than their opponents in third place and beyond. So Smile, definitely a lot to smile about. They are looking fantastic so far today. But again, it's about consistency. This is a marathon, so we'll have to see how game 3 turns out.
Well, if Monsoon's comms didn't put a smile on your face, and the performance from Smile hopefully did so, we're going to send it back over to Katie and T2 on the desk to break it all down.
For those keeping track at home, I wonder how many times we can mention the word smile in one of these broadcasts, because I'm definitely smiling from that performance. Tom, Smile came out of, I keep saying came out of nowhere, but Battle Royales, that's kind of the name of the game, right?
Smile absolutely dominates in some of these lobbies, which is ridiculous to see that they haven't been able to put it together in these finals quite yet. And it's the first game now that they're able to put up a massive amount of points. So it's going to be tough for these other teams that have fallen short. Unfortunately, we're not seeing TSM play up to their typical standards. NRG, they've been falling early. These top tier orgs haven't been able to hang with some of these unsigned guys like Aim Assist, like Smile. But that's because how great everybody is. That's how skilled everybody is. Smile, again, they'll be one of these teams that in the earlier lobbies, say like the quarterfinals or the semifinals, they'll be right up there in first place and dropping ridiculous amount of points. I've seen them in scrims go absolutely bananas. So it's nice to see them really playing up to their full potential. I love the patience that they played. And it's no surprise to see, again, these teams doing so well. It's just surprising to me to see some of the other teams fall short.
Absolutely. Well, and I think what was so very telling was when we listened into those comms from Complexity, and it just, I mean, first of all, if you don't love Monsoon, you don't love Apex the way it was meant to be played and the way he approaches everything. But talk to me a little bit about sort of how that kind of a dynamic can be created. You're playing against a guy that you're so excited about, Snipe Down. He is bigger than life, as Monsoon, who is also bigger than life. How does that work? As a former player, as a coach, how are you talking to people about, you know, playing in game with people that you see online all the time?
Yeah, I think one of the most important things to point out about Monsoon is just the vibes that he gives off. He always gives positive vibes within the team, and you always want to keep that vibration going. You never want to be down on yourselves. You never want to really argue about certain things, especially during the tournament. So to have that type of energy, to always come out with a fun atmosphere, it's just a joy to go and play. And that's what this is about, right? It's competition, no doubt about it, but it's supposed to be a lot of fun, and that's what I love about watching Monsoon play.
Well, it is definitely a lot of fun, puts a smile on all of our faces. Let's talk about that final moment, though, because Smile definitely came out swinging. Here we are. Tom, bring us through.
Yeah, so this looks like the Millions Gaming squad that's just posted up here and just completely caught off guard by the Pathfinder that ended up going behind him. That's Euban and his team that ended up dropping from Godsent off the high ground. And this is, I believe, Kupski that ends up trying to take that high ground again from that zip line, and they fall down. So it's pretty easy from there. It's pretty straightforward. Again, it looks very similar to what we saw in game number 1, where Aim Assist was just lined up shooting fish in a barrel. And that's how you want this game to be when you win. As much as it's nice to get that montage highlight and maybe pull off a 2 versus 1 or 3 versus 1, nothing's better than having all 3 of your teammates alive, everybody's healthy, and you're knocking down the entire lobby. You wouldn't really want to have it any other way.
Absolutely. Now, I will say that Rogue, one of our leaders, they got out in round number 4. We've actually got a great replay here. And I think I'm not sure if we're going to be able to talk over it, but unless we are, actually. Talk me through this one, Tom.
Yeah, again, this is one of the last teams that you want to go and fight in a head-on 3v3. It doesn't seem like they're going to get third-partied anytime soon. Once you go and you find yourself in any type of situation where you get numbers, you're just not going to stand a chance against many teams in these lobbies, especially Rogue. And you could just see them flexing on them. As soon as you get that number advantage, as soon as you sense weakness in these guys, you just absolutely fly towards the enemy team. Trade your shields, trade your life. If you end up just completely mopping them, that's even better. That's what happened for Rogue right there.
Now, one of the things that the casters talked about towards the end, even towards the later rounds, was this Prowler and how we're seeing a lot of it here in this second game. Talk to me a little bit about its use. Talk to me a little bit about why it's so effective. Because obviously, I think we even saw Godsent using it in the last, as one of the last few teams standing.
There's a couple reasons why it's so strong. I would say the first reason would be that obviously the rate of fire and the kill time on it is very nice, but if you end up having an extended mag on it, you're going to have way more shots than your R9. So I think it gives you a slight advantage right there. I don't think people are as used to shooting the Prowler on select fire as they are the R9, but the R9, you typically need a mag. I would say so for the Prowler. But one of the things that people don't consider is what the team, I guess, resources would be, you would say, because a lot of people are carrying light ammo in their Scout, in their R9. Maybe someone's got the R301. You only have X amount of light ammo to share. So if everybody's kind of got this hodgepodge mix match type of guns like a Prowler, then you know you can be the one person on your team that's hoarding all of the heavy ammo. And it's not uncharacteristic to see people, if they can, rock double of whatever that is. So it's double light, double heavy, maybe like a wingman Prowler or something like that. But if that's going to be the case, you definitely need over 200, 250 shots. Otherwise, you're going to be scrapping for ammo the entire game.
And nobody needs that. But let's talk about Game 2's results, because we got them in. Let's see. We already knew Smile was on top, which we see here. But Godsent coming in hot with another 6 kills. This is, we see Team Liquid up here as well. Tom, Complexity, our guys on the comms, also coming in with a solid 4 kills in that 7th place.
And you see Sentinels getting 7 kills as well. That's pretty solid for them. Not as many placement points as they would like, but Smile really soaking up a lot of the majority of the points here with a 23-point game overall. Keep in mind, we had a large game from Aim Assist to start this one. They leached all of the points in that first game in this finals lobby. This one much more spread out, Kate, as you can see. A lot more teams now going to be really catching up to these other teams that failed to get as far as they would like. And there is your overall points. Smile taking over the #1 spot right now.
And I think it's interesting what you're talking about in terms of point spread, but if we're looking at the overall points, boy, is that close. 2 points separate Smile versus Aim Assist, and of course we are only in Game 2 here right now, but that's still something that we didn't see in former Super Regionals. The former one happening just a couple of weeks ago. We had a lot of people coming in, those teams coming in early and really smacking them down hard and staying up top at that leaderboard. We've just got 2 points between the top 2, and of course, a solid 10 points between #3 and #1 with LTP.
Really think the last thing you expect to see here, Kate, is TSM sitting at 17th with only 2 points. I mean, 2 points is something that they get in a matter of 5 seconds a majority of the time, so that's extremely surprising. I'm expecting them to pick it up here going into Kings Canyon, or going into World's Edge and off of Kings Canyon. Maybe they go and switch up the team composition. They're going to have to rack up a lot of points, so I'm not sure exactly what the strategy is going to be here. Are they going to land Fragment with the Pathfinder, with Albarelli? Are they going to go for the Revenant Crypto combo that we've seen them do in the past? But LTP sitting at 3rd is another thing that stands out for me there. The Crypto squad, 3rd place. Interesting.
Interesting indeed. Bringing in those new comps, you got to appreciate that. Yeet Squad, something else to consider, of course, a fan favorite to be sure. And unfortunately, they're towards the end of our pack here today. Not sure what's going on. I think they've got 1 point to their name.
Again, that's another thing about Kings Canyon. Some of these teams don't have as much scrim experience. Keep in mind that this didn't get introduced until, I don't know, within a month or 2 ago. It's very recent. We've been playing World's Edge for tournaments for months now. Everybody's been able to have that strategy implemented. They know exactly what they want to do. There's a whole nother dynamic when you're talking about adding a different map. You have to deal with different circles that you have to memorize. And if you're not playing a Pathfinder team, not getting into that zone is a huge deal. And you could see how hard and difficult it was for these teams to go and cross the certain barriers when you have a whole 3-man team like Complexity just gatekeeping you.
Absolutely. And I think it's really important for those watching who are really just trying to get excited, trying to go for their own leaderboards, that, hey, even the pros don't get it right sometimes. And I think this is an excellent example of that. But I will say that was Game 2, which means the next 3 games, the final of the day, are all World's Edge for those who are fans of World's Edge.
I'm a big fan of World's Edge personally. I like both the maps, but it's exciting to see all these different types of things going on. I want to see what the strategy is going to be, though. I want to see if we're going to see your typical play style coming in, your typical Pathfinders, or are we going to see some more caustic Gibby combos? Are we going to continue to see crypto on LTP? I believe so, but we did see Complexity get off the Bloodhound, throw Gibraltar into the mix there for Lou. I believe he's the one playing on controller, so he feels like he can get the ADS aim assist down with the Gibraltar shield. I think that's a smart move if he's going to end up playing any character. I think that it should be Gibraltar. So this next 3 games is going to be absolutely insane. We've seen some of our favorites here. We've seen some of the top teams in the world like TSM not live up to their expectations. I can guarantee you that they're not going to try to sit here and be complacent with that. They're going to come out pissed. I guarantee they're having a team prep talk right now, figuring out exactly what they want to do to try to get some respect in this lobby because they deserve it.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at some of the ways they got respect in our highlight reel from this second game. See where some people went right, some people went wrong, Tom.
No doubt about it. Getting finished is definitely not how you want to start the game. We've seen that back-to-back now coming in. Drop. One of my favorite changes to Apex Legends is when they had the finisher reset the shields for everything. It used to be just the gold armor, but now anytime that you do a finishing move, for a while now, you've been able to reset that. And as you can see, just easy pickings here for Snipe Down and the Rogue squad, running through, getting tons of kill points. This team right here has been very scrappy. Silver Fox getting in tons of fights early on the rotation. Why? Because they're so individually skilled and they want to take these fights, but the Cravers have been absolutely disgusting. Aim assist doing work. Unfortunately for them, they didn't get the placements or the kills as they did in game number 1, and I guarantee you TSM, Liquid, they are having nightmares over Petty Boss in this devotion because he got at least 4 kills with it. As you can see, 7 kills already with 5 squads left. Absolutely insane by him.
Absolutely insane. 100%. Well, we've actually got, we didn't see a lot of Sentinels today in this particular game, I should say, but we are lucky enough to actually go behind the scenes, up close and personal with one of their own, Peach, and that profile begins right now.
I'd say 50% of me is pretty flashy. I like to make some big plays. Another 50%, as most of my chat and viewers know, I'm pretty excited a lot. I like to get hype.
Oh my god! Peach!
My name is Peyton Schutz, also known as Peach, and I play Apex for Team Sentinels. I think what makes me a great Apex player is my versatility. I've played a lot of different comps, metas, and I just try to view the game at a macro level.
Oh my god, I murked that kid.
I actually made Gibraltar for Team Sentinels. A character that maybe some people don't think is as good. He's too big, he's too slow, movement's not as good, but his abilities, like his Q where he drops a bubble down, it's so versatile, you can do so many things, and it allows me as a player to direct fights or calls, push on offense, or maybe come back, and just the control he has as a character is super fun to play with. I think Gibraltar just reflects me as a person just because he gets super hype as well. I mean, his finishers, he's smashing the ground, screaming, and it's kind of similar to how I am. I get hype.
Get out of my time zone!
Our preferred drop spot is Sorting Factory. It's massive. We love to get all the loot that we can from there. It's kind of center, so we can fight teams on our edge. As a team, I think we're just really explosive. We're willing to fight any team off any damage, which I think a lot of teams mentally are scared to do because, you know, losing a fight can lose you an entire game.
Oh my god, I'm so good, guys.
I'd say what's next to the Sentinels is I want to prove to everyone out there that we can be a top team in the world. I don't want people to think that. I want people to know that by actually placing super highly in multiple tournaments. I expect us to win at least one event. I think we're absolutely capable of that, and I think others know that as well. When lands come around, I hope that we're a team that can be considered to win it all.
It's just one more on me. Flash! Let's go! I'm so good!
I do appreciate his perspective. I do appreciate how excited and amped he gets. That's, of course, Peach from Sentinels. And Tom, Sentinels, I said earlier that we hadn't really seen much of them, but the reality is that they have been smack dab in the middle of the pack, and this is only game 2.
And we're going into a spot where, again, they're dropping over into Sorting Factory. They're so deadly on World's Edge. You cannot rotate through Sorting Factory. If you drop Lava City, if you drop Dome, that's the last place that you're trying to go through because these guys just lurk. And a lot of zones end over towards that side of the map. You get a lot of Sorting Factory zones over in that toilet bowl area, the big building holding on top of it. And they're just masters of doing that. They really lock it down. They push off the damage, like Peach was saying. They're one of the most aggressive teams. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them again continue to climb up in the ranks. I'm looking again at TSM, Yeet Squad, these teams that have won tournaments in the past to continue to try to rise up. On the other end, I've been so impressed with LTP and a lot of these other guys like Smile and Aim Assist. These are 3 teams that haven't won a tournament yet, and they're all in the running right now after 2 games.
Talk to me a little bit about TSM. Let's go to them for a hot second while we wait for this lobby, because the reality is that the TSM, as you mentioned much earlier in the broadcast, the Empire, 5 or 7 in a row? I can't remember how many tournaments they won. They were the people to beat. A lot, so many, to the point where, you know, it seems a difficult team to overcome. And now here we are, and TSM has had, I mean, can I say lukewarm results for the last couple of tournaments? I mean, how does that mentally get you into something like this where the pressure is on once again, and you know you've done great in previous tournaments, but now here you are getting mowed down again and again?
I would say that it starts for TSM with some of the nerfs to the characters that they're playing, even though that everybody feels these nerfs, right? Hal was the best Wraith player. He still is amazing at Wraith, but the queue time is different now. There's a big animation that goes in before it. It's only a half a second. Feels like an eternity, though. It used to be basically instant that you would go and smash that button and be invincible for however many seconds that is. Yes, you do have kind of a burf, I guess you can say, where her Q in her phase, you can go faster and see things around, and you can go and throw the fast portals down now as well. But overall, you got to look at Pathfinder too. Mac Albrily, one of the best Pathfinders in the world. If not, I think he probably is the best Pathfinder. And when you look at the grapple, that being nerfed a little bit to 35 seconds, I believe it is, that's a huge deal because of how slippery like a snake he is. So you're dealing with these guys that are extremely individually skilled on these very powerful characters that are no longer as powerful. So when it's a Gibraltar team or a Caustic team, and now we're seeing these cryptos thrown in the mix, the Revenants even going in from Alliance earlier in the games that we had this morning. I think it starts there. It's not necessarily an individual thing. I don't think it's a teamwork thing. I think it's an adjustment thing, and they just got to stay positive and keep working through these things as a team. Maybe it is a little bit of a meta change. Maybe it is a little bit of a composition change that they need to pull, but the skills are still there. The communication and teamwork is still there. I think they just need to rebuild their confidence.
Absolutely. And I'm being told here we're running into slight delays. We're going to actually give you a chance to have some airtime. So let's see what you all are saying. If you go hashtag ALGS, and remember, when you're tagging us and in these great social tweets, these great ways that you're communicating. And by the way, we heart you so hard. Tom was saying it earlier, and I'm going to say it again. We thank you so much for having us as a part of your Sunday, as a part of your esports tradition, as a part of your day in general. But we feel free to talk to us about gameplay. Talk to us about your favorite teams. We saw earlier the one with the incredible mustache talking about Solafide. Let's take a look at some of these tweets here right now. There's some good ones. Am I the only one having bad time zones to watch ALGS? Everyone is sleeping. Oh man, as I mentioned earlier, if you're in somewhere in that European region, we identified Stockholm, you are starting us off at midnight, almost 1 a.m. your time. Tom, my goodness, I'm glad we're having some love from Poland.
I'm just glad he didn't draw anything funny on my face like I was sleeping at some sort of frat party or something like that.
Absolutely, Tom. Honestly, like, let's be clear, we're all highly memeable, 100%. This is also from Sammy.
Wow, what a setup.
My God, that is a huge screen. That concerns me. Tom, we are huge. We are huge in that room.
Look how big my forehead is. Is my forehead really that big, Kate?
Listen, Tom, as a person who also has a 5 head, I'll tell you something. It is a point of pleasure, a point of pride, and I think that is something we should mention to the viewers, like I just did.
That means we make higher IQ Apex plays, right?
I think that's exactly what that means. Yes. Hey, but looks like we've also got Rain Day and Onset as a part of this setup here. Loving the vibes in the latest summer circuit. Let's go, Monsoon. Monsoon, of course, is definitely one of those players, as we heard in the comms earlier, that is one for the books. Tom, tell me a little bit about what you know about Monsoon.
He's just funny. You guys got to follow him on Twitter. Also, Z Davis, he's constantly a free agent and looking for a team. So somebody pick this guy up and give him a home already, because he's a great player. I'd really like to see him succeed. And, you know, Monsoon, going back onto him, I love his Twitter content, guys. Make sure that you go follow him. Also, top-notch dancer. I'm pretty sure that he could do a backup in a J-Lo video.
Okay, now see, that's something that only an analyst, boy, it's hard to talk sometimes. Only a person of your caliber and stature could bring us into that particular piece of information. Tom, you are the best. And I guess what I will say as well is if you want to be part of this onslaught of not just setups, if you want to talk to us about gameplay, if you want to talk to us about your new comps, what you're looking forward to, what you've seen, who you're excited for, make sure to tag us. Go over to @PlayApex. You can also use the hashtag ALGS, and we, of course, will see it here. We'll try to sift through all of them and put some of them on a screen like you just saw. And in that case, like a very, very large screen, which still gives me I'm still concerned. It's so much room. But if you also want to follow us on YouTube, go find your way over to @PlayApex. Compete. So much fun there, Tom. So many ways for us to interact with our fans and our community. But let's talk more about gameplay. Let's talk more about these teams because, quite frankly, like I said, we're in game 2. We've already just done game 2. We're waiting for game 3 to start. There's a lot that can change, and one of the best parts about BR is this chaos. If you had a crystal ball, and it's like we're gonna use Tom as our seeing sayer. Tell me, what do you think Game 3 is going to show us in terms of not just team comps, but also team strategies and overall?
I'm looking at these teams that we mentioned before, the signed teams that have gone and placed really well on World's Edge before. We're talking about Sentinels. We're talking about TSM here. We're talking about Rogue, who drops Mirage. The loot seems to be a lot better on World's Edge, even though Kings Canyon did get a buff in terms of being able to have that loot upped. But keep in mind, you have these vaults, 3 vaults on the map. You have Mirage where you can go and shoot these loot ticks down and get fantastic armor and the vault key out of them. And then you have players that have just mastered this map inside and out. It starts with flying in the plane and picking your spot to drop, right? Everybody knows that these certain areas aren't going to be messed with. Like, you don't go and mess with aim assist over at Thermal. You're not going to go and drop Mirage on Rogue. You're not going to go drop Fragment over towards where TSM is. So if you're not a team that's been a team for quite some time, like Sentinels over in Sorting Factory, then you're kind of in no man's land in terms of, okay, we're in this fog of war area. Let's kind of find out what's going to happen, where these teams are going to drop, and then we kind of reactive drop based on that. So it's going to be interesting to see what everybody decides to pick, and there's definitely certain priorities on spots that you want to try to go for.
100%. Well, now at this point, as you mentioned, we are going World's Edge. We've seen a Kings Canyon. It's been great. It's been fun. It's been vertical. World's Edge. Let's talk a little bit, and we've already talked a little bit about this. But let's dive a little bit deeper in, and I want to double check. What should we be looking for in terms of team rotation? What are the key differences besides the verticality between these two maps, as well as, of course, Kings Canyon being pretty much top of mind for any Apex player, pretty much the beginning of their experience level. And now we're coming into a time with World's Edge where everybody knows exactly where they're going.
Yeah, they're going to remember a lot of these zones, a lot of these circles, a lot of the rotations are going to be predetermined basically based on what you're seeing in front of you and the information that you have. I think one of the important things to remember is that if you're playing, a Gibraltar team, a Caustic team, you're just going to play around that, right? These Pathfinder teams are going to find the beacons, get in the middle. It's just the known play style that we're used to seeing. It's kind of that TSM play style where they used to land only on Cage and Kings Canyon. That's why they land Fragment in these central areas. But there's going to be just main checklists of God spots and where you want to hold, right? So if it's over at Survey, there's going to be multiple houses on over there. If not, you're going to play the choke over towards behind. If it's going to be Skyhook, you're going to already know all these amazing spots. I don't think these teams are that experienced as they are on Kings Canyon. So in terms of the level of rotations, in terms of the level of IQ plays we're going to see, yes, we saw 1,000 IQ plays happening all of Kings Canyon, but some of these teams that had the low end of the points and got the short end of the stick, they're going to really start to fight back with their experience here on World's Edge.
Completely. Okay, well, guess what? It is, in fact, time for us to get to some gameplay, and that means it's time for us to hit Fallout and Girl, but not before this quick message.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 of the Summer Circuit Americas online tournament. Fallout here, joined alongside Girl, who hasn't had her camera shipped just yet, which is why you don't see her on screen with me. Hopefully, next broadcast she will be on screen, but we are gearing up and getting ready for game number 3 in a tournament that is kind of, to all of our surprise, a few new teams that we aren't really used to talking about, used to seeing in the top 3. The question is, can they remain consistent? Girl, talk to me a little bit about how Smile, how Aim Assist, some of these squads have been playing so far.
I'm super proud of these unsigned teams that have made it to the top 3. It's nice to see a crypto team going into play, getting that 3rd place. I'd hope to see that they be consistent throughout the whole tournament, but I'm also excited to see the other teams make new strategies, be more aggressive, be smart, have the fastest rotations ever, and be able to catch up.
Yep, that's a great call out. And the big thing is too, game 3, game 4, and game 5 will all be played on World's Edge. So this is our first time doing this. This is our first time we've actually had to split maps in an online tournament here for Apex Legends Global Series. Perhaps some teams are better Kings Canyon teams, and perhaps some teams are better World's Edge teams. We'll see if that comes true here, and we'll see if the likes of TSM or Rogue or Yeet Squad can turn up here in games 3, 4, and 5 and really change the narrative of the story. Or will we see the consistency stay true for Godsent, for Smile, for Aim Assist? I think that's the key question coming into game number 3, and I'm excited to see how this plays out, as we already saw a little bit of action for Yu Anime Girls so far.
Unfortunately for TSM, they've lost Albrelli in the beginning of the game to a punch fight, and now we're looking at Uwu Anime Girls.
Yep, taking out another big squad. 2 members at least in Nicewig and Bowser of Yeet Squad, our champions from the last Summer Circuit tournament. So we were asking and wondering how they're going to show up. 6 is now in a world of pain, only about 10 HP left to his name, as it's looking a little scary, looking a little dangerous for 6. The question is, can he survive long enough to potentially get the banners of his teammates and keep his team alive here? If not, you got to think that is close to all she wrote for Yeet Squad's chances of getting first place in this tournament, with them currently being in 18th place, which again is hard to believe.
Yeah, right now, 19th place and 20th place both have 1 or 2 players down, so that's unfortunate for both of the teams. Hopefully 6 will be able to recover the banners. We'll find out later.
Wow, a team that has been playing pretty well so far, and this is Millions coming from South America. They're going to pick up a few kills early on, so good job by Millions, as they end up getting stuck in a bit of a fight here with the expensive agents of Shiny, Bonyhead, and Huge Gorilla. Meanwhile, Godsent opting to land for some nice loot is their decision, as they are in a position to loot up. Looks like the only ones that landed there. 18 squads remain so far in this, as 6 did get caught out. 2 squads already taken out in game number 3. That's a lot faster of a start than we're used to seeing here on World's Edge.
Yeah, it's definitely a faster pace. A lot of teams being aggressive, a lot of teams contesting each other in the beginning of the game. Everyone looking to catch up to that top place, trying to gain points.
It's crazy. Some of the storylines, and kind of just note-taking and prepping for this broadcast, some of the storylines I had was, can Yeet Squad repeat success? Rogue and TSM battle for the top. Complexity, will this be the first time they win a championship? All of these teams that I kind of had included in my storylines are not even anywhere to be found from the top 5. So Lafide, another team that's in 15th place right now. So it's been crazy to think about some of our most consistent teams and how things have started for them. However, 2 teams that do have a chance to kind of go big are Rogue and Sentinels. Of course, alongside Team Liquid, Complexity and NRG. They're all within the top 10. They do have an opportunity to continue to perform. Silver Fox currently sitting in 6th place. We'll need another big game out of that, but they've been doing really well from the kills category, but not so well in the placements category.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind that it's not even halfway through the tournament, so anything is possible at this point. Anyone can prevail, but unfortunately for Yeet Squad, as you said, they lost 2 players in the beginning. I'm not sure if they lost that last player. It's not looking too good for them, unfortunately.
And they did. I saw at the top right of the screen, 6 did end up getting taken out, so Heat Squad is out of this game. But you're spot on. I mean, there's 3 games, 3 opportunities to pop off. We all have seen the games where Complexity has gone huge, and now, guess what? They're running the Bloodhound comp again. So after opting back for Gibraltar, I believe, actually they're playing Watson last game, they're going to switch back to Bloodhound. Perhaps it's something that they like on World's Edge versus Kings Canyon. So some different maps, different variety or diversity of gameplay, as now Complexity is going to look to return to their form of nothing but aggression for this Complexity squad. It's going to be led by this man, Reptar, playing with Bloodhound. He's going to be able to get a lot of insights, a lot of intel and recon on enemies. And there you go.
I honestly love to see the Bloodhound in this map in particular. They have so much space to fight. It looks like they're about to scan. It looks like they're about to fight. They're trying to group together. Maybe not fight quite yet until Monsoon gets paired up with them.
Yeah.
Oh, and then they notice that they have a crypto on their team.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they said, I was about to say, it's interesting that they didn't fight. That's the second time now we've seen Complexity back out of a fight. But perhaps that's why maybe they heard the crypto drone come out and they're like, yep, not dealing with that EMP. We're going to back out and reset, as they are going up against the only team that is playing with crypto. And it's a team that's doing pretty well. It's LTP, Lion, Panders, and Tech.
Little did Complexity know, though, is that they all had 3 white armors. So they had a good chance in that fight, for sure.
Yeah, that's a good call out. If they would have gotten even just 1 shot off and damage, they could have recognized, hey, only white shields, we should take this fight. But instead, they didn't get that intel, they didn't get that knowledge. And maybe wisely in their eyes, but of course, from our perspective, hindsight's 2020, may have been a fight they could have taken. Complexity, though, showing a lot more maturity this time around in this tournament series. Is they're not just pushing everything that they're seeing, they're opting for wise fights instead. They like to see it, but the question is, can they make it to the later rounds in placement and get a top 3 finish in placement? Oh,
here we have Rogue getting a little bit contested.
By Complexity, I believe, girls. So here we go, 2 heavy hitters of teams, 2 more aggressive, in-your-face type of teams in Rogue and Complexity are fighting early on. The defensive bombardment's going to go through, and it looks like that just kind of helped things off, helped the team. I believe it's Complexity at bay for the moment. Will they decide to take this fight is the question here, as they're in a bit of a standoff.
Rogue has an amazing spot. It's an amazing high ground that looks all over around drill site, and they're so confident that they're not even going to heal up. They're going to wait till they get that Watson gen back up to heal up.
Kind of a little god spot in their own right is where Rogue is. Meanwhile, Monsoon and Complexity is going to double back towards Skyhook and find a team. I think they originally were going to fight LTP, as they are tagged up right now, need to heal back up, and they're going to be able to do so. Reptar, Blue, playing on controller for the first time. Still in this fight against, I believe it's LTP, the squad running crypto. They're going to back out and reset yet again. It's a lot of hot and cold here in this one so far, girl. A lot of, should we fight? Yes, no, back out, making different decisions, which again, I think T-Scar was talking about it. This game's all about kind of the hot and cold, knowing when to pick your fights, and if their sonar is going to come through against LTP. Maybe now they have the intel that they're only on white shields, is the question.
Yeah, they're looking for cracks. They're looking for opportunities. They want to fight. They really do. It looks like Panders is trying to portal his team out. They know that they're in a kind of danger, and they want to get out of that house.
Yep, so they will have that portal as a last-minute, last resort type of play, but he's going to realize, wait, Tex has a kill on Lou, as Lou's going to get taken out early. Perhaps controller not as easy as Lou thought it was, as he gets taken out in an early fight. Nades are going to come through, and now Complexity just down to 2 members. And LTP has a 3 versus 2 with numbers as they recognize it, but 2 players on Complexity is almost like 3 players in any other roster with how individually talented they are, as Reptar's going to take out 1. Monsoon tagged up, trying to survive. Nice little 180 from him, some good movement coming through. Reptar's going to secure the escort and make sure he can back out with ease. 1 member knocked. Did they get the revive is the question. Good shot coming through from Reptar as well. Pander's going to get taken out. And just like that, Complexity flips this fight on its head with some great plays coming through from Complexity. They did take a casualty in the form of Lou.
They're so strong. They're so confident. They still managed to push through, make it a 2v2 situation, and recover their teammate's banner. It's pretty awesome. Good for them.
Agreed. Looks like Panders got taken out. And meanwhile, Lou got taken out. So in the end, it is 2 members alive. Banner picked up for both teams. I believe, as they'll be able to both reset. We'll see if they can get a revive through with a respawn beacon. And keep in mind, mobile respawn beacons are not in competitive play. For those that maybe watched it for the first time or are wondering which components of regular online play are in competitive. And now Monsoon's going to double back for this fight. They're not done yet. They're not content with just one kill. They want these other 2 kills. They recognize, hey, we're quite a bit behind. We need to secure a few kills here if we want to end up on top in this tournament. They want this fight. They also know that they have the shield advantage, girl, to what you brought up earlier.
Yeah, they do definitely have the shield advantage, and they also have a Wraith. So the advantage for them is that they have the Wraith portal if they want to portal back into the zone, revive their teammate, and get them out safely. The other team does have a Pathfinder, and Zipline works as well, but just not better than the Wraith portal.
That's true. Reptar, but making some noise right now. Look at Monsoon. Sneaky, just flanking up these stairs right now. He's going to bust 2, going to connect with some great damage. Gets him down to Flesh, but he also gets taken down to Flesh here. So a pretty even fight in retrospect. Monsoon getting flown at now, all up to Reptar. He's going to connect for only 13 damage. Monsoon is down. All eyes on Reptar as he's going to take him out, and just like that, the kill leader and the squad wipe coming through for Complexity. What an interesting fight that was. It went from a 3-on-3 to a 2-on-2. That was about a 5-minute fight between those 2 teams, something we don't see very often in competitive Apex. Oh, it's not done yet.
Sometimes confidence is the difference between winning and losing. You saw Monsoon go up there knowing that he was against 2 people, but he pushed. He put aggression and put a lot of damage, and they played that perfectly well with Reptar, backing him up and finishing the last kill.
Yeah, great support coming through from Reptar. And it looks like there's actually 1 member back still alive. And this fight continues. Not over yet. Another squad's gonna come through with the third party, it looks like. It is Rogue, actually, who is knocking on the door of Complexity saying, hey, can't we get a third party here? No, we cannot. Let's back out, let's reset. Perhaps Rogue doesn't realize that there's not 3 members alive, but only 2 for Complexity. I don't know if they recognize that they had a 3 versus 2. If they did, I think they would have taken that fight. So a good job by Complexity, warding off danger for now. Smart job by Rogue, trying to recognizing, hey, we have a third-party potential, maybe not having all the intel they could have needed.
Yeah, that's a great thing to point out. I think if they knew that they were 1 man down, they would have pushed. They're a great, formidable team. But now they might realize that they're reviving, so they might double back, but we'll see here soon.
Yeah, I wonder if they hear the revive coming through, and yeah, you're right, and decide to push this again. It looks like, nope, they are way out of there. See you later. Rogue going to decide for another rotation and to live and fight another day rather than risk a 3 versus 2 fight against 2 players who are out of their minds, honestly, in terms of individual skill in Reptar and in Monsoon. Meanwhile, Complexity will be back up to 3 members alive thanks to the revive and the escort coming through from Monsoon. Smart play to use his ultimate to keep his teammate alive and to stay alive with the revive coming through as well.
Here we have Solifide, 1 man down. Metro on 1 HP.
You're exactly right, Metro. Can he have time to pop off the bat? Yes, he does. So he stays alive for now. Going up against a Caustic, it's going to be tough. He's going to do it, though. Metro clutching up. We saw the player profile from him. Former football player who played at the University of Maryland is going to do it for his team. What a story of Metro from his trajectory from kind of amateur, aspiring Apex player to pro player without even a question. One of the top players in the game at this point when I'm playing one of the top teams in Solifide. Metro goes huge.
Yeah, that was a super close fight. I'm amazed that he got the battery off at 1 HP and managed to clutch it. Good on them. Very, very good play by Solifide.
Well played by Metro indeed. Good thing to set that battery off because 1 HP in a fight would have not been a good situation for him. Meanwhile, Smile are winners from game number 2. They have a champion or a victory from game 2. They got 2nd place in game number 1. They're currently sitting in a great spot in 1st place over Aim Assist with 35 points. Aim Assist has 33 points. LTP, the team that got taken out already, has 25. So this is going to open things up for Rogue, for Complexity. If Smile and Aim Assist get taken out, boom, that's a wide open door here, especially if they get taken out early and don't get a lot of kills. So LTP is out. They're in 3rd place. We got to wonder if Smile and Amos is still alive. We'll keep an eye out and see if we can see any other remaining teams. Godsent in 4th place, currently alive and sitting kind of holding one of the chokes, one of the many chokes on World's Edge.
Here we have Anime Girls Uwu on the edge of the zone. They're in right where they are, but they're kind of stuck in the corner. So if they get pushed, they'll have to be able to hold it from all angles.
Yeah, I'm glad you took that one, girl, because I can't say Anime Girls Uwu without, laughing. Can't take it with the team name. So, anytime they're on screen, I'll let you take it. No. Currently in a decent spot. They're actually going to be the very, very edge of the ring. So this is actually, they're content for the next minute and 40 seconds or so, just holding this spot, staying alive, hoping that other teams take each other out in this rotation, but they are going to have to rotate towards the next ring.
Let's go this way.
There is a respawn beacon available, so I doubt anyone's going to be able to get that as it's pretty centralized. So I think what we see is what you get right now is Lou playing on controller is back in this one. I think he's playing on it. He said he was playing on controller. I don't know if it's 100% confirmed or not.
He may have switched back. You never know.
I wonder if he did.
Exactly.
Yeah. Be interesting to see as Solafide in another fight and another Team White going to come through, and also by the hands of Metro, as it looks like Pride is now the new kill leader with 4 kills to his name. So Solafide needed a huge game as they're in 15th place, and they're delivering on exactly that. That's, I believe, 5 or 6 kills for Solafide at least. Meanwhile, NRG currently sitting in 5th with 14 points. All 4 members alive and with some solid health, solid shields, and of course an almost fully kitted scout as well.
Energy has a solid spot right now with the hill covering them. They have a rock, they have a bridge to play under. They're trying to make a lot of damage, a lot of presence, so that way they can keep this spot because it's in the next ring.
Yeah, well said. Meanwhile, you saw the top right of our screen, Reps taking on Denial, so TSM still alive. And it's almost like order's being restored here back on World's Edge, and I think that's a key storyline. You know, some teams perhaps just better on Kings Canyon, as a lot of these top teams have been dominating the online tournaments, while all the online tournaments have been on World's Edge. So now that we're back on World's Edge, you're seeing a lot of these teams, TSM, Complexity, Rogue, still alive and still in this. We'll see, of course, how they can finish. As LTP is out, I believe that Aim Assist and Smile might still, we just saw Smile actually, so they're still alive. Everybody. Ooh, great wingman shot.
Great headshot by Rocker. He's playing this really well, making sure that that other team knows their place, knows that they can't push them. He uses his ult to apply more pressure as the zone now does close.
Yes, it looks like Teen of Wraith 1 Trick to get taken out. He is currently down but not out. Saucer is still alive. He's going to drop the ultimate for himself. Trying to protect against any nades that can come his way with the Watson pylon. Meanwhile, good shots put through, and guess who it is? It's Bloodhound with the sonar detected. I wonder if Complexity plays for this fight here, as there are 2 teams in the vicinity. Smile going to take out members of Razuka's team. Saucer in a tough position, somehow still alive. Monsoon, Reptar, and Lou also in a tough position, as Lou is the last member alive of that squad. Oh wait, sorry, Monsoon. That's going to be it. Complexity eliminated from this one.
Target over there.
Now we're looking at Team Smile playing under the house. They have a little bit of cover, but if they get pushed, they're just going to have to take that 3v3. Petty Boss down.
And by the way, look how much landmass is between where this team currently is in the next circle. That is going to be a tough rotation. They need to get these kills very quick, or all teams in that vicinity are going to die. Meanwhile, Snipedown picking up some kills on Smile. So we know Rogue is one of the teams in that area. They got to clean that up quickly, and they got to dip as fast as they possibly can. This is going to be a tough rotation coming through. It looks like Teen and Saucer are able to get back up. But guess what? Another fight means wasted time as well. So Rogue in a 3 versus 2, not sure if they recognize it's 3 versus 2, needs to win this fight quick, but this might smell dangerous for them.
You're in their sights.
And guess what? Someone's holding.
Yeah, it's impossible for them to make the zone. It's impossible for them to make the rotate, so they're going to try their best to try and get as much KP as possible as the zone closes in these next 10 seconds.
Yeah, especially with someone gatekeeping right around the corner there. So we're going to see that in arc-wise. Here comes the kills from Rogue. They're going to get at least 2 more KP, and here comes the impossible travel, the impossible push. Can Rogue do it? With barely any time until the circle will be closing in, they got to get through themselves some Watson fences. Snipedown is actually going to drop, or sorry, not Snipedown, it's going to be Sweet who's going to drop a portal. That's going to help. And boom, into the circle, into the zone, and into their nest. So you were spot on there. An impossible rotation coming through. Rogue's not going to make it. They get eliminated. 7 squads remain in this one.
God sent one of our top 5 teams still alive, making it through, making it to the blue box. They'll be able to live for a little while longer, for sure.
Yep, I think they can honestly just chill right now as other teams are fighting each other. And guess what? It is Aim Assist still alive in this one. So any of that banter I was sharing around World's Edge versus Kings Canyon is proven incorrect, as Aim Assist is just on fire. Smile still alive, on fire as well. Sentinels, though, another team, currently in 10th place, alive in this one. 4 squads remain. I believe it's Smile, it's Aim Assist, it's Sentinels, and one more team is it's going to be an Peach going down early. Crust has to clutch up. He's going to do that. He's going to take out 1. 3 squads remain in this one.
Amos, I think, have the best position right now. They're on the outside. They're not taking any poke. I think they'll be able to pull this one through.
Yeah, and this is honestly, this almost reminds me of game number 1 that we casted, Girl, where Aim Assist was content letting the other 2 teams fight. They had the better positioning, they had some high ground, and they're able to come out on top. You got to think the writing is on the wall here. You got to think that Aim Assist is in yet another great position to close this one out. 1 Caustic alive, in circle. Godsent not in circle. Grenades are going to start landing, and Aim Assist is in position to win this one. So they are, as long as they stay put here, they'll be in a perfect position here to close this one out.
I agree with you there. The poor solo Caustic about to die in the blue trailer. They're taking so much damage though from that Caustic. I think Team Aim Assist will now push them and finish up the game.
Yeah, I wonder, do they give up their great positioning and push this? Looking like they have an advantage right now, or will they stay put? They just keep doing more and more damage here. So I think they're content just letting the circle close in, and not letting the other team heal up, and that's going to be all she wrote. Aim Assist does it again. They win in game number 1. They win in game number 3, and they have kills to boot. So the controller squad continuing with a dominant performance here, as Aim Assist is going to win 2 out of our 3 games, and you got to think that's going to position them in the first place spot.
Yeah, I love controller players, honestly. Back when I used to play competitive, both of my teammates, Tony and Durango, played controller. So love to see it. Love to see controller players, mouse and keyboard players all play in the same competitive scene.
Yeah, you and I both. I mean, it's the diversity. No matter what your input is, no matter how you like to play, it's good to see the inclusivity and accessibility. No matter, you can play, you can compete at a high level, regardless of which input you're on. Obviously, the majority of players are on keyboard and mouse, but when a controller player does well, of course, for controller family out there, it's good to see as Aim Assist is right now waving the banner incredibly well. That is 2 games won for them. That's surely going to cement them a first place spot going into game number 4. It's been a crazy start to our Americas finals in this super regional tournament. And to break down the action, let's go ahead and throw it back to Kate and T Squared on the desk.
Oh man, I definitely love the smile that's on my face with Aim Assist bringing in that W. And I gotta say, Tom, it feels like you had a lot of things up against a lot of teams. You had the difference between Kings Canyon, World's Edge. You having some nerfs. You've had some buffs. You've had things that have changed the meta considerably for different teams. And yet here Aim Assist is coming out on top. Game 1, game 3, doesn't matter the map. What did they do right?
They bought a controller.
That's the other thing.
The only reason they won, Kate, those darn controller players, no skill. No, they're extremely skilled, extremely talented. That's why they just did so well. And what you'll notice, a lot of these teams that set themselves apart was the positioning, because once that circle moved away from drill site more towards train station where the train track was, everybody was done for. That's why you saw Rogue over there trying to clear out complexity on top of that building. I believe it was. They take down 2 players. They get those kill points. All 3 of them end up dying to the zone, though, because of how far that thing was. Who had that? It was Godsent, and it was Aim Assist. Godsent holding the choke for so long, and then perfectly positioned again was the Aim Assist squad, just making it look so easy. I don't believe any 3 of their players were dropped in that final fight. They took it extremely slow. They let the fight come to them. They had to go charge in a straight line. They just line it up and make it look so easy. Fantastic job by them. Winning 2 out of the 3 games is insane. Nobody really even wins 2 out of 5. It's extremely rare. We saw GSD do it earlier in the day, but 2 out of 3, ridiculous.
Absolutely. And you're talking about our rotation, which I think is a really important aspect when those rings get ever smaller. But let's real quick talk about the early game, because we saw teams like TSM losing a player at towards the beginning. Yeet Squad decimated their teammates towards the early part of the game. What are we talking about in terms of this early game, and how is it that these huge powerhouse teams are falling so early?
I'm 90% sure that they were getting contested over towards Lava City. You saw Six, he was rocking a double R9, but with no armor and no resources, with 2 of his teammates already down. There's nothing you can do in that situation. Not only does that screw your game over and you're by yourself, you're most likely not going to be able to get tags. Even if you do get tags, are you going to even get loot? Most likely not. And then your rotation is so slow because of the fact that you've been delayed so badly. So that's not what you want to have happen. And that's, again, why the beginning of these games is so important. When you go, especially switch maps like from Kings Canyon on over to World's Edge, you need to get your spot and solidify it. Otherwise, you just can't get that momentum. You can't get into your groove, and it's so difficult. You start to get a little bit frustrated, a little bit tilted, and I feel for the guys on Yeet Squad. Sometimes, you know, when you go to a place like Lava City, you are going to get contested, and there is a decent amount of loot, but it just screws everything up for your timing.
Now, let's talk about that rotation, that Hail Mary portal play that they attempt, that some other teams attempted later in the game as those rings got ever smaller. And put on your Professor Tom hat, because I feel like we're going to talk masterclass and Apex competitive gameplay right now. If you are these teams that are very clearly sort of the luck of the draw of the ring, what could they have done? What could they have changed? Is there a way to get out of a circumstance like this, or is it simply the way it is?
Well, if we go back to what Rogue was doing, Rogue played that perfectly. There was not much that you could do except try to take that fight to the people on the roof a little bit earlier. You know, there was only 2 of them compared to 3 people on Rogue. So they waited for the right time and they mopped it up immediately, but there's no time to loot that box. You have to set the portal. And there's nothing worse if you're sniped down just waiting for your Wraith to set the portal. Like, come on, bro, set it, set it. He sets it. You think you're good. You go through the portal. What do you know? You're still in the zone and you end up just dying. Fortunately for them, I don't believe they gave kill points to anybody, but you end up dying and not getting kill points for yourself. So it's really not that fortunate in the end. And now all of these teams, you can't give enough credit to aim assist. 2 out of 3 games, they're really going to stack up the points. As long as they just don't throw in these next 2 games, they should be in a very nice position going into this 5th game. Well, we're going to the 4th game now, but you want to have as much points and buffer in between all of these teams going into the 5th game.
That's absolutely true words never spoken. Let's talk about that final moment that really showcases what aim assist can do. Here we have them in our sights, and they did have the competition in theirs. Tom, talk me through.
Yeah, so again, this is fairly easy for them because of their positioning, right? They've been able to do a fantastic job separating themselves from the other 2 squads alive. And as Girl and the other casters were saying, it's so important to make sure that you're avoiding that final fight so you're not going to have any type of question on if you're getting hit from the side or anything. So Design Bolt takes a little bit of a damage, hits the battery, but at that point, a lot of damage is already being put out by Junkified, and you have this circle already moving. So it makes it so easy because Euban was weak from the fight with Caustic. As Girl was saying, that fight just took so long. The fact that he lost HP is huge because no longer are you just going for an armor swap. You have to decide if you have to hit a med kit or not. If you don't hit the med kit, you're going down in terms of an HP advantage to the other side, which is in favor of aim assist. And then if you do fight them, you just are weaker than them. So it's just a tough spot to be in. You want to heal and wait for them to get better advantages in terms of their positioning. It's such a tough spot. They really needed to help Euban clear out that Caustic earlier and then start taking more dominant positions in terms of head glitches to fight off the aim assist squad.
It is a balancing act, to be sure. Let's take a look. We know aim assist is number 1. Let's take a look at the rest of the field with our Game 3 results that we've got ready to rock. As we see aim assist with those 6 kills. NRG, is that an 8 or a 0? Never mind. Team Liquid coming in with 9 kills, man. 9 kills for Team Liquid. That is a headline for sure.
No doubt about it. You also have Rogue picking up those kills and then dying to the zone in 9th, so not too bad for them. Sentinels, you do a special on Peach. Next thing you know, he watches it, he gets pumped up, the team's fired up, the org sending emails to the sponsors. It's a good time.
It is. I love it. Well, let's talk about overall standings because I think this is definitely going to put a little change in our numbers here. And here we have it, ladies and gents. Aim assist. Smile coming in at number 2. Godsent bringing it in for number 3. And Aim assist and smile. That is not a that's a very impressive small margin. 51-48. Could be anybody's game here. We've still got 2 more games to play. 2 more games to determine who's going to be number 1, who's going to be our top 3, who is going to be our top 10, and all the things that are afforded to it. Now I want to get straight into our highlights here, Tom, and talk me through exactly what we are seeing coming up on our screen, because the highlights from this game are nothing less of chaotic goodness.
Yeah, you saw the Bloodhound coming back, Reptar busting it out, put away the caustic and said, I'm going to scan you guys as much as possible and just strike fear into the opponent. You know what team's coming at you when they hit you with the scan. And this was the fight against Tech and Lion. Great job using the scan, going up the rope right there, getting the res with only a 2-man squad as well. And then it's all about the positioning here for the aim assist squad. They love rocking these scouts. It's always important to have at least 1 scout on your team, and look at that damage. 136 off the rip. Push. They got this under control. There's some kills going on over to priority targets. NRG taking them out of the lobby. Extremely important to stop one of the best teams. And then you have Godsent over here. This is a huge fight because there's so many points on the line here between first and second, and Godsent is in third. You know, you just saw the graphic. They're in first on the aim assist side. So securing those extra kill points is just going to continue to push them further into the lead.
100%. And we heard a little bit from Godsent earlier. We've seen a little bit of them coming and going in our tournament today, and it's great to see them coming into the later rounds for sure. And I'll tell you what, we have had some incredible gameplay. We've had a little bit of some lobby issues, but the players do not seem to have missed a step here. So I'm really excited. Hey, you know who else is excited, Tom? Our community. Our community. They're excited.
They got a tweet for us?
They do, as a matter of fact. And boy, the first one I'm pretty... Oh, you know what? I have to take that out. We were going to show one that had space. But guess what? This is also out of this world. Me and my puppy, Trappy, enjoying the ALGS stream. Hashtag play Apex. I appreciate, by the way, Tom, that the dog itself has its own hashtag. That's something that cannot be ignored.
Yeah, I'm sure he has his own Twitter and Instagram as well. I'm surprised
that
does.
I know. Hashtag Trappy. Here we go. Play Apex. Want to sleep, but can't skip ALGS. Hi from Iraq. Thank you so much. Our Middle Eastern and Africa settings, they were actually earlier on in today's tournament with our EMEA region, but I'm so grateful that you guys are staying up way late to keep us on your screens, to keep that competitive Apex action going. And I think we got one more. Now this one, Tom, I'm curious your thoughts on this setup. Not just the incredible setup with the fantastic tower and monitors, but let's talk about his ideal loadout. Bloodhound, R301, L-Star MG, dropping a refinery in World's Edge. What do you think?
I mean, hey, whatever works for you, man. If you love those guns, then go for it. I think that's one of the great things about Apex is the balance, but that background is impressive. I want to know where he got that thing.
There it is. That's a good question. Hey, go ahead and tweet us. Hashtag ALGS, as you just saw, at Play Apex. You want to see your setup. We want to see what you think of the gameplay so far. Are you a fan of our teams? And why wouldn't you be? Do you want to say something nice to Monsoon? I always do. That feels right. At any rate, go ahead and tweet at us at Play Apex. If you want to follow us on YouTube, it's at Play Apex Compete. We're everywhere. We're doing the thing, and I'm very excited. More importantly, Tom, you know what time it is?
Are we going into game 4, Kate?
F yeah, we are! Let's go straight to our casters. That's Rain Day and Onset for game numero 4.
Amazing stuff. Loving the energy. Look at the state of this.
Evan,
I don't know what to say anymore. This was not meant to be shown on broadcast. This is what happens at the end of a show. However,
you know,
this is what we normally
do. I'd say I was ashamed at that, but I'm actually
I'm letting you take this bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I was ashamed, but I'm proud, man. I like what we do when we change up our style. I mean, it lets us know, and anybody who's looking at us, like we're versatile. You know what I mean? We could give a lot of different looks, and so I'm really happy about that.
I'm happy about that. However, in production, I will be speaking to you after this is done, and we'll be having a conversation. However, one good thing
Discord
that we do
now.
have, of course, is the fact that Game 4 is just around the corner, our second game on World's Edge. And I mean, it's a bit of a surprise this tournament so far, and we have to say that, you know, Aim Assist are the top dogs right now, and they're looking with a big game here, but like potential champions for today.
I mean, an 11-point lead, when that happens, You know things have gone well for you, especially after Game 3. You look at the way that they perform today, and you look at the way they performed last time around. I mean, you could talk about value gained, and the fact that they weren't even in that top 10 or 20. I mean, this is such an incredible entrance and statement from Aim Assist that it's almost impossible to talk really about anybody else as the main focus of this game. But of course, so many good teams, we never know as we land into World's Edge who will end up taking the priority in our vocal attention.
And there's been a lot of interesting things already happen in our first game on World's Edge. Even off the drop in our last game, we were really shocked to see what happened to Albreleli on TSM, and the fact that Liquid made that late decision, saw him land in solo to take that fight. But those sort of things are things that teams watch, right? They watch the tendencies of teams. They watch how they try and hit beacons on their own. They get a little bit greedy for that beacon, and Liquid took advantage of that.
And that greediness, you know, sometimes it's one way to look at it, and I think you're right in many regards. Sometimes it's just the fact that they think it's safe, and, you know, sometimes it's not. And I know I've kind of added this qualifier to all these statements, but these teams, more than we think, although it looks professional, it looks like everyone's doing things purposefully, sometimes there are chances that they are taking, and it is not just black and white. And risks end up being often rewarded, but oftentimes they are punished as well. And it doesn't look like it was a good decision when they are punished, but when they're rewarded, it feels like just normal, great, high-level pro play. So with the benefit of the doubt, with a grain of salt, these teams doing absolutely everything they can to stay competitive. But yeah, it's Aim Assist to have really led the charge here. But 303 Phonyhead just trying to get out of dodge because he seems to have already noticed there's some problems here, and Shiny is going to fall right along with him.
Yeah, a little bit of contention here around the dome area, and it looks a little bit of a tight squeeze here for Expensive Agents to try and get out. Not the greatest armor to speak of. They do have some pretty good guns in the back pocket, though. The Wingman and the Flatline going to be pretty useful for landing some long-range and short-range damage. But the thing is, when you get these contested fights off drops, it just slows down your rotation so much. And even if you come out on top here, Evan, on this battle, it means that your rotation is going to be so much slower, and you're going to have a tough time for the rest of the game.
Target over there.
And someone could show up and third party this fight. I mean, we've seen Millions Gaming. They had that really strong game 1, and they were definitely somebody that we've been keeping an eye on. Haven't really kept up with that because we do find them still in around 12th place right now, right behind Solar Fox and Solar Fide and Expensive Agents, who they are fighting. But 50-50 isn't good for either of these teams who are trying to get, obviously, ahead of themselves and where they are to continue staying in the top 10. And I think that's why we may see Millions Gaming just maybe abandon it. Not now, but look at this. Oh, no, this is not good at all. It is Yeet Squad who looks to be going down. It's up to 6. They're trying to save it.
6 in a 1v1 here to save this battle. As you say, he's going to try and hit these wingman shots to finish it off. Can he do it, though? Does manage to get the finish, and 6, that is a huge play coming in from you. The last man alive for Yeet Squad, and he did everything in his power to make sure that they have a big game here in Game 4.
And it was E-Boy Ronnie who he ended up taking down. So, you know, a lot of early fighting here, and that's what we'll see in Games 4 as over on the other side, Saucer, he's just completing one of the Bloodhound trials, and this is what you will notice. Teams not only in their spot, sometimes having that free reign because other teams are fighting, getting more desperate. It's going to open up spots for people who are normally contested, or at least half contested, to be completely free. And some teams are going to be working with almost nothing after making it out of these fights in horrible spots. So this is where some of the RNG factor of this comes into play. Who's going to be able to take advantage of it? And so far, it's Complexity who find a kill and a knock on the TSM Imperial Howl.
Yeah, and Hal going down in the battle means that Reps and Albreleli are going to have to get out of dodge, and the only problem for them is Complexity are trying to hunt them down after getting that kill, but it looks like the good scout shots here from Albreleli are going to slowly back them up, and now I'm looking at a third party coming in here on Complexity. It looks like they were trying to get out and not dodge because they were aware of this particular situation. But good shots there from one of the Complexity players. He's going to slow down this third party hit from Solar Fide. Unfortunately, look who Complexity have now run into. It's Smile. Everything is going down here.
And in many ways, because Reps and Albreleli had that fight early on and they've committed to getting that banner, disengaging, and then basically just trying to reset, they're going to get out of this safely, at least right now. We'll have to wait and see if this calls more wolves as, of course, they notify the entire lobby who's nearby that they are now rezzing over in survey camp, and you can see Albreleli just trying to keep the high ground and keep poking around in case anybody is pressuring. It also means he can find himself rotating out of a fight if it does get too bad. And there it is. Hal gets up, and he gets right back down right away.
Yeah, Hal is going to be put on his hands and knees, and he's going to be crawling away. He is still alive and hasn't been finished off as well, so Albrelli will be able to come in here and get that res. We had a little cheeky look at that beacon as well, as we see Albrelli having to back out of that revive there. He was only a few moments away from being able to complete that one, but now he's going to be taken down, and not only him, that is the entirety, I believe, of TSM being taken out. And surprise, surprise, who was it? It was Rogue on their back, and Snipedown was the man who finished it off.
Rogue just is such a pain. A little bit of a rivalry going on between these two squads as it's continuing to develop. There's more fuel for the fire there as we follow along with Lion and Panders, who are helping to get some assists on some of the fighting that had been happening along the way as well, and now rotating as the circle is constantly pressing. A bit of a way to go. And they're looking to chase and make the most of their time as they're looking to immediately, I think, try to find a little bit of solace, but also pick up anybody who might be straggling. And that's where rotating late, when you don't have resources, becomes a deadly dance, because there are other teams who may be rotating late but have the resources who can really take advantage of those teams.
And we're going to see Chinny here trying to pop this Phoenix and stay alive. Should be pretty comfortable to get this one off, but the only problem for him is obviously Huge Gorilla has been taken down, and he's trying to crawl his way towards the zone. He isn't going to be taking too much damage, of course, just the first ring here on World's Edge, so they should be able to get a comfortable revive here and set their way towards where that circle is going to be ending. Of course, this is a team who don't look to have the benefit of the Pathfinder beacon being hit, even though they are running that Pathfinder. But as we did see, Evan, the circle seems to be going towards that survey camp area where TSM were desperately trying to rotate into early. And unfortunately for them, the fights that they come under, that's what I mean. That few seconds where they had to take those fights and back down, get that res, can be completely and utterly game-changing.
Yeah, and in these moments where you're not only wasting little minutes like that, what you're doing is, as TSM, setting an example for so long in North America as for what is working. And I think when you look at early rotations, they are definitely the premier team that comes to mind. But you see Rogue, they beat them there. And that's the issue there. Rogue already fenced up and ready to go and hold that zone. So Hal really did not have a chance of really getting dropped down. And that, to me, has been the difference. Not only has TSM been so good for so long, but they've been punished sometimes by some of the things other teams are doing to them that they really, I think, were pioneering in many ways and being so successful at. So it's going to be an interesting thing to keep track of. Still another game to go, and still plenty of this game left, but definitely not a great start.
See, most of the teams have now postured their way into a position, not only within that first ring, but of course the second ring as well. And it looks like TSM actually weren't eliminated. Reps was the last player alive, so excuse me for misspeaking. He's managed to get Arbolelli back into the game as well, so back up to two-man team here, TSM, and with a pretty good position within the circle as well. And you wouldn't put it past a team like them to be able to pull off something miraculous as we jump on board with LTP here, just holding down the tunnel choke between them and, of course, the teams who have managed to rotate in a little bit quicker. Just checking their backs there to make sure no one was rotating in early, because as we know, information is king on Apex Legends. And the last thing you want to do is have a team rotating in late behind you.
And expensive agents, they're rotating behind everybody. I mean, these guys have lived more time during this game outside of the ring than in it at this point, continuing on their journey, which feels, very, very arduous at this point. But aim assist, here you go. Gentrifying, Resulta, Designful, they have been phenomenal today, and they find themselves 11 points ahead of the lobby. Not too far behind them, though, is Smile. And, of course, Godsent 9 points behind Smile. So a 20-point difference between Godsent and aim assist right now, which shows you Smile's really a team to keep track of, because it's one of the only ones that could catch them here.
Shots being exchanged between the two teams, NRG and aim assist, and it looks like aim assist have decided that is not a fight that they want to take, and that's a pretty smart decision going up against a team like NRG and that raw slaying ability that they do have. And it looks like they're just going to wait here and maybe see if NRG are going to try and rotate in behind them and catch them off guard. But 37 seconds left on this circle as it cuts down to just around 30 or so. Godsent now. Good performance from them in our previous game, once again making a statement for the teams that maybe haven't been talked enough about so far in the ALGS with their performance so far today. Then up on the back of Survey Camp on this high ground. A nice position to be with and some nice weaponry to work with as well with the gold longbow in hand.
That's absolutely one of the best weapons you can have from range at this point. And Hierarchy, he knows it. Kubsky Euban just holding down. And this is a different way to approach Survey Camp because obviously you've kind of lost the buildings. There's so many teams corralled into that area as of now. And the goal is going to be how can we find pressure and poke and also stay alive. With this high ground, they don't have to be exposed to people shooting above them and below onto them, which is almost a death sentence in Survey Camp if you don't have that building. So this is really the most tactical and I think safest approach. They do have to clear this team out on the backside though as well, and they've got to be careful of rotations coming in from tunnel. So if they can keep this up, still a lot to be gained and still a lot of things that can happen because those building teams actually end up kind of fighting each other as that circle ends up rotating and they realize their building is not in the zone. So they could kind of maybe stay on the edge and stay out of harm's way for a little bit longer than maybe some expect.
I like what Aim Assist are doing there in the tunnel as well. They're just waiting for that ring to close before they make their next move, making sure no one is flanking behind their back and making sure they can just concentrate on everything that's going on in front of them around Survey Camp as Rocket gets back down here. You can see just 3 damage points away from leveling up that Evo shield as well with Smile, Team Smile. Our team who are currently sat in second place are currently sat up on some impressive high ground here. And the interesting thing for me is the team that they're looking across at is the team who are in first place, and that is, of course, Aim Assist. So if these two teams engage, this could be huge for the context of not only this game, but the entire tournament itself.
And hugging that, rock right behind them is NRG, and the ability for, Aim Assist to have kind of moved down, NRG to have the opportunity to kind of have taken their spot and forced them away. There's a ton of really important fights that could end up going because NRG is still 18 points to their lobby. It's not enough to really get in the conversation of first place now, but with 2 games left, a big game here and then a big game 5 could definitely put them in the conversation of first, second, or third, which is that big qualification these teams are going for.
Let's go this way.
The Smile set up here. You can see overlooking Epicenter, waiting for that next pull, and they'll get that information in around 1 minute and 20 seconds. But speaking of Smile, they've got some decisions to make in this next few moments, so we're going to jump into the comms here and see what the comms are like in our second place team.
I'm not picking no scouts or triple
pretty sure
scouting.
That's Noko Zach. Pretty sure.
Or
Bruh. Is that kid shooting at you or me?
He's shooting, I don't know.
Like, the bullets are whizzing by me like
yeah, I made him rotate. They're rotating down.
Perfect, we want that.
Let's go.
120 on that kid.
Really?
Yeah,
no. Too. You think I hit him 120 from here? With
I don't know. What was I about to say?
I can't control the Havoc. It's too much.
Drop
they portaled and they took it. Where are they? In a trailer? I think they took a trailer. They had to have.
People middle epi.
They took it back?
Yeah, he took it back and he was blood back there. They bubbled in there. They're gonna be healing.
There's no resin. You watching behind you?
What the KP is gonna be like this circle.
Hope no one has a crib.
18 squadrons.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Damn, we should have scrims like this. Scrimmages.
I'm just vibing up here, bro.
Huge Gorilla 47 is down. The competition is taken out.
Taking one of
Team Smile are vibing. You heard it from the horse's mouth itself. They're in a lovely position here at the back of Epicenter and just kind of watching everything unfold in front of their eyes.
And a little bit of a dig there, expensive agents, they went on that expensive journey. It's like there and back again, a Hobbit story with how far they were traveling from tree in the zone. And then Huge Gorilla goes down. He says, all right, the competition's gone now. I'm not sure if he really meant that, but we'll have to say valiant effort from Huge Gorillas as they are the 18th squad. And that will be their position here. Excuse me, from Expensive Agents and Huge Gorilla. But Smile, talking about them and the Havoc, he's run out of bullets, and he's also mentioned, how difficult it can be to control this thing. The recoil was adjusted this last part of the season, and we've definitely seen a reduction in the use of Havoc from that competitive kind of notch on set. So it seems like some dials have been turned that definitely made it less reliable and a little bit more of you have to really commit to it if you want to get out of it.
Oh, it's got a little bit of a kick to it, and tell you what still has a kick to it and always has is, of course, the Kraber and its team who manages to drop Gentrifying there with a beautiful headshot to take him down. Over to Eye Shiny Muffins and, of course, Protect 4 as they sweep into this team trying to rotate in on them, and the Alternator is what is going to get the damage done. The Hemlock Alternator, maybe not something you'd expect to see at this stage of the game, but with 15 squads remaining, there's not a lot of loot to be shared around either.
No, but we just, a Hemlock Alternator takes them down. I mean, I don't think we've ever uttered that statement in the past month and a half on set. Maybe not ever in Apex Legends competitive, but you must make the best with what you've been given. And Gentrifying again goes into the void, and he realizes that this may be the end for Amethyst, or at least as he's known it, as he's now just by himself. Banners need to be recovered for Designful and Resulta. And he is already getting peppered there. He's got no way to get out. 15 seconds left. As the cooldown did get reduced this last patch as well, as the Into the Void was adjusted to 25 seconds, which makes this a little bit more hopeful, but still a very bad spot. And that should be it. Aim Assist will go down, courtesy of Nocturnal.
And that's our first place team, remember. So they are out of the equation. And if you're one of the teams in the chasing pack, that is great news for you, as we see Sweet hitting a beautiful Kraber shot himself, but Teen returns one from downtown and knocks him. Unfortunately, 14. It means that it won't be the down, it won't be the KP going to him, as Rogue managed to get their man back into this game. But that was just a little Kraber tennis, bit of Kraber tennis there. Shots being exchanged across the net.
The volley definitely went back and forth, you could say it. And I think with that kind of showcase, if he doesn't have a Phoenix kit, which he may at this point in time, there's so many resources being wasted from those Kraber shots. It's not just about the downs or the finishes, it's about you're taking 150, potentially 200 plus damage and shielding required to get back to full if you get hit by this. And it's just putting teams, as they rotate in these smaller circles, into worse and worse spots, and that is what they're trying to do. Unfortunately, we are seeing Sentinels pressured as well. If you are a Sentinels fan, and Peach looks to be going down fighting as valiantly as he can. He knocks one, and it is going to be up to Synox if he can make something good out of this, but he's going to go into the void and just try to avoid any incoming damage and survive to fight another day.
Lobby's certainly heating up now as we're down to our final 10 squads, and Sweet has hit another Kraber shot to finally take out Senox. So I do believe that that is Sentinels out of the game. And Solar Fide are the team, having just won that team fight, who have found a little position here, but they are on the fast side of this circle. So they're going to have to be very, very careful, and they're going to have to traverse some open ground. And first of all, they're going to have to take on Rogue here, who are out for blood. They push it aggressively. Sweet hits some nice R9 shots, manages to stay alive. Can he get the armor swap off as well? Yes, he can. And this is just an aggressive, almost relentless push coming in here from Rogue. They wiped Solar Fide, and they made that push look easy.
It's tactical. They know that they just took a fight. They know they're healing up at this moment. Rogue is a team not just mechanically gifted, but extremely intelligent with a high level of game sense, and they know that this is the time that they could push. He didn't try to heal. He knew the bodies that they had been fighting hadn't been looted, and he could armor swap off of it, and he just made it so efficient. Sweet does take a risk going in first and getting almost 150 damage on him right off the top. And only one mini here with the R-Star is going to actually get Nocturnal, and Nathan is going to get Casper. I'm not sure if that was a full knock on to Liquid, and it seems like, no, he's still alive, but oh my goodness, things might have just gone in Mini's favor right there.
And I mean, let's put this in context. Smile are a second place team here. So all of these KP, all these little knocks that this solo player can get are going to be huge, but unfortunately, every time we are away from Sweet's POV, he hits massive Kraber shots, and that is going to be another one to put into the collection. We need to stay on this man's POV because he is ripping faces right now.
I mean, until those 4 Kraber shots are done with, I wouldn't change at all. Look at that R99 as well, and that's doing the damage. Liquid get up there, and they fall just as quickly, and that is them going down. And you can see the big Colat one to down, and he's got to finish this off. You know it is going to happen, and that's just Casper falling thanks to Snipe Down. And, of course, sweet Kraber shots as he continues to rain havoc on this lobby. 3 squads remaining as well as Bazookas look to fall on set.
Surely this is Rogue's game. They have the high ground. They have the Kraber in the hands of a man who is the hot hand in this game number 4 as well. Sweet is destroying anyone who dares to point their gun towards him when he's got that Kraber in his hands. TSM, one of the teams, still involved as well. NRG going to be taken down. Dropped has managed to pick one up though, so this is a case of no full teams apart from Rogue being left in this lobby. Surely Rogue can close this one out.
NRG coming in with 18 points, but finding themselves at about 8. Have so much to gain, and it's now Borelli who takes down Drop. This is actually huge, and Sweet misses the Kraber shot, but this could be very big potential for TSM to maybe turn it around on set. They were floundering early on. They made a lot out of nothing, and could this be a potential comeback?
One shot left in the Kraber here for Sweet. He has the opportunity to make something huge happen. Nathan is going to take down Dropped and get the finish on that as well. So it's TSM, NRG, and Rogue. It's a 2v2v2 situation, I believe. Didn't quite catch how many NRG players were left up on the battlefield, but as I say, the Kraber is still in the hands of Sweet. One big shot from him could completely change how this game ends.
And this high ground is so valuable as well, Mark. There's really no way to get around it except you have to expose yourself. And up top, Sweet has the Kraber. So if you do that, you're essentially signing your death sentence there. Rogue, like you mentioned, I think still their game to lose. But as you can see, NRG and TSM potentially forced the fight here. One on the low ground, one inside. Only 20 heavy bullets on the flat line, I believe, for reps. And so this is going to be a battle of attrition, but it's also going to be a battle of just hard work here. These teams are going to have to earn it. And you can see NRG does have 3 members on that low ground.
So TSM here trapped in this building. You can see they don't really have an escape point without having to take some zone damage themselves. I think they're hoping and praying that NRG are going to be taken down by Rogue, and then they can sweep in and try and do some damage themselves. 9 shots here.
Let's go this way.
From Sweet. Doing that damage, but everyone here is pretty safe for now. The only thing that really could change this as far as initiating a push is that Kraber shot. As we see Snipe Down now actually dropping down to the low ground here, maybe trying to get a little bit of a different angle working with his teammate. This is one of those plays that could be absolutely huge, or it could backfire and leave Sweet on his own.
As we've seen, TSM, again, without limited resources and now trapped. They have to take damage. They don't have a Wraith portal to get out of that one safely. And underneath them is a full squad, NRG, with Evo shields, level 4 purple. They have the ability to outlast anybody in this fight, but on the high ground, Sweet, and with that Kraber, there's so many different elements, each team with a distinct advantage, but in an opposite area of their opponents. And it all comes down to the next 45 seconds, and who takes the first shot.
So this is the calm before the storm. I don't think we're going to see anyone make a big move yet until we are seeing them forced to do so as that zone closes. Nathan's going to be setting up that portal. You can see there is a player in front of him. That is going to be sniped down, but goes back through to recover himself to that safe point alongside his teammates. And you see the frag grenade in the hands of Sweet as well, but I still feel like this Kraber shot is one that, if it's hit, is going to ring off cross Kings Canyon as he takes down Rocker.
That's huge. Only 8 seconds left. There's not much he can do. And this better stop. No, I don't think they have. Oh my God, that's going to hit. They don't have a generator down there. And so that grenade is going to put them in a world of trouble. NRG, we're winning on one category, members and shielding. No, it seems like they've lost both, and it's now Rogue to be up top. Can he continue with the R99?
Aurelli took the high ground there, and I just wonder if Rogue have got enough in the tank to hold this one out. Snipe down with the Prowler, does the damage, but there's still someone alive, and it's going to be NRG, who come off of the low ground at the last second to make the most of the opportunity that was presented in front of them. What an end game that was, Evan. Unbelievable stuff from all of the teams involved.
Poggers, as Girl has been saying after she's been finishing her cast, which I've appreciated. Pog champ. What an ending to that game. And to me, so many cool things about it because of the intricacy of what each team had. It was really like putting a square, a circle, and a triangle against one another in a boxing match and saying, all right, fight this one out. And everyone's trying to use what they've got as their strength. And I think you saw the shielding and you saw the positioning on the low ground. You also saw the fact that, TSM had the building, so there was no way to get pushed from the outside or above. But you also saw that the high ground, it was Sweets. And I think that every team played what they could to their best advantage. And, the only difference is the fact that NRG maybe could have made more mistakes with how much shielding they had and an extra member and still survive. And that's what ended up happening.
Yeah, an unbelievable end game there. But NRG are your winners of game number 4. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk right now. But, I mean, you got plenty to talk about.
Whew. Oh, truer words were never spoken, Onset. You are not wrong, and I will say plenty of that stuff to talk about. A lot of it happened in the final few seconds of the game, but before we get to that, NRG, were we expecting this? Is World Edge the NRG map? Tell me a little bit about that team and about why they are on top in this game 4.
I think we start with that type of circle there, and all of these teams, these top tier teams, very familiar with fighting it out in survey. And I wasn't surprised to see TSM at the very end because they're notorious for getting into these early survey buildings and holding out teams the entire time. Unfortunately for them, they didn't have Hal to go and make a portal, but Albrily really messing up Sweet with that amazing grapple up towards the top of that rock. I thought he was going to drop down and clutch it. Next thing it looked like Snipe Down was going to clutch it, and then NRG comes up because they had 3 members and takes that one. But it was very scary as Sweet hit that nice Kraber shot right there onto the Gibby, dropping that player. And you saw, I think, a gold bag coming into play for NRG, which was huge because they got that Kraber shot right around the 11-second mark when the circle was moving. And then they got the res, and you noticed the grenade marker showed a red shield, which was the Gibraltar shield. So they did have a gold bag. They weren't in a situation where they had to heal and die to the storm there. Possibly TSM could have, rotated with them and around them, but with only one player there to stop them, reps with Albrily going over towards the top, they kind of split up a little bit and did a 1 versus 2 and a 1 versus 3, and that's why NRG was able to win that.
Absolutely. Now, a lot of people, I assume, and in fact, our casters as well, looked at this as sort of, Sweet had that momentum, that Kraber was decimating every single teammate that it came across, every single team player that it came across. And I'm curious, it seemed for a time there that it was Rogues to lose. How did they lose this one?
It really wasn't, unfortunately, for them because of the fact that they had 3 players on NRG. And it's a huge advantage when you go and have that extra one. Yes, you have the height, you have the gold armor. It's nice to be in that position. But if you have all 3 players in that position, it's completely different. You saw Sweet, he ends up getting grappled up on Albrily. That was one of the big determining factors there. Sweet wasn't able to use his phase. He wasn't able to make a nice play around it. He tried to just fall back to where Snipe Down had his fences. But Snipe Down's fences didn't really mean much because NRG just ran right through them. I'm not sure if they even took their portal. I think they just walked over there on foot and made their way over towards that final circle. You have the Gibby bubble that you could fight in, and I'm not sure where that final player came in. Whoever that last guy was to come in with the clutch, just a really nice job coming in last. That's what you want to do in that type of situation. You want to let these guys fight it out, duke it out in the circle, then you maybe chuck a grenade in there, or you just fly in for that 1v1, and that's what they did, taking down Snipe Down. But it was close for Rogue. They really did a nice job with 2 players. It was nice to see TSM get back into it as well, maybe getting some more confidence here going into game number 5.
100%. And I'm so glad that you're in the analyst chair right now because we have our final moment. And boy, does it require a lot of analysis. There's a lot going on. Bring me through this, Tom.
Yeah, so it's a split between the team above them, which is TSM, and then here comes the res onto Rocker. As predicted, they have a gold bag there onto Nathan. Rocker took the Kraber shot right from Sweets in the face, and now we get to see exactly what happened in terms of do they take the portal or do they walk it on foot? And you can see they do take that portal. Snipe Down most likely has it fenced off, and he does, but they just have a nice Q here by Nathan. And here's one of the things about Wraith now that you have not had before. You could see inside of the phase exactly where all the players were. So he just hits a perfect phase right in behind Snipe Down. Snipe Down's thinking that there's a guy with gold res on the ground or something like that, but it got removed. So he's looking around thinking that still, it's so hectic. He wasn't really sure what was going on. The last thing that you expect in that scenario is for a guy to do such a smart play like NRG did right there. So hats off to them taking that dub.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, performing under some of the biggest pressures that this game and this competition has to offer. Let's find out the rest of the results. We know NRG is number 1, but who is right behind them? My goodness. Let's say I love looking at those kill counts. Rogue bringing it in for a solid 11 kills, Tom.
That's amazing. And this is what we kind of expected earlier on from these teams. NRG, Rogue, TSM. And then you have the Brazucas team going up there and getting a nice little 4th place as well. So good job by them. Liquid coming in with 5th with only 3 kills. But overall, that's what you expect again from the Rogues, from the TSMs, from the NRGs. But if you're just joining us, this hasn't been their day. Either one of these teams. It's been all about aim assist, Godsent, some of these other guys. So I'm curious to see if that's enough points for NRG really to get into position now to possibly do something. It definitely puts Rogue up there and Energy. So Godsent falling behind a little bit, Sentinels falling behind, but you could see all these teams within the 30-point area, definitely in striking distance, and could potentially take over Amosys for that #1 spot if they have a botched game here.
Absolutely. And of course, this next game is for all the marbles. We are coming into that game 5, that elusive game 5. That's going to tell us who is going to, in fact, be #1. And to your point, Amosys and Smile, they've been sitting pretty these last couple of games. But the truth is, we don't have a whole bunch of points that separate 1 from 2 from 3. And NRG, I'm sure, especially coming off this win, off of the Game 4 win with that momentum, is looking at that, even that top 3 spot going, well, I really want the money. I really want the prize pool. I really want to find those points. And I really want to make it into our next Super Regional. More importantly, our next finals, our playoffs, I should say, that'll happen in September. That elusive top 3 is something that a lot of players and teams are definitely going for.
When you look at game 5 and how it's coming down, if you're, Amosys or Rogue, and this thing ends over towards Thermal, or if it ends over towards Mirage, that's where both of these teams drop. They're very close to one another, so they could end up screwing over one of these guys' rotations, or they could just meet each other earlier on in this game. So I'm looking forward to seeing where this circle ends up rotating, because Survey, very far from where both of those teams land. It's almost across the map. So I'm looking out for this. If it ends up being on that side of the map, these two teams have a very big advantage for them.
Absolutely. And I got to say, this, as we mentioned, this is game 5 here. What are you saying? If you're the coach, if you're coaching in top 3 versus our last 3, how are you changing up your coaching style to get them through to this 5th game? Because in a lot of ways, there's a lot of those teams that have found their footing, and there's a lot of teams that haven't.
I think that you just play discipline. That's one of the key things to this game. Don't get too impatient. Let the game come to you. I know we've repeated that a couple of times throughout the day and throughout this cast, but those are the key ingredients that you need to win. Don't change your play style. Don't change anything. If you've been placing the top 5 here, if you're on the verge of potentially taking first here, or at least getting in the top 3, just continue to play your game. That's why we play 5 games, because anything can happen. Just like we saw TSM had 2 points going into game number 4, and now they're in 11th place because they had a fantastic game number 4. So it's the same thing for these guys. They're so well seasoned, they're so smart, they are so determined, and I highly doubt that they're even phased by going to this game 5. They're looking forward to it.
Well, I am as well. But first, let's take a look at some of those highlights from our game 4 so we can relive the magic of what we just saw. Oh, excuse me, this is actually games 1 through 4. I did it again, Tom. Let's talk about game 1. Bring me through.
Yeah, this is that amazing grapple R9 play from Lion. He gets the res after that as well, so they keep all players alive. This is where you saw Amosys taking down the dub in game number 1, and going into game number 2, again, the second game on the Kings Canyon. Nice crawler shots there from the Godsent crew. They end up falling just short over here and giving this game on over to Smile, and that's why Smile was able to rack up so many points. Petty Boss just going completely ham sandwich during this game, and Amosys again winning 2 out of 3. Just great positioning, great shots, great teamwork. Look how weak they were at this point. All of them without armor, all of them low health, just resetting the fight and getting that huge win, giving them first place going after game number 3 into game number 4. And this was all the Rogue show with Sweet here with the Craver. Just fantastic play, but can't give enough props on over to Nathan here for that heads up phase that he did to get behind Snipedown. Just 1,000 IQ play. Snipedown had no idea where he came from. I had no idea where he came from, and I have so many points of views over here. So shout out to the broadcast team for grabbing that one.
Absolutely. Well, hey, you know what? Something else that we grabbed from our fans, from our community, from the people watching us at home right now are some tweets. And boy, do I love these, Tom. We once again make an appearance. This is from Julia. It may be 2 a.m., but we must see these clutch plays. Hope everyone's having a good night watching the ALGS, because I know I am. And this, of course, from Ireland. We had Iraq. Now we have got Ireland. This truly is a global event. I'm very excited, Tom.
Yeah, we had one from Mexico as well, so it's awesome seeing the tweets coming from all over the world. We really... Whoa, my gosh!
Whoa.
You need a roommate, sir. Do you need a roommate? Do you need a roommate?
Apparently, this is good. This is exactly right. Hey, he is kind of a fanatic. I'll say that, and Tom, I bet you would agree.
That is the coolest crypto and Pathfinder painting I've ever seen. Please tell me where you got that artwork. I have to know. and I'm getting it from my place. Holy cow.
Oh, yes, and I think our community wants to know as well. Make sure you hashtag ALGS. Looks like this next week. We got my snacks and my drinks ready, and you sure do. And, of course, you've got Fallout, and you've got Girl taking center stage. It's a great vitamin C on that orange juice. Really smart move on there. We've got one last tweet, and I think this one's really interesting. It really boats to the fact that BR can change instantly. This was tweeted out right before our game 4, right before our last game. And listen to this. It's too early to call this tournament, but I think God Sent wins this one. Interesting to see how aggressive TSM and Yeet Squad get to make a push for a top 10 or better. Professor Asylum, I couldn't agree more.
Is he lighting a fire on fire in his profile picture?
It's possible. I'll say that. I will say, guys, thank you so much for tweeting us at Play Apex, for being with us on YouTube at Play Apex Compete. Make sure with those tweets, you feel free to keep tweeting us, keep chatting us through. Make sure to add the hashtag ALGS. We, of course, as you can see, we love seeing it. And also, if the person with the Pathfinder and the crypto artwork can get in touch, hashtag ALGS. We have at least one fan here in Tom that really wants to know where you got those. So at any rate, sure. I'm going to go. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what? Listen, it is that time again, Tom, the elusive game 5, and we will get right to our final caster pair in Fallout. And in, oh my gosh, am I getting this right? In Fallout and Girl, right after this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Game number 5 is upon us as we are getting ready to enter.
Taking a look
into our very last game. So my apologies. I thought that was a commercial for a second. We jumped right into gameplay because we have to jump right into gameplay. Game number 5 is live, and we are ready to see who will come out on top. It has been a crazy America's scene as TSM and Complexity are currently vying for top 10, which is crazy to think about. Rogue and NRG, however, have made a comeback to fight and to make it interesting going into game number 5 for a first place finish. Or will Aim Assist and Smile maintain their consistency and close this one out? That is the key question. So many storylines going into this game 5. Such a series it has been in the Americas. Of course, the Americas never seem to disappoint.
Yeah, I love the last game of the tourney to be so close in points. So you could sit on the edge of your seat and see what happens, see who wins. You don't know who won just yet. We have Aim Assist, Smile, Rogue, and NRG, top 4 teams contesting for the W.
Exactly right. And it's what you like to see in a game number 5. I swear to God, every single game 5 gets crazier and crazier in the Americas Finals. We've had the craziest game 5s throughout all of our online tournaments from January all the way up until this point. Summer Circuit 1 was a crazy finish. Of course, Yeet Squad had to lead for quite some time there. Speaking of Yeet Squad, they're currently in 20th place, which is crazy to think about as they are slowly trying to see if they can make a run here. They got to go absolutely insane here in game 5. They got to play like there's nothing to lose. And so far, it's actually going to be Noct who's going to pick up some kills early on. And a couple of nice kills coming through for the Silver Fox squad, who is sitting in a solid 13th place, also trying to vie for a top 10 finish, and that's a good start for them.
Amazing start by them, able to pull off a team wipe, not losing a single player, and they'll be able to recover. Wraith One Tricks, though, they've lost 2 players. Both of their beacons have been recovered, though, so they're going to try and get a revive on their 2 players.
Yeah, not the best early starts in early games for Wraith One Tricks in general throughout the entire series. It seems like they've gotten early contests many times. Now Zanile, the last member alive, does have beacon control, as he said, so he'll try to get a revive, and they might be able to live to fight another day. And oh my goodness, a crazy update Looks like TSM, Alberlelli, and Reps are going to go down early. So it was a crazy storyline between TSM, Complexity, and Solafide all fighting for top 10 is now one member alive of TSM left to try to keep his team in this one. So an interesting start so far. One squad is completely eliminated. Meanwhile, Smile currently sitting in second place with 47 points. They're pretty well positioned, which by the way, their listen-in girl was one of my favorite listen-ins I've seen or listened to in a very long time. It was pure comedy last time around.
Yeah, that was hilarious when he was mentioning Gorilla Down, our top contestant. We're safe. We're gonna win this for sure.
Gorilla, and then on top of that, there's 18 squadrons left. The entire thing was actually comedy, as it looks like we're gonna run into some server issues and technical difficulties here. So our apologies for the delays, as we'll get you guys an update as soon as we have an update on our end. But it looks like there's some issues here in game number 5. Listen, the storylines are crazy. Things are so intense. We had to just kind of calm my heart down a little bit and set things up a little bit further. Clearly, is what happened. So our apologies, though. All jokes aside, for any delays here, we'll get you guys the answers as soon as we have them on our end. But girl, as we were talking about game number 5 and some of the storylines, what has stood out to you the most in this tournament series so far?
What stood out to me the most is how players have been adapting or not adapting to what's been going on. As you can see, a lot of teams were being contested. I wonder what goes through their mind, if they should change their drop spots, don't change their drop spots, contest this team, or maybe try landing somewhere new. I really wonder what goes through their mind when it comes to switching the map and being contested.
Yeah, that's a good point. Switching the map, switching their positions where they drop, switching their team comp. We've seen some team comp changes already as Bloodhound is being used now, or I think last time they used Watson in the form of team complexity from Kings Canyon over to World's Edge. So a variety of changes that have come through. Just got the official word. The lobby will be restarting due to some of those technical issues. And I think a few players dropping from that. Not the entire lobby did not drop. A few players did drop, however. So the lobby is going to be restarted in entirety is what I'm being told as of now. So for some of those teams, maybe even TSM, a little bit of a break here, as I know a couple members got taken out early. However, we want to make sure it's a fair and equal chance for all players, and it's a good game, good experience overall in game number 5 is at least the latest word that I have heard. We'll keep you updated as anything changes. But girl, talking about some of these storylines that we mentioned, Rogue and NRG, I know you and I were watching in the off-air channel here, a crazy showing for them as well as TSM in game number 4, setting themselves up for a great game number 5. What was it they were doing a little bit better in game number 4 that maybe we didn't see a lot of in games 1 through 3?
I think, being able to get to that end zone, honestly, that's the most important thing. Getting to the end zone, being able to get those kills as people rotate, having the best positions, honestly, is the best thing for the team.
Yeah, it's a good call out. I mean, honestly, that's part of the battle in itself is making it to that late game, getting an early rotation, surviving long enough to make it to the late game. We know what they're capable of when they get there. They're so good as a team, especially in those 3-on-3 fights that really one small mistake, one decision could make the difference. They seem to clutch up the most. But the big question is, can they get to that late game? And I think that's something that they were able to do a much better job of in game number 4 versus games 1 through 3. However, as it currently stands, TSM was 16 points, Complexity was 17 points, Solafide with 19 points. And guess what? That splits between placements 9 through 11. The important thing to keep in mind here is top 10 guarantees you a qualified spot into the next Super Regional or Summer Circuit tournament finals. So that top 10 point is really, really important. Top 3 is what guarantees you a spot in the playoffs, which is going to be going down in September. I believe a $500,000 prize pool in the playoffs, which is absolutely insane. I've loved this new Super Regional format where we've seen some South American teams play against North American teams. In the EMEA side of things, we've seen some European teams play against Middle East and Africa, and we get to kind of see the best and the best. It almost reminds me a little bit of that international competition that we had in Krakow, Poland, where we saw Korea play against Europe, play against North America, play against South America. We saw so much diversity in gameplay and play styles, and we really got to crown the best of the best. Now, in a Super Regional, or at least a microcosm type of way, we get to do the same thing here. In your eyes, girl, what's been your favorite part about the Super Regionals and the Summer Circuit series so far?
My favorite part is always just the last game. I really like how tight the last game is, being on the edge of my seat. Like, does one of the top teams die early? Do they make it to middle game? Does someone risk ending up killing them so they can take over their spot? Like that's my favorite part of the tournaments.
That's a good call. That's when things get interesting. That's for sure. That's when things get fun to watch. And of course, all the stories kind of develop at that point. Honestly, BRs in general, what makes them stand out to me over any other genre is the fact that, and I was talking to Onset about this, the fact that you can tell a story over time, in a BR. You can watch a team early on. You can understand where they're at in the overall placements and standings side of things, and understand how they have to maybe alter their play style a little bit to try and be in the running or be in contention. Kind of like, a team like Yeet Squad or TSM or Complexity. I mean, they're currently 10th or 20th place. In order for them to make a run for top 3, which is where the money is, and also where the qualifying spot is, you got to play a lot more aggressive. Simply, you got to get a lot more kills. You got to make it to late game. You got to play near perfect. So those stories over time certainly make things interesting and make things so much fun to watch. I've also loved the structure and format of Apex Legends, how for the first time a bracket style tournament in all these online tournaments has resulted in our finalist teams, which we get to see on Sundays. Of course, the teams qualify on Saturdays in almost like a single elimination tournament. You go round by round to see who can make it to be the top 20 teams. That's always been fun to watch, and I'm really excited for the playoffs is when we're going to see the point system return in the form of match point. So once you reach 50 points, that's when you're eligible to win, but you have to win the next game. So it's really going to reward a team that can clutch up, that can win consistently, kind of like we've seen Aim Assist do and Nasky Strafe and Dell do. So it's been fun to watch. That is for sure. A lot to talk about, a lot to be excited about. And again, our apologies, everybody. We're restarting the lobby. We want to make sure a fair game number 5 experience for everybody. So thank you so much for your patience and the wait. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to our analysts to talk about some more storylines as we get game number 5 ready. Going back to you, Kate and T-Squared.
Kate, I can't hear you.
Oh, there goes Kate again with the mute button. Just typical Kate. Come on. And of course, don't worry, though. I wasn't saying anything of note or value other than to say thank you, the community, for sticking with us during these technical issues. Man, it's like with all these teams coming in from all over the world and from us remoting in as well, things can get a little hairy, and not just in game, Tom, not just in game. So thank you so much for all of your patience and all of your help here. And guess what, guys and gals and everybody in between? We have a player profile for you. T-Squared, Tom, we've been talking about Snipe Down all day. In fact, we've heard people on comms in game talking about Snipe Down. It feels like the right time to showcase Snipe Down. Am I right?
I've known the guy for 13 years. Why not? Let's see it.
Let's see it. Take a look.
A lot of people are going to say I'm slimy solely because I play on controller. If I kill you and you blame aim assist every single time, then I'm going to let you keep blaming it, because at the end of the day, I'm beating you.
Yo, aim assist is not broken, but I got gold stabilizers right here.
My name is Eric Rona. I go by Snipe Down, and I'm a professional Apex Legends player for Team Rogue.
Snipe Down in the EG squad, smell blood as they have 49 kills.
I started playing Halo in 2002, fell in love with the game very quickly, turned professional in 2008 at my very first tournament, and I've been in love with professional gaming ever since. I've always wanted to keep improving, and I think that's why I'm still here today, 13 years later. I'd say I'm most known for being a controller player. That is pretty rare in this scene. I feel like in up-close situations, just that little bit of extra stability I have on the joysticks. Once I'm zoomed in, I don't really have to touch my joystick as much due to the fact that I have more control. I would describe my personality in gaming as a very aggressive playstyle, and I'm always, looking for what the best position is. So I don't like sitting back and watching other teams make plays that I think that we can do.
Got them all, baby.
Although my favorite character is Wraith, I have switched up to a Wattson main now for Team Rogue, because as an aggressive playstyle, sometimes I get overly aggressive and sometimes I make plays that can hurt the team. With Wattson, I feel like I have a little more of a chain on me. I just recently joined Team Rogue with Sweet Dreams and Dropped. I've really been looking for a team that I can call home. I'm going to come onto this team. I'm going to do whatever I need to do to make it work with them, to make them feel comfortable, make myself feel comfortable. Sweet Dreams and Dropped have played together since the game came out. I have been more of a lone wolf my entire career, dating back to early Halo days. We always knew from the moment that this team was formed that we were a championship quality team. We played in 5 days of scrims. In each of those days, I believe we ended up in second, first, third, fifth, and first. Just with those results alone, we knew going into this online tournament that we had a very, very solid chance of doing well, placing in the top, and even winning the tournament.
We're going to see Snipedown in the kill feed, already instant chemistry.
For Online Tournament 4, we started off extremely strong. Throughout the tournament, we were only not in first place for one round. Going into the finals, we were 3 points ahead of both Solified and TSM, and as soon as we saw TSM get knocked out of the tournament, we knew exactly where they were at, and as soon as I saw the post-game statistics, I started freaking out. I was screaming at the top of my lungs.
Look right now, the game's over. TSM only 1 kill, bro! What? Let's go, baby!
It was a great feeling that I was proud to share with the team. Being a top team in North America is very humbling for me as a individual due to the fact that I have such a history in arena shooters. For me to come from Halo, to come to a completely new style of game, and to win a tournament is super incredible. I want teams to realize that wherever we are on the map, I want them to think of us the same way they think of TSM. I would love to instill fear into my opponents and make them know that every time they run into us, that they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god, indeed. I'll tell you what, if that actually, first of all, you're his friend, you've known him for 13 years. How accurate was that profile we just showed?
Yeah, you know, I'm super humble, but I'm just the best player in the game, you know?
I mean, we can all relate,
I love you,
am I right?
I love you.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for him. I really am. And it's not easy to go and switch games. There was a time where he was also balancing competing in Halo and in Apex and doing very well in both. He's got 2 great teammates. His play style really meshes, and I think that he just continues to improve as well. I watch him a lot. Again, he's one of my great friends, so I really like to go into his stream, support him, and watch him grow as a player. And when you're surrounded by 2 really solid players like that, and you could rise to that occasion, and you could really feed off of their energy, there's so much that you can learn from these guys as well. Giving Snipedown those tools is very scary because he's so individually skilled.
100%. I will also say that he is definitely beloved in this, even in game, as we heard Complexity talking about. Well, if we just had 3 Snipedown Watsons, you could coach those, just be right there, ready to go, hard to take down, and it's nice to hear some fandom right in game with Complexity. But I'm going to go ahead and talk to you a little bit. I want to say, because we have this change up, because we've unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties, which really does change the reality for some of our teams here, especially at this early stage. Going into Game 5, I want a prediction. Because if we saw one thing with TSM even coming down to taking out 2 players right away, if we see a prediction here for our Game 5, who could be on top? Is it going to be, are you going to go with a safe choice, Tom? Are you going to go with the smile? Or if you're going to go with our aim assist? Or are you going to look at the title and say, hey, you know what? Somebody could get 15 kills. Somebody could find their way into 27 points with placement. Who is taking the W for Game 5 and maybe for overall?
I think you have to go with the safe pick right now and think Aim Assist has a huge advantage based on how well they've played. They're the only team to win 2 games so far. They've won half of the games. One was on Kings Canyon, one was on World's Edge. Now, for granted, let's say, we'll say that they just won 2 Kings Canyon games and none on World's Edge. Then it'd be like, okay, maybe they're only a one-trick pony, but it's not the case at all. They're very well-rounded. They know how to play both of these maps. And then I'm looking out for Rogue as well. Smile, don't count them out at all. But if I had to pick 2 teams right now, I would watch out for Rogue and I would definitely watch out for Aim Assist. I would love to see Smile prove me wrong. I would love to see other teams go up and step to the plate. I would love to see TSM have a big game. NRG, there's a lot of teams in that running. Godsend's still there. All these teams play extremely smart, but I think whoever's going to play the most patient here and not get too ahead of themselves is going to be the team that takes the W.
And of course, we have different tiers. Top 10 is going to take us to your next Super Regional top 3. They've got a absolute buy right into those playoffs. And of course, some cool change to go along with it. But let's talk about what the community is saying, because we got some more tweets. I just sound so funny when I say that, Tom. But let's take a look. There's some real cute ones here. Oh, come on. An audible aw is totally warranted, right? Looks like Chloe says, watching ALGS with my duo partner. That is the cutest thing ever with a capital E. Let's take a look at what else we've got going down here. I love this. This is our socially distant This has our nice mask, ALGS Caustic, 5 a.m. Oh, we haven't even, Tom, we started off in Europe in the early hours, late evening, early hours, and now we are just right into that early morning. Republic of Georgia, great games, truly a global reach, and I'm so psyched to see his setup there.
That chair looks extremely comfy. It looks like he has multiple pillows laid down on an already expensive gaming chair. This guy knows how to get comfy.
This guy is a pro move for sure. For sure. Hey, look, it's us again. Who knew? Looks like we've got fans in Brazil. I love it. This is fantastic. Brazucas. That is definitely going to be a team to watch. Unfortunately, they're a little bit lower in the pack here and coming into Game 5, but you know, they can always make a splash, and I love BR for that reason. They say sorry about the photo.
Kind of looks like you're sneezing, Kate.
It sort of does. It's story of my life. I'm highly memeable, as are we all, but what are you going to do? Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit Super Regional number 2. That is a mouthful, but I've memorized it several times. And I will say that at this point, we are, you know, we're just dealing with some of those technical difficulties, but we're so excited that you're here. And I will say, Tom, this is the last game in our Super Regional number 2 here. It almost feels a little sad.
It does feel a little bit sad. And I'm looking over at the lobby if you guys want to update on how many players have filled into this. We have 59 out of 60, just waiting on one more player to fill in. And once we do that, we are going to toss it on over to the casters so it gets started. But for now, we're just going to keep you guys entertained and keep talking some more Apex. And again, I want to look at where the circle comes down to, Kate. I know we were talking about it before, but if it goes over towards Thermal again, if it goes over towards Mirage, even if it's over towards Train Station, where these other teams that are on the top don't have to, I guess, commit so hard to running across the map, that's going to be huge for them. And you can't really, you know, say that they've gotten lucky, because a lot of the circles they've had to work pretty hard for so far. You know, one was in Survey where they made their way all the way across the map. That's pretty far from where Rogue lands. I mean, it's not all the way across the map, but one of the things that I also noticed in the beginning of last game was that Six and the Yeet squad won that 3v3 over towards Lava City. Finally, it seems like they've made some adjustments. They decide they are going to continue to land there. They are going to take that fight. And why not, right? You won the previous tournament. If someone's going to contest you, you have to demand respect over towards your landing spot. So I'm glad to see them kind of fight that out, and I hope to see them pick it back up, because we do know how much Six means to us, and we want to see those guys do good.
We absolutely do, and we absolutely want to get to that gameplay. I know we've got Fallout and Girl at the ready, but first, let's take a look quick at this incredible piece of footage.
Thank you so much, guys. As always, Kate and T-Squared for holding it down, especially setting us up for game number 5. The game is ready. The lobby is loading, and finally, we're going to be jumping into the same game number 5 we've been hyping up for the last 15 minutes or so. Again, sincere apologies for the delays all, and thank you all so much for your patience. Fallout here, joined alongside the banner of Girl for now, as her camera's being shipped. We're going to get her on camera hopefully in the future. But Girl, it's been a great day of Apex action so far, and I am so incredibly excited for game number 5.
We're finally back. I'm so excited. We get to watch the game start over again. So that's awesome. Just a reminder for teams to watch. Aim Assist and Smile are top 2. Rogue and NRG are up next. For me, I personally want to see Rogue and NRG, you know, just pick a team and jump on them. Secure your own victory. Like, make your own way to the win, but we'll see what happens.
I like the mentality. Control your own destiny. If you're a team like Rogue that is known and able to play aggressive too, you know, why not? I'd be interested to see that scenario play out. It looks like game number 5 is loaded and ready. The dropship is flying across the map, and teams will be loading in and dropping in as we speak. I am so excited. You hit the nail on the head, Girl. 2 storylines in this one to keep an eye out for. One is the story for top 3, because top 3 qualifies for the playoffs. We have Aim Assist in first with 53 points, Smile with 47 points, Rogue with 42, and NRG with 37. So NRG currently 16 points behind. They're going to have a miraculous Game 5 to end up in first. However, there's also the storyline for top 10, because top 10 qualifies for the finals of our next summer circuit tournament. TSM, Complexity, and Solafide with 17, 16, and 19 points, respectively. So those are the 2 key storylines. We're dropping into World's Edge. Sorting Factory is a hot spot, so we're going to get some great loot. If you're a Sentinels fan, you're excited to see that. Sentinels currently sitting in 6th place. I believe they're the ones that are dropping over in Sorting Factory.
Yeah, no one was able to make it a thermal station or tree, so I'd like to see the zone end that way. But we'll find out here shortly.
In the words of Smile, Huge Gorilla 47, the fiercest of competition is now eliminated from this game, or at least knocked from this game. Now eliminated from this game, courtesy of a finisher coming through from Zach Mazer of the Silver Fox squad, currently sitting in 17th place. Meanwhile, Yeet Squad, our winners from our last tournament, in 20th place, 26 points. Not the best showing for them is now. Take a look at this, courtesy of Pathfinder. Thank you, Pathfinder. We will be seeing a southeast leaning ring. So if you're a TSM fan, rotations are going to have to come through quickly. And of course, right now, MSG currently in a very, very good spot. That is Millions coming from South America.
Yeah, they hit the beacon pretty early. They have the best side of the zone. They'll be able to pick whatever spot they want, basically, in this next zone. And here we see Silver Fox fighting again.
Yeah, yet another fight. They've already gotten a few kills, at least one kill early on. Meanwhile, it's going to be Noko. No Cocoa Puffs, one of our top streamers in the community, gets taken out early. Zach Mazer coming to try and keep him alive. He's going to down one. It's going to be Shiny getting taken out. 303 Phonyhead is the one who downed Noko, and I believe got the kill on Noko. 1 versus 1. Noct doing everything he can with some good shots coming through. And just like that, it is going to be Zach Mazer last alive, going for the revive. Interesting decision here as he has some pressure on him. Shot comes through, and that should be it. Can he connect for the last shot? Yes, he does.
Wow.
Well done by Zach Mazer and co. The revives will come through, and Silver Fox with 3 points. That's going to put them within 15 points in 12th place. But another team's going to come through. It's going to be Millions as they hear the fight. They want the third party, and they're going to get it. That's going to be a team wipe coming through for Millions. So just like that, from a solid showing to eliminated from the game, I believe is Silver Fox.
Yeah, unfortunately for Silver Fox, they landed dome. They had a very fast rotation to third party that fight, and they ended up picking up those 3 kills.
Well played by Millions, though, to recognize a third-party opportunity. We're way behind with only 11 points in 16th place. We got to get some kills, but now they are also taking some damage. It's going to be from Yeet Squad, another team that's kind of playing with nothing to lose here as they recognize they're way behind as well. So Millions with a nice third party, and then a third party comes on top of that third party, and it looks like Millions is going to try and back out to see if he can save his team.
Risk versus reward here. They went and got those 3 kills, and then they got pushed themselves. So it's really tough. You always got to be aware of those third parties. Yeah, you've got to be conscious. You can't have everyone looting at the same time. You need someone scouting, and unfortunately for them, they have 2 downed. But their Pathfinder lives another day.
Indeed he did. Meanwhile, it looks like it was, I think, LTP, who is in 8th place. They're kind of vying for a top 10 finish, who decided, again, to go for a third party over Yeet Squad in that situation. So, all members of Yeet Squad alive. It looks like Tech's going to get taken out. So does Wolf, originally of that Million Squad, who got down early on. And just like that, 6, Nice Wig and Co. getting some KP to their name.
Now we're back with Wraith 1 trick.
Yeah, and they're playing the trials over here, trying to get some early loot. Keep in mind, they are incredibly far away from the second and third ring locations, but look at the loot they're going to get. I think that's worth it to maybe have a delayed rotation if it means getting all the loot in the world over at the trials. So smart decision from them. They're all going to leave with gold backpacks, with purple armor. They are probably one of the best looted teams in the game right now. They could take any fight that they want, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a great thing about running Gibraltar is that you are fine running the edge of circle. You're completely fine. You can loot extra and find your own ways to get into the zone.
Yeah, it's a great call out. One of the nice things about having different team comps, you know, and we talk about it not often enough, I don't think. You know, for any aspiring Apex players at home, if your team likes to play edge circles, likes to play for edge fights, you should probably be running Gibraltar because you're going to have your dome for artificial cover. It's going to help you on rotations. If you prefer to play for late game, early rotations, definitely be running Pathfinder so you can have that beacon knowledge and understand where the late game circle is going to be. You know, now, of course, with the addition of Bloodhound kind of being in meta, if you like to play aggressive, you could play Bloodhound. If you like to play for recon, you could play crypto. I mean, there's so many different play styles now, so many really opportunistic and possible team comps, which is great to see.
Here we're watching Rogue, one of our top 4 teams right now. They're in a pretty decent spot. They have pretty decent gear. It looks like they're trying to take the bottom half, the edge of the zone. We'll see. They're probably going to hit that beacon once the zone comes in. They're going to hit it again and then probably get a better rotation in after that.
Yeah, that would be wise to figure out the next ring after this one. Of course, once the ring collapses, they can do exactly that. Just drop his playing Pathfinder. They're going to have to go over towards Dome side, like I said, for that beacon. As now, Complexity, a team as mentioned, in that second storyline here, a team playing for top 10. Right next to Complexity, right next to Solifide, it's going to be Reptar putting in great shots with that Mastiff. However, his teammate Monsoon is going to go down. That's going to be the hands of Frex's. So huge kills for NRG. If you're an NRG fan, you're on top of the world right now. Reptar in a pretty bad spot. He's going to get tagged up quite a bit. And next for an 80 damage Mastiff shot, it is all up to Lou. As Lou now going to get at least one kill, reigning on the parade of NRG. Let's see if he can get another.
Lou opening up that door when he didn't have armor was actually so intelligent. He had the hammer points, he got a free kill, but he wasn't able to heal in time before he got downed there at the end by NRG. Frex getting all of the kills and are able to maybe recover or get third partied.
Oh my gosh, unfortunate for NRG. It's going to be Team Liquid, who usually drops over in train yards. They were in the area, they were in the vicinity, they heard the damage, and they collected themselves 2 more kills. That's going to be it for NRG, which is tragic, given that they were in 4th place. They were one of our teams kind of fighting for the top 3 fringe. Keep in mind, one of the teams that have not placed top 3 yet, have not earned a qualifying spot yet, unlike Rogue, who has. And Rogue now also in a pretty rough spot here.
I don't think... oh, it looks like Sweet is going for the portal out on his teammate. This is risky, but it'll be so worth it if he gets this off.
It looks like he does. He's going to go back in the portal there. Not sure if that was a mistake or not. And that might cost him. He's going to get tagged up quite a bit. We'll see if he gets chased here, and he's going to get chased. Well played right there by the opposing team. And just like that, Rogue is also out of this one. So we got NRG, we have Rogue, both eliminated. Meanwhile, guess who it was too? The hands of Aim Assist. You talked about controlling your own fate if you're Rogue or NRG. Well, Aim Assist says, you know, we're going to control our own fate. We're going to take care of the number 3 team. Aim Assist doing a great job so far.
Yeah, they're doing an amazing job. Personally, I think maybe he should have just tried ratting it out, tried securing those placement points and going for like a rat placement at the end, but he decided, no, I want my team, I want to get this win, I want to do everything I can possibly do to get this win. He almost got it off, but unfortunately he was not able to.
No man left behind. It was clearly the mentality there, but unfortunately did not work out here in Apex or in that situation, as Rogue did get eliminated. Meanwhile, we do have Smile and we have Aim Assist, both alive in this one. Aim Assist with a pair of kills already, maybe even 3. Smile with none from what I'm seeing so far. We'll see. And guess what? They're both going to spot each other, so this could be a crucial fight in the grand scheme of things, as Aim Assist and Smile both under some duress. More teams going to enter the fray.
They're putting off a lot of damage with those thermites. Resulta was able to get that Phoenix kit off, and Gentrifying is about to get his Phoenix off as well. But will they be able to get out? Their dome is about to fall down here shortly.
Yeah, the Phoenix kits will be popped. This is almost like a 4-team fight in 4 different areas of the ring here. As we see, it's like WWE style. Gentrifying trying to get some shots in if he can. Tag team fights ensuing. Good damage being put through. But have to be careful because more third parties could result. Mindful's going to down 1 in Petty Boss. That's going to be a nice kill picked up on Petty Boss of Smile. You better believe they're calling that out right now as they're recognizing, hey, this is Smile. This is the team we're up against. A great pick on Petty Boss to start things off.
That was a lot of great damage by Gentrifying right there, pushing them off and them securing the kill.
Meanwhile, Brazuca's team from Brazil is another team in the fray and in the fight right now. They could rain on the parades of Aim Assist and Smile if they can clutch up here. They are all full alive. Meanwhile, Smile is going to lose 1. They're going to lose Petty Boss. It's going to be only 1 Mini and Unin, the last 2 alive for this squad.
I don't believe there's any res beacons close to this place, so they might just play it off as a 2-man team for the rest of the game.
Yeah, which might be the wise thing to do. Unfortunate, but wise thing to do. Is crazy enough. Take a look at the top left of top right of your screen. 14 squads remain, and round 2 isn't even completed yet. That is absolutely insane for a game of competitive Apex. Such fast-paced plays. A lot of these teams are kind of recognizing, hey, we got nothing to lose. We got to play with aggression.
They're still in that battle. They've never really quite finished it. Couple teams around Team Amesis, and they're just gonna have to hold their ground, try and push through it. The zone's pulling in 10 seconds. We'll get to see the next zone and where they're gonna have to rotate.
Exactly right. It's currently still kind of lurking, still peeking, and you get about 60 damage points in right there is Brazuka's team. Not sure if they're going to want to play off of that. They're probably just going to continue to post up and chill. 2 minutes left in this circle. And they're all going to have to rotate. So this fight has to come to an end, or in the form of a team getting a kill or a team rotating early. We'll see what they decide to do here.
Team Brazukas is getting a lot of good damage off. He has an Evo shield on that Watson. He's 70 away from purple armor. They've got a good spot. They've got a good spot and they've got a lot of good damage. So unfortunately, they're taking way too much damage, and 2 of them go down. And that marks the end for Brazukas.
That's exactly right, and it's going to be to the hands once again of Aim Assist, a team that is in first. They could easily say, let's just play for placement. Let's just survive. We're up by 6 points. We have this. We just have to play not to lose, not necessarily to win. Guess what? They're playing to win. They're playing with aggression. They're continuing with their aggressive, in-your-face style of play. And if you're a fan of fast-paced gameplay, I'm telling you, you got to be a fan of this Aim Assist squad. By the way, if you're a controller player, you better support your boys right now. Aim Assist holding it down for controller players worldwide with a great showing right now. Speaking of controller players, Pride and Metro controller players for the Sola Fide squad, they're currently in a fight over in Sorting Factory. Might be against Sentinels. I know Sentinels typically drops there and was there earlier.
Now, Sola Fide's been a pretty strong team in most of these tournaments, and they're still in the top 10. So they could pull off maybe top 5, maybe top 4 even, if they get enough kills and a win here.
Yeah, they got to go absolutely huge. And I'm honestly of the mentality. Yes, top 10 is nice. Qualifying is great for the next series. It shows some consistency. It's a nice kind of achievement or accolade. I like the practice, personally. Yes, scrims are great, but not everyone treats scrims as tournament time. And by getting to play all through Saturday, by having to qualify, when we saw with Nasky, Strafe, and Dell, we've seen it now with Aim Assist. I believe Aim Assist is a team, yeah, they are. They actually had to qualify their way through. You get great practice all day on Saturday, so I'm almost of the liking of, and the proof is in the pudding, right? With Nasky, Strafe, and Dell winning EU and Aim Assist looking primed and poised to potentially win here in game number 5, that extra practice could pay off.
Also, when you come into these tournaments, you are potentially playing with different players than you are when you're scrimming, right? So you encounter a lot of new things, and it's kind of about adaptation at this point. If someone's taking your spot, if you're getting contested, if your rotation's cut off. There's a lot of adaptation in these tournaments.
Yeah, that's a great call out. And playing on Saturday means you get to kind of see what some of the teams are doing early on. At least 7 other of the teams that had not qualified just yet. So interestingly enough, it at least so far has proven to be helpful as Aim Assist and Nasky, Strafe, and Dell have been looking good. Meanwhile, Anime Girls Uwu, 2 members alive. Again, I feel more and more ridiculous the more I say their name. Big fight going down over here though, as the last member of this squad is forced to rat it out and survive. I think it's going to be to the hands of Sola Fide. And guess what? It's Sentinels that is currently spotting Sola Fide. Let's go ahead and jump into a team listening with Sentinels to hear how it's going to break down.
Wrap around here, or is that a throw?
I don't even know.
No, I can't. That's zone 4. We have to just fight cave. We literally have to just go fight cave. Unless we play for like this little hill, but there's 2 teams behind us. How do you want to do this? Like...
I don't know. Seems portaling towards us, I think. Yeah, he saw us. He's going.
We have to kill them. We literally just have to. There's nothing else. We need to pressure these teams and fighting.
Yeah, we need to kill these teams.
We need to get.
I got 1 HP. I'm healing.
Is that yours?
Yeah, it's mine.
Stay back. Don't fucking walk up too far.
I'm reloading. They have a gen down.
I didn't get hit. I didn't hit anyone.
Are they hard fighting? I can't. Like, what are they doing?
No, they're not. They're just AFKing edge, griefing each other.
I broke gen. Throw nades if you can.
No, I don't have any. Angles on me.
Bro, who is this team across the map? I need heals.
I have 8 cells.
Yeah, I have 1 cell.
Batting.
I dropped another one. They're fighting. Okay,
Yeah,
we need to go. We need to. Go.
Yeah,
Yeah, go.
SF just mom.
Finish. One of them died though. One of them died. Go, 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 go.
They're resing now. Resing now. Resing now. Watson broken. I'm broken.
Gas ulting behind them.
Stalling.
I'm gonna try to get the full kill. Got the full kill?
They're just running away.
We need to fight for cave entrance now. We need to fight for cave entrance, right?
Got him.
Try to get those kills if you can.
Yeah, I got him. I got him.
I'll go beg for you, Peach. Gold helmet here. Grab all this shit. Grab all this shit. We need all this.
I need heals if you guys get me. I'm gonna start moving up. We have like not a lot of time here.
Okay, coming. I'm gonna like pour this up or some shit. We're gonna have to fucking like get just caustic barrel the entrance or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Get the crust.
We have to make sure they can't get out.
Yeah, I'm coming.
They're holding us already. Do we have anything like to fucking? I'm gonna pour from this crate to like the side or some shit.
Nading.
Oh, we're getting shot on the side too. This is bad.
Just come left. Come left. All right, track 3. The fuck?
Right.
Come here.
Go, go, go.
Break fences. You need to break fences as well.
I'm a little late.
There's teams beside us, bro.
Oh my god, man. I'm safe on me. Yeah, we're safe.
Yeah, we got our
Get over here.
Remember, we might want to also push up here.
Behind you, turn.
Free kills. Farm.
We need to get barrels on the entrance. Get barrels on the entrance.
Oh no. Molly.
And there you have some good insights into the Mind System Pro players and how they plan their rotations. Meanwhile, Sentinel's now in a very, very difficult position. It looks like they're fighting at least one or two teams. They're going to have to force that fight and then make their way through a choke point rotation if they want to survive. However, on the flip side, Designful, Aim Assist continuing where they're leaving off by taking out the McCarthy brothers. It's Shiny and Muffins as a great showing from them continues. Aim Assist, T-Squared called it. It is a phenomenal game number 5 coming from this Aim Assist squad.
I love the idea of Pathfinder playing aggressive. He kind of takes the role over Wraith nowadays because Wraith's Q isn't automatically. But Pathfinder could just go take a new angle and then Q out.
Yeah, that's a great point. You can use the Q instantly, and you can easily kind of get your way out of harm's way. Whereas, you know, the Wraith is no longer able to be used as kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card for taking fights, doing some damage, and then dipping out. It's a great call-out. Pathfinder kind of filling that role, filling that placement, kind of filling a new purpose almost, especially with some of his changes as of late. Meanwhile, looks like 3 teams currently in a standoff here in the form of a triangle. 6 squads remain in this one. Look at that, 7 kills for Designful. What a performance coming through for Aim Assist, and it's not done yet. But guess what? TSM still alive in this one. I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
Some community favorites here. They're making it. They're actually very, very close to the end zone. They're holding their ground really well. They were a little bit low. They are low on resources as well, as Hal only has 1 cell left, so they're going to have to make a play. They're going to have to try and get some kills so they can grab those armor slots, but he turns into 1 HP. Reps is full HP. Will he be able to pull them off on his own?
We all up to Hal now as the last member alive. He was able to back out and reset, somehow get his health back, but guess what? The storm's closing into his right. Looks like he actually is in circle, so he's in a good position now. Just going to have to rat this out as long as he can. Unfortunate situation for TSM. Meanwhile, you see Niceweek still alive on screen. We have Yeet Squad, we have Aim Assist and TSN actually all alive. Alvarelli gets taken out. The House should still be in this one. What a finish we see here with 5 squads remaining.
Has Smile gotten eliminated?
That's a good question.
I believe so. I don't see them anywhere in the kill feed, so I think this is all on Aim Assist right now. This is Aim Assist's win.
I think it should be 2 squads remain to the Aim Assist. And Imperial Hal gets taken out. And that's going to be it. Aim Assist does it again. That is 3 games that they are the champions of. A phenomenal, near-perfect showing for this Aim Assist squad. My hat goes off to them as they are undoubtedly going to be your victors, your champions of the Summer Circuit number 2. What a finish from them and what a showing for the controller gods in Aim Assist, girl.
Wow, what a great game shown by Aim Assist. They were in constant fights. The whole game. We got to see them early game, taking out some squads, end game, always putting pressure, never letting go of that trigger, honestly, and congrats to them. Great win.
Yeah, that's a good point. Again, we mentioned it earlier, but in game number 5, they have the lead by 6 points. They could have easily just played scared, played passive, played not to lose, played for placement, survived until top 3, and snuck their way in with a top 3 finish. Well, they did it with a statement. They put a stamp on this entire tournament with at least a 9-kill win, probably even more than that in game number 5, showing they win 3 out of 5 of the matches. A near perfect showing from this aim assist squad from start to finish. They win games 1, 3, and 5, I believe. So let's go ahead and throw it back over to the desk to close this one out. What a game it has been. What a series it has been. But back over to you, Kate and T-Squared.
I'm just going to slow clap there, Tom, because I'm going to give you the credit. You were the top 5 teams to watch, and guess which one was on that T-Squared? Well, of course it was aim assist. Of course it was, and here we are, and here they are at the top of our leaderboards.
It's not surprising. If you've been watching competitive Apex over the last couple of weeks, these guys have really turned it on. They've been so impressive in the weeklies. They were due for something big like this, just like a lot of other teams were like Yeet Squad in the previous tournament. And now they really come and get a lot of respect on their name, not just for them, but for all the controller players as well. I can't imagine what the chat's like right now.
I can't either. But I gotta say, something, of course, to note, and technical difficulties happen. It's just how esports works, right? Well, restarting that lobby really benefited the likes of TSM. They were one of our late game players, one of our late game teams. And even though Hal did, unfortunately, not make it too far in that rat strat towards the end, that's definitely something that will help them in the points total going forward. So hats off to aim assist, hats off to TSM, hats off to the entire crowd. As you mentioned, Yeet Squad, unfortunately, they did not show up as well, we thought, during this tournament today. But of course, they have some great experience behind them and some great performances to date. Tom, how did we get here? I want to know exactly how aim assist, as you mentioned, they've got that momentum, right? They've got that momentum coming in, and here they are at the top of the leaderboards. How did they get here, and what can we expect from them perhaps going forward?
Winning 3 out of the 5 games is absolutely insane. They won the first, they won the third, and they finished it off with the 5th. And if you're paying attention to these little details as the tournament's unfolding, guess what's so crazy? GSD got the first kills of the game in our first tournament of the day in EMEA, I believe it's called. And then we have the Americas going through, and guess who gets the first kills of the day? It's aim assist. That means that these teams are playing aggressive, that they're ready to go. They have a plan, and they're racking up early points. Now, in game 5, the biggest turning point was once aim assist found Smile in the middle there, and they were all trapped over on that dome area. They get the kill onto Petty Boss, I believe, and then they know they've crippled Smile's game. So they just camp that banner. They make sure that time's out. They know that they only have 2 players on the Smile side. They even picked up 3 more kills from another team, and they just steamrolled and snowballed that entire game, really the entire lobby all day.
And let's take a look at that final moment of steamrolling, if we will. We've got it ready to go in our VTR. Tom, this is exactly as Apex as we love to see it.
Oh, no doubt. Again, just great combinations here with what their weapons are. You have the Scout for long and medium range. You have the Prowler for medium and up close. Great armors, top-notch resources. Everyone still has plenty of ammo for this final fight, and they know exactly what they need to do here because this is their tournament. They've been playing at such a high level this entire time. They made it look so easy, Kate. Every game that they won, they weren't even down a player. They had all 3 players alive, very healthy shields. That just goes to show you they're playing chess when everyone else is playing checkers today. They are really one step ahead the entire time.
100%. And aim assist controllers? Was this a mouse and keyboard kind of situation, or was it a combination of the above?
It definitely has nothing to do with the fact that they have aim assist. That's just a joke. That's just a meme. They are all on controllers, but it's because of the amount of time that these guys put in. You can't go and beat the best teams in the world while other players are using controller too. Other players are using mouse and keyboard. That just is crazy amount of time, crazy amount of rank grinding, scrim grinding, and then team cohesion and just overall knowledge on how to play Apex. They really put on a show today. Congrats to them. And congrats to a lot of the teams. I mean, I know there was some teams, and I know a couple fans are upset that their teams didn't do so well, but look on the bright side. We saw a lot of new names come out. We saw Smile getting the recognition that they deserve. We saw Godsend again doing pretty well. And they had a second place previously, but they showed that they're still a contender and to be taken seriously as they go and continue to push the top of these leaderboards. And obviously our champs Aim Assist, they're no joke.
No joke at all. Speaking of leaderboards, let's take a look at our final Game 5 results. Let's see how we all did. As we know, Aim Assist bringing in... Wow! I did not know they got 17 kills, Tom. Holy cow!
Yeah, another 17 kill performance, exactly what they had in the first game. 29 bomb. When you combine those two, that's enough to probably just even secure you into the top 3 already with, what, 58 points right there? So that's just phenomenal from these guys. Just ridiculous work across the board. And when you get so many kills, again, you can't forget that you're depleting everybody else's points by getting so many. So you look and you say, oh, Team Liquid, second place. Well, they only got 2 freaking kills. That's not that many points. That's not even as many points as Aim Assist had just in kills alone. So again, they were playing chess. Everyone else was playing checkers. They put themselves in great positions and they worked together extremely well. Today was just their day.
Today was indeed. Let's take a look at that overall standings, because that Game 5, well, it just helped bolster exactly what you were talking about, which is the Aim Assist. Holy cow! I'm sorry to yell in everybody's ear, but good grief! That is a point differential between 1 and 2. And of course, 3 here coming in with Rogue. And remember, our top 3 teams, Tom, they're going home with money today. They are definitely making sure they've made their way into our playoffs in September with a bye. And of course, some solid point totals for our overall league leaderboards. Anybody else on this overall points that snips out to you there, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising to me that Energy did so well when we were seeing them fall short in a couple of games and get unlucky. So they had a couple of games where they really started to get a lot of points, but almost doubling everybody's points in the lobby is Aim Assist. That's just ridiculous. As we were saying, they could just take 2 of their games out of the 5 and it would have been enough for them to win. That's how fantastic they played throughout the day. That's phenomenal gameplay coming from them, but I'm really proud of all the teams here just for making it this far. Let's start there, that this is as stacked lobby as you're gonna get. These are the best teams in North America. So even getting to this point, you gotta really give kudos to all these guys.
100%. And I will bring up, I mean, you're absolutely right. Listen, I could never do it myself. I got to give absolute credit where absolute credit is due. I want to mention also Complexity. Last Super Regional, they were number 3. So they did make that top 10. This time, they didn't even make the top 10. I'm not sure if that's going to be something that we'll look forward to in the future, because I know Complexity had an axe to grind, and maybe they're going to go back, change up that player comp, and bring it in for the real thing in our next Super Regional to go for that elusive top 3. But right now, I want to know who has topped our leaderboards in terms of kills per individual player. This is what people are tweeting about later. Tom, what do we think here? Number 1.
It's all controller players, man. Nerf controllers. Nerf controllers.
You're writing the tweets for us there, Tom. I absolutely love it.
Great job by Designful. 18 overall. Some teams didn't even get close to hitting 18 kills as a group, but just so many stacked players. Look at these names. All of these players, the best players in the world. You could see just fantastic gameplay, fantastic decision making from everybody. And again, I just can't believe how dominant Aim Assist was today. You could see it right from the opening, get going the first game. They carried that momentum going into all of the games. Game 3 was theirs. Game 5 was theirs. To be able to win just off of two games points alone is phenomenal. So it's scary to see how these guys operated fully. It really is, because I think last tournament it was 70 points was what Yeet Squad got to win, and they had a top 5 in almost every single game. I feel like this isn't even close to that. This is an amazing performance. These guys should definitely be taken seriously, and hats off to them.
Absolutely. Well, we've got our moment of the match brought to you by Lenovo. And of course, it's going to have to involve Aim Assist, because why not? This is from game number 3. Let's take a look at it, Tom. We can chat through this. This, of course, game number 3, what we're calling a slow creep third party to final circle. Bring it through.
Yeah, this is free once they get this heal here. This is the big chance for another team to really ruin their game. But while this was happening, other teams were going and getting into little skirmishes. There's a lot of action going on in front of them right at this truck here, at that trailer. So they got into these situations where their back is completely covered and they put everything in front of them. Not only that, the circle's pulled towards them because they have a good idea where that end circle is going to come towards. So they're just posturing here. A lot of times they had one player with a scout the entire time, which I love. I think a lot of people have fallen away from the scout in terms of rocking the R9, rocking, Prowler or whatever. Well, these guys continue to carry the scout. They continue to carry the Prowler in their back pocket. The Wraith with the R9 and the Mastiff is always a very smart decision, but I really liked something that Girl was talking about, how the Pathfinders were playing extremely aggressive. Designful did a great job getting on the front lines, using his Pathfinder grapple to get out, kind of playing it how Wraith was in the previous metas, and just laying down maximum damage while taking as little damage as possible and living with small sliver health numerous times. Again, just putting everything in front of you, not overextending, constantly using head glitches and little crouches. Designful is the one that opens up with the damage. He backs off and heals. Gentrify comes back as well with the shots, sees what's going on, calls it out to his teammates. Perfect bubble there, and an easy dub.
An easy dub indeed. Well, certainly easy for these guys, I'll tell you what. So in our analyst seat, you've gotten the chance to see our EMEA region, of course, and the Americas region. From all the Apex we've seen today, all the high caliber, top performance Apex, what's the one big takeaway you think that some of these amateur players who are maybe looking to find their way into our Battlefy registration, what is the one thing you want them to take away from this pro play?
That these guys didn't get here overnight. These guys put in a lot of hours to get to where they are right now. A lot of individual hours, a lot of team hours, not just playing, going back and watching the VODs and having constructive open criticism about how to improve as an individual and as a team player. You can't have an ego. You have to be open to hearing things on how to make your play better. And sometimes you have to understand that your teammates' point of view may be a lot different than yours. So what you thought was happening may not necessarily have been happening for someone else.
I love that perspective, and I thank you for it. We're going to get some more perspective, and that would be from you guys, our community, because guess what? It's tweet time. I feel like we need a nice graphic for that or something later. Demi, let's try that. At any rate, here we go. Let's talk tweets. Hashtag ALGS loving the stream all the way from Zambia. We have made it, Tom, we have made it around the globe several times today.
We are. I got a lot of stamps in my passport after this one. Ridiculous. Appreciate the love, you guys. Seriously.
Exactly. And another early riser is going to be saying, watching and working at 7 o'clock in the morning, enjoying the tournament and the commentary from India. Thank you so much, Harris. I appreciate it. We're following the sun here. And hey, listen, this is a great reminder to tell you, if you want to be a part of our tweet community, if you want to be a part of everything, hashtag ALGS. They missed the S on this one, but we did not miss them. Thank you so much, Juan, for making some moves understandable. You know what? That is Tom, ladies and gentlemen. T squared, everybody. Follow him on the socials. He has been answering some of my questions and yours all day long. And I got to tell you, it's been a true pleasure because as I mentioned earlier, I get to pick your brain for 3 hours at a time. And it's like a masterclass in Apex competition. Tom, you're the best. We really appreciate you.
Oh, thank you guys so much. I don't know how much more my brain is left after today because my brain exploded after watching these games with how excited it was. Honestly, just really great Apex. Again, shout out to all the players. Shout out to all the viewers. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this. And thank you, Kate, for being a part of this with me as well.
Hey, the feeling, as you know, is mutual. And I will say that at this point, you don't have to stop your tweets, stop your texts. You can obviously continue to tweet out, but use the hashtag use the hashtag ALGS. You can tell my brain is mush as well. That is how we do here on a Sunday. Or for some of you, it's Monday morning. So make sure you use that hashtag ALGS. You can also tweet at us at PlayApex. And if you got excited, if you're waiting for your team, guess what? We are done with Game 5 and done with this tournament for the Americas today. And I gotta say, it's been a true and honest pleasure. But guess what? We've got even more esports for you from our sister production. If you're into FIFA, and why wouldn't you be? Guess what? We've got something for you coming up here on the 17th of July, every day at 5 p.m. That would be the British summer time. I'll tell you what, if you're into competitive soccer and esports, this is definitely the game for you. It is the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. It's kicking off. The best of those FIFA players in Europe. They're meeting in a double elimination tournament. At It's not easy for me to say right now, and it's even harder for them to play. So you can see who can lay claim to the title of best FIFA 20 player on the continent. Coverage starts every day at 5 p.m. British summertime, as I mentioned before. Stay tuned to twitch.tv/esportsfifa to catch all of that action, all of the drama, all of the suspense. It's FIFA at its finest. Which is a fun way to say FIFA at its finest. At any rate, Tom, as you said, thank you so much for your time and for your perspective. Thank you to our casters, Onset, Girl, Rain Day, Fallout, some of my favorite people. And thank you to our crew, because we, as we mentioned, are remoting in from various parts of the world to bring this to you in your various parts of the world. And we can't do it alone. And we certainly couldn't do it without this incredible crew and cast that have made it possible. So for all of us here at ALGS, at the Summer Circuit Super Regional #2, have a great rest of your Sunday or Monday, and we'll catch you next time.